Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA Podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA Podcast as my 5.5 additional children. And like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon.
All right, the OCA Podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Yo, welcome back to the OCA Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight, Rhys 753.
I'm here.
And Random London.
Hello.
Yay. Yes, it feels like we just did this, didn't it? Doesn't it? Doesn't it kind of feel like that? Because we did. All right.
Feels like the first time.
Yeah, I'm a bit tired from all the streaming, but the show must go on. So, if you'd like to support the Tired OCA Podcast, patreon.com/OCA Podcast. Did I switch my mic? I did, right? Yes. Okay. I'm going to trust it. It sounds great. By funding us over here, you will get charged monthly, or you could get charged when I make content by going to patreon.com/the-anime collector. Why all of a sudden W? Okay. I tried to do the shortcut key with my right hand instead of my left, and all of a sudden I'm like, I don't know what it is. I had to muscle memory that. All right. Also, there's OCAPodcast.com/support with many other ways that you can support us, including donating directly. This will take the least amount of fees out, so we will get the most out of your donation. You can also give super chats, super thanks, and you can shop at many of our amazing partners, such as Tenga. This one is for the girls. Oh, wait. No, it's just written in pink. All right. Jumping right in. I'll tell you guys, I'm feeling really out of it. So just bear with me here. Let's talk about this, though. So California has a new law that forces digital stores to admit that you are just licensing content and not buying it. So that's an interesting shift I didn't expect to come out of the state I live in. That's usually tremendously awful.
The rare beige take from California.
Right. So California Governor Gavin Newsom, especially from a state that is fully on board with the you will own nothing and you will be happy mantra. But California Governor Gavin Newsom has signed a law, AB 2426, to combat disappearing purchases of digital games, movies, music, and ebooks. The legislation will force digital storefronts to tell customers they're just getting a license to use the digital media rather than suggesting they actually own it. When the law comes into effect next year, it will ban digital storefronts from using terms like buy or purchase unless they inform customers that they're not getting unrestricted access to whatever they're buying. Storefronts will have to tell customers they're getting a license that can be revoked, as well as provide a list of all the restrictions that come along with it. Companies that break the rule could be fined for false advertising. The new law won't apply to stores that offer permanent offline downloads and comes as a direct response to companies like PlayStation and Ubisoft. Damn, Ubisoft can't catch a break, huh? In April, Ubisoft started deleting The Crew from players' accounts after shutting down servers for the online-only game. And last year, Sony said it would remove purchased Discovery content from users' PlayStation libraries before walking back the move. Quote,
they also removed
Concord.
Well, Concord, yes, but I mean Concord got refunded. They removed all of the Funimation digital downloads as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's also Sony, right?
Yeah, technically. Quote, as retailers continue to pivot away from selling physical media, see, this was where you went wrong, physical retailers. You should never have stopped that. The need for consumer protections on the purchase of digital media has become increasingly more important. I thank the governor for signing AB 2426, ensuring the false and deceptive advertising from sellers of digital media incorrectly telling customers they own their purchases. It becomes a thing of the past. Forcing storefronts to disclose that they're just selling licenses won't stop them from taking away digital purchases, but it will at least make people more aware that that what they're buying can be taken away at any time. I want that language. That's what I would push for if I was in government in California. I want that language on the website. What you are purchasing does not belong to you and can be taken away at any time. Also, if you don't like that, here's the physical, right? That's what I would work into the law, right? I would force consumers to take note of the fact that they're actually getting ripped off and choose to purchase physical instead.
I honestly don't see it helping at all.
Yeah.
Like right now on Steam, you already have the little checkbox on your checkout page that says,
I understand I don't own this.
This is a digital content and whatever, that blah, blah, blah. I'm not getting anything physical. Now I don't know if it goes on and says like you don't own this, but like it's saying basically like I understand I'm not going to get a physical.
I understand what I'm getting is just a digital version and not a physical version.
So I assume it's going to be the same thing, and that's a checkbox. No one even gives a shit about that checkbox. They just click. Oh, I got to click something. Okay, whatever. I click it and then I click buy. They're allowed to. So the thing is changing it so that they can't use the word buy anymore, right? But there's a loophole, unless you make it clear that you're not owning the stuff. So that means all they have to do is. So
you just put that in the terms of service checkbox. Did you read the terms of service that says all that stuff?
Well, I think it's already in the terms of service, but I mean, so presumably they want it more clear. So, but again, that's okay. I have a little thing on the checkout page instead of buried in the terms of service that just says, this is a license. You note that it's a license right above the buy button, whatever. And they can still keep the buy button. No one's going to read the little fine print on the page, and life's going to go on the same thing. And then, in 10 years, when they shut off the servers of whatever product that you bought, after this law comes into effect, you're still going to say, what are you talking about? I bought this. Like it does nothing. It's fluff law. I don't know.
So on this topic, I have a little bit more here. The particulars of digital ownership and licensing have been a key issue in video games while companies and consumers figure out how to navigate the evolving retail landscape. This bill would, subject to specified exemptions, additionally prohibit a seller of digital goods from advertising or offering for sale a digital good as defined to a purchaser with the terms buy, purchase, or any other term which a reasonable person would understand to confer an unrestricted ownership interest in the digital good, or alongside an option for a time-limited rental, unless the seller receives at the time of each transaction an affirmative acknowledgement from the purchaser, or the seller provides to the consumer before executing each transaction a clear and conspicuous statement as specified. By expanding the scope of a crime, this bill would impose a state-mandated local program. While this appears to be a step in the right direction, game preservation is still a growing concern as digital-only games can be taken offline for almost any reason. So yeah, just rounding out that point there, I am with you. I think that it's a great, effort, but I don't think it's going to make any difference whatsoever in the grand scheme of things. But I do like the idea that there will be at least one person in this state who thinks twice about things based on some purchases and chooses to return to buying things that they want as physical media. Anything that gets us away from the own nothing and be happy crowd is all right by me. So, T says, I think I have a Funimation digital, but it's on Amazon. I'll have to check if I still have access. Yeah, it's a good thing to check. I remember back in the day, we've talked about it a couple times, the concept of buying songs and videos and stuff off of iTunes. And if you bought them off of iTunes, you could lose them because iTunes has DRM. But if you buy the digital version of the song off of Amazon, you get the MP3. And the MP3 isn't locked to like needing an Amazon account and all that stuff. So
you could also just burn the iTunes one to a disk and then rip it off again.
I don't know. I never did that. Well, I always just bought it off of Amazon if I wanted a digital track, but didn't like I did it for my the song that I used in my demo reel in college. I bought off of Amazon because I didn't have enough time back then before Amazon had like overnight delivery kind of thing. I didn't have enough time to wait for the soundtrack I was buying to show up. So Lucas Koval says Spider-Man calmly says, shocker! Rajniar says, speaking of physical media, my local Walmart's video game selection is very small in regards to PS4, PS5, and Xbox One games. Thankfully, it still has a nice collection of Switch games and not just first-party stuff.
Switch section is huge at my Walmart as well.
Yeah. So I don't know if I mentioned this on podcasts yet, but I looked up my warranty on my Switch, and it is still under warranty, and it will be for another year. So
that's the Ashurian one.
Yeah, the Ashurian one that comes when you buy it off Amazon. Like if you choose.
I don't know how that would work, but I would almost say it's probably still better to contact Nintendo and have them repair it because you still have your saves.
Yeah, so that was the next part of.
I don't know how Ashurian would cover that.
That was the next part of my what I was going to say is I still need to figure out where do I go in order to back up my kids' Minecraft worlds or whatever before, because the Ashurian one honestly might just be they send me a new Switch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
your problem is the Switch can't turn on, right?
Yes.
So then you can't go anywhere to back up your shit.
Because they would have to repair it, then back it up, then I would transfer it or whatever. Yeah. Yes, it is a problem. So I don't know. I won't be heartbroken if all the data gets lost, but my kids will.
Well, if you were paying for the digital service, whatever.
Yeah, it should be on the cloud then. But he doesn't have it active
cloud,
right now.
But you let it lapse, so I don't know if that means that it'll still be in the cloud or not. I don't know how frequently.
What do you mean I let it lapse?
Well, are you still paying for
He's not.
the online?
Are you sure? I thought I was.
No.
If you're still paying for it, then you're.
I don't have access to online, so you have not renewed it.
Okay. Well, you should have let me know. I would have renewed it. All right. Yeah. Well, anyway, we can figure that out later. But I don't know. That's an update. There you go. Kuchichi says, I want a law mandating physical. I bought New Vegas physical. It still won't work with Steam anyway. I have several PC physicals that are just licenses. Yeah, we're going to look at some of those tonight. Also, their anime selection, referring to Walmart, or just cartoon/TV shows, complete series DVD box sets / Blu-ray sets, have been dropping in price recently, which is nice. So that is nice. But you know what that probably means? They're about to remove that section. That's why they're dropping the price, because they're trying to clear out stock.
Yeah, like they've had this whole thing with Crunchyroll having a designated Crunchyroll section, and it's just like little figures and crap.
I used to have Funko Pops, go away.
Like not even Funko Pops in that section. They have a whole section just for Funko Pops besides.
Backpacks right there. From your headphones. Anyway, yeah. Mirage went on to say, I sort of have a love-hate relationship regarding limited run games. On one hand, I'm thankful for digital games getting physical media. Yeah. The downside is the extremely long wait times waiting on that digital game to get a physical release, plus the price scalpers. Plus, they've been releasing a crap ton of shovelware games lately, not to mention that they release games that are on burn discs.
What's shovelware?
The burn discs is one thing, but the shovelware, just don't buy it. No one's forcing you to buy shovelware.
What's shovelware?
Low quality content, low quality games that are just meant to like fill the
Tiger Electronics, right?
Like my only limited run games is Doom Eternal, and that's still a digital game. I can download the entire thing to the Switch. Like when I insert the cartridge, it's like, what was the point of paying for a physical edition?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
When it just downloaded the entire thing from the eShop anyway.
Well, I mean, so the Switch has a cartridge, and sometimes they're not able to fit the entire game on the cartridge.
Well, yeah, but I understand that, but
so I'm pretty sure Doom Eternal does work off the cartridge for single player, but for multiplayer it needs to download a bunch of stuff. And
it downloaded the entire thing, like the entire file size that the eStore lists. It downloaded the entire size after I inserted the cartridge.
Okay, well, I don't know how it works, but I'm pretty sure they put the entire single player on the cartridge. So.
I get that, but it definitely did not do that because I can play it without having the cartridge in it at all.
Even the single player?
Yeah.
I don't understand how you could play it without the cartridge in the system.
Because it downloaded the entire fucking game.
Did you buy it? That doesn't let you do that. Did you buy it? Is it free?
I bought the cartridge from Limited Run Games.
Did you buy the digital edition?
So he's saying that the physical version from Limited Run Games is basically just a flash drive that installs the game onto your Switch.
No, but that's not how Switch works.
Well, I'm just saying that's what he's telling you.
Well, okay, but he's
which is really
mistaken about
weird,
something.
what I'm trying to...
He's about to buy you a copy of it so that you can experience this for
I will
yourself.
send him the copy of it because I don't need the damn thing anymore.
Don't need it.
There, okay.
As soon as I put the cartridge in my Switch and downloaded the 32 gigabyte game file size, and I do not need to have the cartridge in it at all to play it.
Okay, so I'm telling you, if the game was a code in a box, sometimes you can buy a code just let me finish. Sometimes you can buy a code in a box, right? Therefore, hold on, just let me finish. I let you finish. So if your game was a code in a box, then you would open up the box, you would type in your code, and you would get a digital version of the game, right? Those games suck.
Right.
Because they're not actually physical at all.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Then there's the second category of games where the full game doesn't fit on the cartridge. So you still have to download some stuff from the eShop to supplement the cartridge. But in those cases, the cartridge still acts as the DRM for the game.
Yes.
So you can't run the game from the eShop button. Like you need the cartridge in the system to run the game.
Yep. I'm fully
so how are you running the game without the cartridge?
Which is why I'm saying this is really freaking weird. It downloaded the entire game, and I don't need the cartridge anymore.
Well, to me, that means that
the cartridge that cartridge was basically the code in the box.
Did you enter a code?
I did not, which is weird. Which is the whole reason why I'm saying this is weird.
Okay.
Send me the game.
Yep.
Send me the game.
I
send it to Footnome in the next Rhys batch.
Yeah, maybe they gave Rhys the debug one by accident.
Yeah,
it's so weird.
I don't I think you've bought the game twice. You bought the game digitally or something. I don't know.
No, I did not buy the game digitally. I only bought the physical one off of Amazon. I paid like $90 because I wanted the physical version.
I've never heard of that happening in my life. You'd be the first one. I can ask other people who bought the game. I will.
Limited run games version of Doom Eternal.
Yeah, I know other people that have bought it. I will ask them
if
they can run the game without the cartridge in the system. I'll get back to you next week.
Mirage
we will get to the bottom of this.
Said, how do y'all feel about physical copies of games getting re-releases as download code in a box and priced even higher than the physical copy? This has happened to the Final Fantasy 7-8 collection on Switch recently.
Cool. Yeah, that sucks.
Cool TT says, I can play Fallout without the disc installed, and I can really download it without the disc at all. PC is a disc with the game and a code in the box for DRM. I'm assuming Rhys is experiencing something similar. Not quite.
Well, he didn't put a code in.
There was no code whatsoever.
Mirage says, another thing that's really annoying is game collections where, for example, the Devil May Cry collection on Switch only had Devil May Cry 1 on the cart, and 2 and 3 are download codes.
Yeah, that happened with Mega Man. Mega Man Legacy,
Batman Arkham Trilogy.
But see, those are cartridge, and so for Mega Man Legacy, it was the cartridge plus a code in the box. So I can play Mega Man Legacy 2 on my Switch without the cartridge in the system because that was the code. But for Mega Man Legacy 1, that was on the cartridge.
Mega Man Legends or Mega Man Legacy? I'm not saying you're wrong. I've just never heard of Mega Man Legacy. You talking about the PlayStation 1 games that had the spin-off Misadventures of Trombone?
I will tell you in a second. Mega Man Legacy collection. It's a collection of like.
Is it a collection of like 1 through 4 and then 5 through 8? Okay.
Yeah. So the in Japan they got 2 cartridges. If you bought the Japanese version, it was because they released Mega Man Legacy Collection 1 and Collection 2 separately, I think, like completely separately, for older consoles. But then when they ported it to the newer consoles, they bundled them. But for Switch, they couldn't put them both on one cartridge because the cartridges they didn't want to pay for the big cartridge. So in Japan, they put it on 2 separate cartridges, but in North America, they put Legacy 1 on cartridge and Legacy 2 was a code in the box. But like everything you bought, you can't buy them separately. It was like that was the collection. Anyway, so if I want to play Legacy Collection, the first one, I need my cartridge. And if I want to play the second one, I don't need the cartridge because it was a code in the box.
No, for the BioShock games, you still have to have the cartridge in the box. And same with the Batman ones.
So Mirage says, I think this also happened with the Resident Evil 4, 5, 6 collection. 4 is on the cart and 5 and 6 are codes. GT Vega says, that is the bonus, FOMO.
So I sent something. I sent some pictures in the gaming chat if you want to ask each of those.
All right.
Hold on. Rhys is clear, and I understood him 100%. I don't know if Randy's confusing. What's confusing about the fact that how is he running a game he doesn't have access to? He needs access.
Yeah,
so
but
either he gets access through a code or he gets access through the cartridge. And if he doesn't have the cartridge in the system, how does the system know he has access to the game?
It sounds like everything I've heard about limited run games is that they are corner cutting pieces of crap. So it sounds like.
Do you share the screen share the game chat?
I'll do that in just a minute. We're about to do pickups. We'll be in Discord in a second. Okay. Ronan Jaw says hello. Have you heard Ghost OG?
Never heard of it.
Nope, unless you're talking about Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, you are. We'll talk about that tonight. I think I actually know what Rhys is referring to. DM me in the Discord. Oh, okay. Have you heard Ghost OG, Ghost of Yote? Okay, I mean, woke. We'll talk about it. Legacy is Mega Man 1 through 8. Reminds me of Metal Gear Solid Collection. One of the Dragon Quest creators said censorship is evil. Great. They had download codes for Metal Gear Solid. The rest was on disc. Limited Run Games version is DRM free. There you go. Okay, so you guys ready for pickups?
Yeah.
I have a pickup. Shortly after last podcast, my explicit covered Bakemono Blu-ray arrived. This was a Kickstarter from Doug Ruse. It is a no CGI horror movie. It is filmed entirely in Japan, as far as I know, with a fully Japanese cast. But it is Doug Ruse was the name of the guy who made it. So anyway, if you guys are interested, we might do a watch party for it. And in other news, I got. So remember last podcast when I got that copy of all my stuff from Dirty Pair, and it came with an additional little orange, like, hey, we're sorry we are such an awful company and didn't release this sooner, and it had a coupon code on it. And then I tried to use it during our Right Stuff segment, and it didn't actually give me a discount. I was convinced after that the reason it didn't give me a discount is because everything I purchased was a pre-order. But apparently not, because this arrived immediately after, and I didn't get the 20% off on this. So also, all the anime, and also even worse yet, learn how to package your stuff. You can't really tell, but it's pretty banged up right there. Yeah, all those things. These are all the bad things. Okay, now in other anime news pickups, I picked up the Blu-ray of Otaku no Video, which, quite frankly, I'm pretty sure is exactly the same cover.
Yeah.
Like exactly the same cover as the one from Kickstarter. Just not the one in the chipboard box, which actually it is the same, but that one's in the chipboard box.
If it works, you keep using it.
And so, yeah, I guess I got it from Media OCD. So I did get the limited edition slipcover, right? Which I'm going to be so happy.
It's not limited edition. It's
while
exclusive.
Supplies last. Whatever.
I don't think they've ever said while supplies last.
I think it says right on the website. We'll look at it tonight, probably. Anyway, so I got that, and then Riding Bean, right?
The while supplies last is just for the coupon.
No,
they said the coupon is limited.
Well, I've been pre-ordering these the second I learn about them, just so that I make sure to get these little doohickeys. So, anyway, there's the Riding Bean one, and then, as you guys may or may not know, I played Silent Hill with my kids on Twitch over the last couple days, and I had a heck of a time getting my PS2 to work. I ended up playing it on PS3 because apparently I learned from Footnum all PS3s are backwards compatible to PS1, but only the first gen ones are backwards compatible to PS2. So in my effort to get the PS2 working so that I would be able to play that, and what I was having trouble with getting it to work is going into the capture card and being recognized on like HDMI to the TV, because PS2s are not meant to have HDMI. You have to use an adapter. Well, long story short, I eventually got it to work. I just had to go to the storage unit and get my personal PS2 that I paid for with my own money when I was a child. Not the one that I was using, which was a hacked one that had additional games and stuff capable of being run off of a hard drive. There's like a little piece of plastic in this thing I'm holding. Hold on, just moving it away from the artwork. So in the meantime, while I was trying to find out like what I could do to get past the part, like the problem of not finishing the PS1 version and then not being able to play PS2 version, I bought the Silent Hill HD collection, something I told myself I would never fucking do, because they butchered the Silent Hill 2 remaster on this or whatever, where all sorts of problems I talk about all the time with the textures loading incorrectly. So occasionally a cutscene will happen and a character will have their eyeball texture on their teeth or vice versa. So I bought that just as a backup in case it didn't work. And then in addition to that, while I was on Amazon buying a PS3 Silent Hill game, I couldn't help but notice there were other games in the franchise that I did not yet own. So I bought Silent Hill Homecoming, and then Silent Hill Downpour I also purchased. So that will be arriving in probably before next podcast. So anyway, that's it for pickups from me. We will now enter the Discord and prove Randy wrong after the pickup section. So Randy, you picked up Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom.
I did.
Are you enjoying it?
I am. I think I'm. Well, unless they're gonna do like a last minute, like, haha, actually, there's like tons more of this game. I think I'm almost finished the game.
Wow.
And so it's not a very long game, but it's a fun game.
Is it straightforward or open world?
It's pretty open world, and it's like it's all in the style of the remake of Link's Awakening, like same engine and stuff. But they added some elements that are kind of inspired by Tears of the Kingdom, where you have like this ability that you can like magically grab items and move them around, and unlike Tears of the Kingdom, they also added this ability that allows you to make copies of enemies and objects in the world to get around. And so it's like back to Tears of the Kingdom. It's a very sandboxy game where like you can figure out multiple different solutions for a problem. For example, there's a part in the game where it's asking you to glide, and I'm like, well, I haven't got a glider yet. So I just like climbed the wall with a spider instead. And I was like, okay, that works. So, and I don't know if they intended you to do it that way. I don't know if they care, but I climbed the thing with the spider, and I got past what I got past. So there's various examples of that kind of setup where it's like, well, you could probably there may be like
to the same problem.
Yeah, there may be an intended way to do it, but if you can find another solution, go ahead. So that I do find fun. The one downside is because you can copy all these different enemies and stuff. The item management of like trying to pick what enemy or item that you want to use becomes pretty cumbersome.
Yeah, because
I don't know if you
remember.
We
talked about that.
Yeah, we did. When they first showed off the trailer, I had assumed, well, it's got to be a system where like you can only have maybe 5 or 10, some limited number, and eventually, if you put too many, the older ones will start falling off, and you'll have to go rescan those people if you want to reuse them. That is not the case. Once you scan something, it's with you forever for the rest of the game. So it just becomes tedious to hunt through a single layer of
what
a
they
menu.
should have done is categorized things and then had one of those like menu systems where you hold a button and then hit like the up arrow, and then the up arrow would allow you to cycle through all of the mobs, and maybe like the left arrow is like utility, and then the right arrow, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
fighting.
There definitely could have been a better UI management of that kind of thing, for sure. That's the one downside I think to the game. Otherwise, it's a good game.
So Danny picked up Lupin parts 1, 2, 3, well, part 2, but collections 1 through 4. So that's awesome. Good for you.
Also, rip for you because they'll probably announce the Blu-ray release in the next couple months.
Well, I'm going to believe that it was Danny who tipped him over the edge to finally release it.
Yep.
Also, hello.
Also, hello from him. Yes. Randy also picked up his first porno.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Technically.
Baby's first porno.
Oh my. Why do you have a backlit keyboard but your keys aren't double shot?
Because double shot keys are stupid.
Ooh.
I don't.
Yeah,
One,
but
I don't
you
like
can
the
at
look.
least see the letters in the dark.
Yeah, I don't. I never sit in the dark in my computer room.
Randy's like, believe it or not, I memorized the keyboard.
I do have enough money to pay for the lights above me to stay on. But
wow, are you
also
homeless shaming right now?
Bragging over here. God.
This keyboard is it's not like you can get a type of keyboard that has each key have an individual LED. That is not this kind of keyboard. So on those types of keyboards, the LEDs per key would probably be a lot stronger. But on this type of keyboard, it's like an area LED underneath. So the double shot, the clear shot keys or whatever, it came with them. It didn't look very good, and I replaced them with a.
Well,
a
why do
new
you
set
even
of
use the
keycaps.
light if you can see perfectly fine?
I mean, it came with the system. I just leave it on.
Damn.
Man, he can afford to waste electricity on his backlit keyboard?
Yeah.
Whoa.
The 2 cents a year it costs.
I can tell what the keys are.
All right. So, according to Mirage, technically speaking, Mezzo Forte is more explicit than Kite. Doesn't matter which one's more explicit. What matters is Randy popped his cherry.
I don't own Mezzo Forte, so
yeah. Val picked up Endeavor. Nice.
It will also probably be my only porno that I ever buy in my lifetime.
Wow. We'll see. Yeah, wait till they release Mezzo Forte next. All right. Rhys, you also picked up Echoes of Wisdom. How do you feel about it?
I literally got home today and it was on my porch since Friday.
Oh.
I haven't played it.
So you look at it with much anticipation. All right. Donnie Hewen says, last physical release I purchased was a Blu-ray of GTO on Amazon. Nice. Although I'm sure you're talking about the SD on Blu-ray, right? Still, I'll be buying that eventually as well. You also purchased the Writing Bean from Animego and got the slipcover. Cool. JT Vega bought a PS5. Congratulations. I hope you got the PS5
the
Pro.
30th edition.
LOL, the background taking up the attention from the pickup. Oh, yeah. The keyboard. I move my keyboard when I take pictures. Oof. Okay. Rhys, I need to go to the gaming.
Games. The games. Games, plural. That one. Okay. So go to the second one down. Click on the second one first. So when you need
so
to
is this how you
cartridge-
sneak in your digital acquisitions
No.
by putting the physical cartridge on
So
top?
No, there was a whole argument before you got here.
So
What?
when you need, so when you need, normally if you need to have the cartridge in, it will have that little icon right next to the name. Like for Do, it has that little cartridge icon.
It tells you basically, put this in, you dumb piece of shit. Right?
So-
That's what it's telling you. Okay. So on this one, though, it just says Doom Eternal.
It doesn't have it, and obviously the cartridge is right fucking there.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Okay.
the third one, like 33 gigs.
Okay.
It put the entire freaking game on it.
And have you
I
played
mean,
it?
doesn't it install games usually?
But
Have you played it, Rhys?
I'll fire it up right now and show you without the cartridge in.
Get to the part where you can play the game, like the campaign, without the cartridge in, then come tell me something. And if
Well,
you can do that,
It's
then
firing
you're
up right now.
then you're a mystery. You've somehow hacked the system,
I mean, it's
or
literally
you
loading right now.
bought the digital copy of the game without remembering.
I'm not a retard, Randy. Okay.
You're
Only
Rhys
sometimes.
card.
Yes, there's a difference.
All right. What about you, Footnum? You got any pickups you want to do?
Nope.
All right, then. AI startup Runway says it's giving filmmakers up to $1 million if they use artificial intelligence to make their movies.
Damn, that's just pure benefit.
So
I can make a movie with AI. Give
Right?
me $1 million.
yes, give me the $1 million. I'm going to make a movie, hot up and coming movie with probably overtly sexual scenes in it.
No one says the movie has to be good, right?
The first AI movie. Oh, wow. It's porn. All right. So Runway, the generative AI company that recently inked a first of its kind deal with Lionsgate, will dole out grants of up to $1 million to filmmakers working on AI powered projects. It doesn't even feel like you would need it. Right? Like, it doesn't even feel like you would need to ask people like, hey, will you use my thing? I'll give you $1 million. It should be the opposite. They should be coming to you saying like, hey, we need a license to use your stuff and we can't get bottlenecked. Could we please pay you $1 million? Runway is launching the 100 Film Fund, an initiative to help produce and fund as many as 100 short films. You're going to give me $1 million for a short film?
Damn.
Bring it on. And feature-length movies, that use generative AI technology to tell their stories. The funding grants will range from $5,000 to $1 million, and decisions on applications. I mean, I'll take $5,000. And decisions on applications will typically be made within 14 days of submission, according to Runway. The company also is offering up to $2 million in credits to use Runway's generative AI system. I'll take that. Give me something. Interested filmmakers can submit their applications at this link. To evaluate pitches for the fund, Runway has assembled an advisory panel of tech and entertainment leaders. Initial advisors are Jane Rosenthal, film producer and co-founder of the Tribeca Festival, Richard Karras, VP and GM of Media and Entertainment, NVIDIA, which is an investor in Runway, artist, actor, producer, and entrepreneur will.i.am, nobody gives a shit, it's the guy from Outkast, right? Stefan Sonnenfeld, an award-winning film colorist who is co-founder and president of post-production firm Company 3, and Christina Lee Storm, a creative producer who is founder and CEO of Asher XR. What's the catch? Runway co-founder and CEO Chris Valenzuela. Why does that seem weird? Is there another name that sounds a lot like that, but is spelled slightly differently? Why does that feel so weird to me? Anyway, so the co-founder told Variety that there isn't a catch. His company is interested in only promoting AI as a new filmmaking tool for both established and emerging creators. Quote, "This is not about getting your money back," he said. Runway will not have ownership rights to the intellectual property created under the program, nor will the company distribute the finished products, but it hopes to connect participants to buyers through the panel of advisors. We're a software company. Our business is to sell tools, Valenzuela said. Our success will be rooted in our ability to help storytellers make these films. While Runway will strongly advocate using our tools, it will consider film projects that use other generative AI platforms. Wow. God, they really fucking believe in an AI future if they're like willing to pay money for you to use their competitor. We believe that the best stories are yet to be told. and that traditional funding mechanisms often overlook these new visions. The 100 Film Fund is a rolling fund, meaning there's no set total amount for what Runway expects to give out under the program. In an interview, will.i.am, who's the frontman of the Black Eyed Peas, did I say Outcast? I apologize. Yeah, Black Eyed Peas, said he was a user of Runway's AI video tools before he was an investor. He also has invested in other artificial intelligence ventures, including OpenAI, Inflection AI, and Anthropic. Anthropic is the one that makes Claude. What does Inflection AI make?
Never heard of them.
For Runway's 100 Film Fund, will.i.am said he's looking for folks that are breaking the mold. With generative AI, will.i.am said, a storyteller has more time to develop the things you love about film, story, and character development. The technology also provides a new creative canvas for new kinds of narratives, he said. Quote, if we're using AI to do exactly what we did yesterday, that's a poor use of imagination. The dreamers are going to use AI to tell stories differently. To those in Hollywood who have expressed skepticism or fear about AI's role in the creative process, Valenzuela's response is that people should experiment with the tools that are available. Quote, technology and cinema have always been intertwined, he said. This, for us, just represents a new evolution of that. What's up?
Nothing. I was just going, what? Technology and cinema?
What?
Valenzuela said Runway's Lionsgate deal, its first major deal with a Hollywood studio, is separate from the 100 Film Fund. Last week, Lionsgate announced a partnership with Runway that will let filmmakers and other creative talent augment their work using Runway's tool to generate cinematic video. Lionsgate Vice Chair Michael Burns said the studio expects to save millions and millions of dollars. Hello. You okay? Do you need help? Can you plug that in my laptop because it's USB-C?
Okay.
It would therefore be closer to you?
It's okay.
Okay. All right. Lionsgate Vice Chair Michael Burns said that the studio expects to save millions and millions of dollars in production costs, and that several filmmakers are already excited about its potential application to their pre-production and post-production process. The 100 Film Fund represents a step up from Runway AI's Film Festival, which it established in 2022 as a celebration of the art and artists embracing new and emerging AI techniques for filmmaking. So Runway has been doing this since 2022. Damn. I didn't even know it existed back then, I don't think. In 2023 and 2024, do you help? You want to put this somewhere? For me? Okay. You can talk when you're in here. It's all right.
I'm listening to something.
Okay. In 2023 and 2024, the AI Film Festival solicited submissions and selected 10 finalists that were showcased at screenings in New York City and LA, with more than $60,000 in total prizes granted to the winners. This year, Runway partnered with the Tribeca Festival for the AIFF screenings and a panel discussion in New York. New York-based Runway, founded in 2018, God damn, really? Has raised about $250 million in funding to date from investors, including Google, NVIDIA, and Salesforce Ventures. The company's last publicly reported post-money valuation was $1.5 billion. Holy fuck. Damn. Okay. So, trusting AI, I asked ChatGPT what was worth covering on the following articles. So it's ChatGPT's fault if anything is total bullshit. Lionsgate Films partners with AI firm Runway to drive content. Quote, help us utilize AI to develop cutting-edge, capital-efficient content creation opportunities. Whether this will at some point also mean creating digital content using generative AI tools is still in the air. I already feel lost. This collaboration will see Runway develop a new AI model specifically trained on Lionsgate's extensive library of content. Holy shit. This would include popular franchises like John Wick and The Hunger Games. As the entertainment landscape continues to evolve, the potential applications of AI technology in content creation have become a focal point for industry leaders. AI's potential uses have been a major controversy, leading to the second largest strike in the Writers Guild history. You know, it'd be really interesting to see AI finish the VFX on deleted scenes based on, like, for example, you have finished full CG scenes of Iron Man, but you also have scenes where it's Robert Downey Jr. in a green screen suit and you didn't quite, you know, you didn't use it in the movie, so therefore you didn't bother to do all the VFX for it, right? It'd be interesting if you could take the training from the rest of the movie and the thing could do it. You know what I mean? Especially if you could give the AI, if you could upload the 3D model so it understands, generally speaking, what it's supposed to look like in terms of all the details that it might not necessarily see. That could be like a huge advancement in visual effects. Basically, you just make the shots for the trailer. That's all you do. And then the rest of the movie gets powered off of that. You know what I mean? So this underscores the growing interest among studios in leveraging AI for cost-effective production, particularly for projects that typically operate within modest budgets. But this could also spell trouble for those who fear that AI could be used to reduce headcounts as well. It's one reason why last year actors entered into a strike. Though an agreement has been put into place, it seems that for now at least, the ball is rolling towards developing technology for future use. When generative AI came into play, it sparked discussions around the implications for labor in Hollywood, concerns over job security, the potential misuse of actors' likenesses, and legal ramifications surrounding AI-generated content have been hotly discussed topics. Because of this, California Governor Gavin Newsom recently signed a law regulating AI. Time for the shot dog.
This time it was the Amazon Fresh order.
Well, that is on its way. The Whole Foods thing, I got a text about it already.
No, it's already.
Oh, you already got it? Okay. California Governor Gavin Newsom recently signed a law regulating AI performance replicas. Some actors, such as John Wick star Keanu Reeves, have also taken steps to block AI deepfakes and touch up on his projects. According to Deadline, the star has put into contracts that ensure AI wasn't used to alter likeness or his performance. They have picked some of the strangest screenshots to reference Lionsgate. Like, this one makes sense. That one makes sense. This one is okay, right? Because it's like, these are modern films that they've done, right? This one took me for a loop. It's just such an awkward still to use. And then this one, I legitimately, as I was reading up here, I'm like seeing it in my peripheral vision. I thought I was going to read something down here that was going to say AI was used to add a person in this scene. Like this was the before and after or something, or vice versa. And then I realized that it's one long ass shot that happens to have this thing right in the middle of the frame. Anyway. So is AI the future? As studios experiment with AI tools, they face a complex landscape of regulatory and labor issues. However, the enthusiasm from creators remains palpable. Quote, "We're committed to giving artists, creators, and studios the best and most powerful tools to augment their workflows and enable new ways of bringing their stories to life. The history of art is the history of technology, and these new models are part of our continuous efforts to build transformative mediums for artistic and creative expression." So one of the things that you do when you make a movie is your lead actors, and sometimes even more past your lead actors, go into a chamber where they stand in like a T pose, and they get lit from all sorts of different angles, and it captures basically by lighting your face in all these different ways, it is able to create a digital double of you that looks exactly like you. And it does it so well because by taking the lights from all the different angles, it gets an extremely detailed version
Like
of
a
what
depth map.
like a depth map, exactly, right? And it's able to do a very good job.
The
So it'd be
opening
really,
scene of Fall Guy.
yeah. So it'll be really interesting to see if in the future that sort of technology gets trained into a model in order to create scenes that you weren't in, right? In order to use you only for the important stuff, right? Like, oh, we don't need to fly him out for the scene where he's walking on the beach in Jamaica for one scene before he gets the phone call that he needs to return to the force or whatever, because that scene is, not as important as, and also we didn't even go to Jamaica. We just typed it into a computer, right? That kind of stuff, right? So that could be interesting. So what can AI do for the indies? One aspect that isn't often spoken about is how AI, aside from just raw cost cutting, also provides a method for lower budget, often unconnected creators to level the playing field. With prompt-based video creation, concept art, and other uses for generative AI, the technology will also have the potential to provide labor and capital-strapped products an avenue for more fully realize their creative ideas. But no matter what happens, it will be difficult to predict how AI will shape the filmmaking landscape in the long term. All right, I got one more here. This is much shorter. Lionsgate signs deal with AI company Runway, hopes that AI can eliminate storyboard artists and VFX crews. That is a completely different take, isn't it? That didn't get brought up at all previously. The goal is to save money, millions and millions of dollars, according to Lionsgate Studio Vice Chairman Michael Burns, by having filmmakers and creators use its AI model to replace artists in production tasks such as storyboarding. Burns also told the Wall Street Journal that he envisions the tool as a way to eventually replace VFX artists and wants the model to be used to create backgrounds and special effects. Quote, "We do a lot of action movies, so we blow a lot of things up, and that is one of the things Runway does." Runway, it should be noted, is disliked by many members of the creative community and is currently being sued by a group of visual artists for copyright infringement, right? Because the idea is that if you train the stuff on their work and they're mad because now you're going to replace them after you stole their work. Lionsgate provided scant details about what content it will use to train its models or how these materials can be used legally. While Lionsgate is primarily known for its live action content, such as John Wick, Twilight, and The Hunger Games, the full gambit there, huh? The company owns...
They could have mentioned Saw or...
Right, yeah. The company owns over 20,000 titles and has released plenty of animation throughout the years, including Astro Boy, Rock Dog, whatever the fuck that is, Shaun the Sheep movie, and Norm of the North. All right. So what do you guys think about this? Just generally, I guess the most interesting thing about this is that a company has decided to be the first to jump out and say, fuck it, we'll do it. Fuck it, we'll try this, but also the part where like they're offering them $1 million to use it, right? That's pretty incredible, I think.
But still, like practical stuff, I'd rather see practically, Like the digital blood in John Wick sucks.
The what?
The digital blood in John Wick sucks.
Yeah.
So
I will say two things. Number one is that just like with VFX, it's going to get used a lot at first, and then it's going to be used more sparingly later or more intelligently. Meaning, once you realize what the strengths and weaknesses are, you will start to save your budget for where it matters, and you will use your budget to shoot things practically. Because honestly, sometimes it legitimately is cheaper to just shoot something practically, right? And not only that, but other times you'll choose to allocate your budget to the practical thing because you think it matters, right? And so anyway, bottom line is over time, that's where things are going to move in that direction, right? And so the other thing is, if you were to have done the blood effects, in John Wick through a generative AI, it would probably look more realistic than what they did using VFX for it. So that's the thing. See, this is where I'm a little bit apprehensive about this. On the one hand, as a visual effects artist, I'm excited about this because it has the potential to look that much more realistic. I don't know if I still have it in here, but let me see. Damn it. No, I removed it. So the podcast 222, I believe it was, when we covered Vic, when the Farrah stuff first started, right? I used Photoshop's generative AI to ground that picture of Vic into the image I was creating, the collage I was creating of the woman in the car and everything, right? And one of the things that I think it did exceptionally well is when I told it dark alleyway or whatever, it created an alleyway around Vic for which his lighting would make sense. So it actually went out of its way to create an environment where the lighting made sense. I think that for VFX, that has astronomically huge potential, right? But the problem is, if you train, for example, Lionsgate is building a model off of their library of movies. So here's a problem. If you've got a bunch of movies with shit CGI, then the AI output of them is going to look like shit CGI. You know what I mean? Like, what you really need is to fill it exclusively with practical effects or the creme de la creme of CGI, so that the output you get out of it continues to be incredible. Or
yeah, and next thing you know, they're going to have all their new movies which use the AI, training the AI, and then it's going to be a circular pile of garbage.
So the other thing is, like I said, if you are able to put, like, this is where I'd like to see as a VFX artist. I've got my plate, which is like the thing that they shot on camera. I've got my camera tracked to the plate in CGI, in Maya, right? Or in my 3D program of choice. I've got my models in Maya that act either as a stand-in or as a full, thing. I'd like to be able to loosely or fully animate something and then have the AI prompt render out what I'm telling it to do based on the information of what I animated, right? So let's just say, like, you have a shot where Iron Man stands up, turns around, and blasts a hole in a wall. I'd like to be able to have my rigged model of Iron Man that I animate doing all the motion, or I, get like a, a motion capture for it so that it looks authentic. And then when he blasts the wall, I don't have to do like an effect for the blast. I don't have to make, like, the wall he's hitting is a fucking flat plane. I don't even have to build, bricks into it or anything. I just tell it what the things are, and it will generate the effect with believable gravity and all that stuff affecting the debris, and like the clouds of smoke and stuff, things that typically take a lot of effort in order to get them perfect. And that would be, I think, the best use of generative AI in visual effects, is being able to have it be an assist thing. Like, for example, exactly what we're currently doing in Photoshop with generative AI. If you gave me that in the 3D program too, that's the game changer. That's where things give me the ability to control it on top of what it already is able to do. And I think that's where Photoshop's AI generation is better than anything else, because you can do it contextually in the moment in little sectors of it. You can make a collage of a bunch of stuff and then make it feel grounded and working together, because you can spot heal everything and do everything that you could normally do in Photoshop with the addition of the generative AI. So that's what I'm looking forward to seeing, whatever movies Lionsgate makes, to see what they're able to do with it. I'm, for the first time since I graduated, legitimately excited for the future of filmmaking. Which is sad to say, because you'd think that right after I graduate, I'd be excited about it, but I lost all interest in movies. Okay,
Rip.
So let's see, what do we got here in the chat? I accidentally scrolled up all the way looking for the top of the brand, but I was still in the chat window. Okay, let's see. Runway sponsored by NVIDIA. These are the kinds of grants that gave us Dustborn. Called it The Smells of NVIDIA.
Do we just have to say we're the new porn in our movie?
So this isn't a grant, though, in the sense that the grants given to Dustborn were taxpayer funded. This is from the company. Like, this is the company offering money to people to use their service. And basically what they're doing is...
does sound like a grant, but it just wouldn't be.
Yeah, but the difference is that when the government gives you a grant for wokeness, it's not the same thing as a company who is legitimately trying to give money to people to start using the service that they offer, so that it will become popularized and more people will use it. In that situation, you're going to be a lot more selective. You're going to try to give it specifically to people who are going to use your product in a good way and make you more money, rather than what they did with Dustborn, which was waste millions of dollars of taxpayer money.
Well, I mean, the thing with governments is no one's held accountable if your quote unquote investment goes tits up, right? Mm-hmm. It's a bunch of idiots in a building playing around with public money. They don't give a shit, so they can spend it however they want. No accountability. Yeah. But with the Runway grant, right? Mm-hmm. That's an actual company's money, so they are worried about investments, and they think that the investment of paying that money will be something that will pay off for them and getting more exposure to their product, right? So, but I mean, that doesn't mean that those movies will be good. They could still be shit movies.
Sorry.
Also, in general, I would expect that governments are more picky about being inclusive with their grants, as opposed to Runway, which would probably be more utilitarian.
Sure. 100%.
With their selection, and make sure, because they also, in theory, they wouldn't want to like back a shit movie if it's just going to be like, if they can see the writing on the wall, if they think it was going to be good and then it doesn't turn out, yeah, fine. But like, they don't want their product to be associated with crap.
Yeah, and from what we read, it sounds as though Runway, or at least Will.i.am specifically, is really interested in giving grants to people who have exciting new ideas versus people who are like, well, if you give me the money, I can make a movie I've always wanted to make, and I don't have to pay for it. Right, and I'm going to use your AI.
Another Planet is worthy, if you ask us.
I 100% agree. We will be the first one to use Runway just to do a hentai. I think that $1 million is as good as ours.
give the people what they want. Uncensored hentai.
I've been meaning to bring up, like, with all these companies like Sweet Baby having problems, right? And with Concord's devs having financial issues and then needing to be sold. And there's another example, but anyway, that happened recently. I can't remember. I meant to bring up this idea of like, when you're like a novice, or like you're just when you don't know anything, right? Like it's easy to think in your head, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start a company and we're gonna get a grant from the government, and that grant's gonna be $1 million. Cool. And we're gonna start our company. And then I'm gonna obviously, because I'm the CEO or whatever, I'm the founder, I'm gonna be the CEO. So obviously I need like a $200,000 salary, obviously. So out of that $1 million, I'm going to give myself $200,000 a year. It's going to take 3 years. Oh, that's
600,000.
2/3 of our fucking salary of our grant is just spent on my salary. And then, we don't have any money to spend on anything else, So like that idea of like business isn't in their genes, so they're just like spending money on themselves because they think they deserve it, right? So I honestly think that's part of the reason that a lot of these companies are just underwater and just wasting tons of money is I think there's an entitlement to like a salary when it's like that's not how businesses should be run. If you start a company, like your payout should come at the end of everything, right?
The truth is that a company that makes $1 million is actually not doing that well, usually. Like the concept is, I think, building on what you're saying, there's like a perception that $1 million is a lot of money, right? It's a lot of money to an individual. It is not a lot of money to a company. Right.
Well, it depends on
Therefore,
what
you should donate your $1 million, the small loan of $1 million to our podcast.
But I'm just saying, like, the perception is like, because especially the type of people in the Sweet Baby Inc. crowd and all that stuff are the eat the rich type, right? Like they feel entitled to money. They don't like that other people have it. They don't realize the work that went into getting it for other people. And so they are bitter about it, right?
Well, and you see the same thing with BLM, right? With all of the fucking BLM organizations, the first thing they did was pay themselves. How do we make sure that we get this money, right? We're going to buy a house that's $6 million. Why?
Yeah.
Well, because we need a house, obviously.
Yeah,
you don't need a $6 million house, right?
And so, and that's the perspective of I started a business, a consultancy firm, right? And so we are bringing in millions of dollars, so therefore I deserve untold millions of dollars, right? And it's
well, I mean, in my thought, they're not even bringing in millions of dollars. They're getting grants for this, for this potential of earning millions of dollars.
But I'm just saying from their perspective, like the perspective they have on how business works, right? And so they start getting money from the grants and everything, and then the extortion money, right? And so their perspective on it is, oh well, of course I'm going to go out and buy a Ferrari now. Like I'm a CEO, I need one, all that kind of stuff. So I agree. I mean, we're a little kind of off topic here, but I do agree with the sentiment that that the perspective in the entitlement definitely shines through with these sorts of things, and I definitely think it's a problem.
Yeah, I think that's the attitude that gives you stuff like Dustborn.
Yeah, it's also the attitude that allows horrible things to go unchecked, right? Like we talked about Concord with their toxic positivity, right? The concept of bad decisions are being made on a daily basis at the company, but nobody's allowed to call them out as bad decisions because of the toxic positivity problem, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that that's the same thing with the, I'm running a business, right? And I deserve this money. And also what I say goes because I'm the boss, right? So if anybody challenges me, you're either fired or, basically you don't challenge me kind of thing. So there's definitely, I think, that aspect of things for sure as well. And I think that grants have a really negative effect on small businesses, especially because part of becoming a business owner is literally doing the work, right? You were sort of talking about like, oh, I got a grant of $1 million. I'm a CEO now. I should get $200,000 a year. So like in reality, most people who start a business from the ground up, they pay themselves last, right? Like
Yeah,
their
that's what I was
employees get
getting at.
paid. Yeah. So like
You should always pay yourself last as the owner.
Yeah. And so like when, for example, let's say you the shipment of your product is not going to get to the place on time for one reason or another. It's the business owner who goes and rents a U-Haul, loads that shit on the truck, drives it cross country all night, right? It's that guy. He earns that paycheck at the end of the day because the effort that was necessary to keep a business from going under is tremendous, right? And so what sort of we're experiencing in the grant world is the get rich quick, right? Like it happens quickly. It happens almost immediately, right? When all of a sudden a handout is given to you that makes your company quote unquote profitable, right? And this is the problem, is that a company's worth, like the value of the company, comes from the product or the service that they provide. And so if you get a warped perspective of your company, if all of a sudden money's coming in, but the service didn't earn that money, it was a handout, right? And that has a significant psychological effect on people, especially as to in a false sense of security as to whether or not their company is a good idea. And I think right now, this year, especially in the gaming world, we're seeing a lot of these studios that are basically falling to the wayside and will shut down because their perspective is that they're doing good work, when in reality, the only thing that's been keeping them alive all this time are ESG grants and stuff of that nature, right? Yeah. And sadly, due to diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, we also have companies that did earn it who are now falling to the wayside and like completely collapsing because they enabled, they brought people in to the company who allowed it to fall into the trap that a new company that we were sort of just discussing could fall into, because they gave the position to people who didn't earn it. Right. And so by not earning it, not experiencing what it takes to actually keep a business afloat, and having your finger on the pulse of the audience or the consumer, and being able to understand precisely what their wants and needs and whatever are, it allows these companies to just completely destroy themselves, because the people that get put in charge of these important decision-making things are completely ill-equipped for the job. Anyway, Kutsu says smells like NVIDIA. So Andre 3000 is the Outcast front. Yeah, my mistake. Good thing it's Will.i.am and not Diddy. Well, they fund adult films. These are what make or break new tech. Yeah, well,
new tit.
Well, whether they are or not, I'm sure it'll be happening. They could boast that no humans were trafficked in the making of their film. I like this idea.
What you were saying earlier was kind of reminding me of how some YouTubers blow up way too quickly, and they're still like, they have really bad equipment and everything, and then next thing you know, they probably spent all their money irresponsibly because all the checks came in, and then once they experience the first like January or whatever the low season is, they're like, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing.
So I think
start a Patreon.
I think Duo kind of fits into that category a little bit, where for the effort that Duo puts into his content, he's got like a force multiplier coming in for the output, right? Like he puts in a little bit of effort and produces content that like the algorithm just fucking loves, right? And he gets he blows up quickly. Like his content, he'll start a brand new channel, not tell anybody that it's him, right? And rebrand everything, become a whole different YouTuber, and seemingly overnight reaches 100K subscribers or whatever. And then once he gets there, he panics and starts a new channel. Right? Like I just I feel like he's suffering in the same sort of way. It's like because he's been blessed with content that the algorithm likes, like, and he just whatever he's excited for and wants to produce content on is just the exact right thing that YouTube needs at that moment. Has given him that similar trajectory where like I don't know. I just know a lot of people who would never give up the channel that they made. Whereas I don't think Duo realizes how valuable everything he's produced is, to the point where he'll just like, nah, I'm going to start over. Right.
Speaking of Duo, did you shout out his game
I have
demo
not
yet?
Maybe we
I've
do
linked
that
you in
tonight.
StreamYard.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's include that tonight when we get there. Anyway, also we should definitely get Duo to come back for when we finally actually talk about Steins Gate Zero.
Steins Gate.
For those of you guys who've been with us a long time, we covered the original Steins Gate in podcast 35, and Duo joined us for that. Anyway, where was I in the chat? Here we go. Remember Google Gemini? It lied about history, people. Okay. CG already made it hard for people to separate fantasy from reality. You think the T-1000 exists since it is in a live action movie. Do you think it exists, Luigi? I bet Bruce Willis could still be working if they used AI. Well,
I don't think so. It's a cognitive thing.
I don't think Bruce Willis could still be working, but AI Bruce Willis could be working.
It's not the same.
Based, I can't wait for the first AI created horror movies. Yeah. Artists cope. They never mention the amount of artists that did consent, and that it's way more than enough for the AI. Hands down. And this is again, I mean, I am a broken record at this point. There are two types of people in the world: collectivists and individualists. Individualists are people who look at, a problem and attack it head on. Like people who, if you want to do something with your life, you get up and you fucking do it, right? And you put in the effort. If you want to get to the top of YouTube or whatever, then you learn how to do that grind, and you work day in and day out, and you make that happen. A collectivist is a person who doesn't actually want to put in the work necessary or the effort necessary. It's like one of those things. The joke when a college student goes up to the teacher and is like, I would do anything to pass your class. And the professor says, would you study? Right. like the idea is
anything for an A.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the idea is that a person needs to actually want what they claim to want versus, wanting to be able to lazily get the outcome without the work, right? And most artists like myself, like I look at the future of what I will be able to do and enhance the artwork that I do. And I'm excited by the value that the AI is going to bring me, right? Other artists, especially artists who actually don't have, I don't know what it is about artists, but whenever you ask on, or you see threads on Twitter of people asking for artist recommendations or whatever, like I want to get some artwork done. If you do commissions, hit me up. The flood of overly confident, terrible fucking artists that come in, like you will never even see the good artists because there are billions of terrible artists. Look like they work in MS Paint doing the Neon Cat. What is that? Was that that old shitty anime YouTube video? The Neko Neon Cat. Not that one. I'm talking about like it's like an anime style. Duo did a video on it. Do you remember that, Funum?
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it.
I'm just saying that the thing is that a lot of artists they recognize that as soon as if they were smart, they would look at the advent of AI and say, finally, I'm going to be able to bridge the gap between artists I can't touch. But what they do instead is, no, nobody can have AI. Then they're all going to be better than me, right? And that's effectively where we're at, right? And this is what I mean by the individualist for the collectivist, is that the individualist goes it alone and is willing to do the hard work. The collectivist says, no, I'll never catch up to the individualist. Therefore, I need to get together with a bunch of other lazy asses and make it so that add weight to the individualist in order for me to catch up or get ahead. Or in the case of, the universal basic income, minimum wage increase, all those things like that sort of thing is about, I can't compete. Therefore, I have to combine my efforts with other people to bring you down so that we can get ahead. Right?
Did I ever bring up the law of nature I observed when it comes to artists you're looking for commission? All of the good ones are they don't have commissions open, or even if they somehow did, it's like they're so unbelievably big and expensive that it's like out of the question. And then the ones that you can do, that you can get a hold of, they're not quite hitting the mark. So you're always screwed. That's just...
It's got to be a good diss to throw at any artist that you're like in a beef with, right? Your art's not good enough for AI to scan.
I hope. Damn. I certainly, whenever somebody's like, AI should, I didn't give consent for AI to use it. Like, I sincerely hope they didn't train it on your content, right? Like,
that's basically the Sargon. Like, I wouldn't even rape her or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like I wouldn't even train my AI on your. I wouldn't even steal your art.
Right. Yeah. You have a hard time separating fantasy from reality. I know you will. Referring to the cool 2C. That has happened to people when CG is used over live action. Luigi, when they first invented film cameras, one of the first things that they shot was a train on a train track, and they put the camera on the tracks so that as the train came, it went over the camera, and they put onto a projector in a movie theater before movie theaters existed in front of an audience. They projected that onto a screen, and the audience dove out of the way because they thought this train was going to hit them. Okay? This is not a AI CGI thing. This is generally advancement in technology is scary to people. Where are the artists coming out against the altering of Toriyama's work? Well, there are some. Because they lie as artists when they support AI. I don't know why that's a reply to the Kotusi. I use AL, you mean AI, for thumbnail for some of my content I make. Yeah, dude, Grok is incredible. I just started using that. I love Grok because you can actually tell it to give you a picture of Bill Gates, and it gives you a picture of Bill Gates. If you use anything else, it's like, you want a guy in a sweater? Okay, here's a guy who might be copyright-free Bill Gates. Like,
what's the new one?
Which one?
The new AI that's like really good that everyone's bitching about. Give me a sec, I'll find it.
Well, Grok just came out with Grok 2. I haven't tested that yet.
No. This is an open source one that I'm talking about.
Okay, I'm going to skip over any talk about Precure. Money printing causes the exact same phenomenon AC is describing. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe I don't know what Rhys meant, actually. Sorry. Oh. Ed Sheeran doesn't make art, he makes cheese.
Flux, that's what it's called.
To look like a blue. Oh, Flux is the new like Stable Diffusion alternative, right?
Yeah.
My brother-in-law is talking about installing a I don't know what the term for it would be, like a network or something where we would be able to run through Google Colab. Like, we're going to pipe things up into that and then back to our computers so that we can do AI without any issues here. Like, everything will be run off of a server.
Yeah.
You have to pay for that, but you like pay per whatever.
Sargon cucked on that quote? What? Okay.
No, he's cused.
Cused, yeah.
we have an update before we move on.
Okay.
Rhys update. In the gaming channel.
In the games channel, yeah. I was gonna wait until we got to games before I said anything. But
what? May as well do it now, Rhys.
Oh.
Fine.
Sounds as though okay, hold on, I gotta fuck. Look what you've done to me.
I was under a false impression because it let me boot it up. But I was like, why does it even let me boot it up? In the first place. At all. So stupid.
You know what this tells me, Rhys?
It's so confusing.
You know what this, you've
you
outed
are,
yourself.
in fact, retarded.
But like, what? No other game lets me boot it up without the cartridge.
You, sir, have outed yourself. You know what this means? That you have never once played this game.
I could boot it up.
Not once have you actually played the game. You stuck it in your system, you installed it for whatever reason, and then you chose to never play it.
To the main menu because
I don't even hold on. I'm still not quite sure what I'm looking at here.
So the shopping cart means you have to buy it to play it. Is that what it's saying?
Yeah, without the cart in, this is this camp, and this is with the cart in.
Yeah.
Cartridge.
No shopping cart.
I'm talking about the cart icon. Let's not get people confused.
Okay. Sorry. So the cartridge is out of the system in the first picture. In the second picture, the cartridge is in the system.
But
in the first picture with the cartridge out, it shows a shopping basket because you have to purchase the campaign still.
I'm with
the second picture.
It is still weird that it lets you get all the way to this part of the game.
Right. That's why I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
The reason is because that it allows you to download the multiplayer separate. Because the multiplayer isn't on the cartridge.
I am so thrilled with the amount of wasted time on this. So
it's like Halo Infinite, how you can get the multiplayer for free or whatever.
Like Halo
and then
Infinite.
If you want the campaign, though, it does have it in the menu, but it's like, oh, you gotta buy it, bitch.
Yes.
I was not aware of this. I'm sorry I wasted everybody's time. Thank you, Randy, for informing me of my retardation.
Thank you for thoroughly reaming him.
You would have found this out if you just played the game once. Literally once.
But I still didn't understand why it could. But with you bringing up the multiplayer thing, it makes sense now. I didn't know about that. I did not know anything about that.
All right,
Rhys, why do you buy games and not play them?
Oh,
I didn't play this one yet because I'm not done with the first 2016 Doom yet.
I feel partially personally attacked by that.
Seriously, I'm a collector, not a gamer.
Well, I
games
expect
that I
your
don't play all the
dildo
time.
collection to increase sizably by next week if you're not someone who uses the things.
You have to think about that one for a little bit.
I'm just wondering how many women there are that are dildo collectors, but they keep them in the package and they never use them.
Remember that one lady that had like 1,000 dildos in her room?
The dildo collection?
Like Belle Delphine and Moist Critical having a competition to who had the biggest dildo collection?
Wow. I'm looking for a specific comment, and I'm shocked.
This is a PSA Gem Mint dildo that I got, and it's Bowser shaped or whatever that's called.
A copyrighted trademark Bowser dildo.
Okay, I got it.
Remember, it is canon,
Cool.
the shape, because what is it? Nintendo did that stupid
Yep.
copy.
They DMCA'd Bowser's penis. All right. So James Cameron,
They leaked.
James Cameron joins the board of Stability AI in coup for tech firm. The director says that, quote, the intersection of generative AI and CGI image creation is the next wave of film technology, as he joins the company behind the popular Stable Diffusion AI model. It's crazy to me. Where did they get money? How does the business model of Stability AI work?
So, I'm not sure beforehand. I'm sure they've gotten a lot of grants, but okay. Well, first of all, I'll say this. So, him joining the company is not a coup. The company has self-imploded.
Yeah,
and it is the ship of a Theseus right now. Like hardly anyone that originally started Stability AI is still there. Most of them have all left and are working on Flux or on was it Midjourney or I don't know. They've all gone to other places anyway.
Well, hold up. It is a coup because he's the one who made the whole films about AI bad. It's going to take over, and now he's like, I might as well join.
No, he's been supportive of AI. He did the AI upscaling, and when people complained that it looked like shit, he said, "Get out of your basement, you dumbasses."
Yeah. I've
So-
been sitting on that for a while.
I don't know. I don't think he's against AI, but anyway, so I don't think
I'm
it's
just
a coup
saying the
because
lore reason. I believe
Okay.
obviously because he's part of the board.
He's saying that now James Cameron, knowing the danger of Skynet, wants to run it.
he basically found a dead body on the floor and was like, "I'll put the skin on." That's what he did. So to answer your question, for Stability AI, how they are making money, I don't think they were. I think they got a bunch of grants, and then they realized, oh shit, our open model, while it's good for the community, it's great that they released this all
Spectacular for the
amazing.
community. Yeah.
But for the company, it was really bad because they didn't make any money.
No money.
And because they've been releasing different models throughout the year, and so when they released Stable Diffusion 3, well, they released Stable Diffusion 2. It was heavily censored. People didn't like that. Then they released Stable Diffusion 2.1. It was a little better, and then the community trained a bunch of additional stuff on top of that to make it now less censored. But then they released Stable Diffusion 3. And when they released Stable Diffusion 3, they added this new license to Stable Diffusion 3 where it was like, you can't use this for commercial purposes. If you're using it for commercial purposes, you have to pay for a license. And the license was a subscription model where you paid monthly, and that gave you so many generations per month. And if you wanted more than that, you had to pay more. And all these stupid other things. And basically the community said, fuck you. And no one uses Stable Diffusion 3 because that's literally idiotic. Why would we do that? So the company the company was already on its last legs in terms of like employees staying there when they released Stable Diffusion 3. So that was 4 or 5 months ago now. I can't imagine that they have any money or that they're doing literally anything. So, okay, he's on the board. Great. Like you're the board of a dead body. Good for you.
Yeah,
it's kind of like how Reggie Fils-Aimé went on the board of GameStop, and it's like, okay, GameStop is a dying company, and now I mean they did have their meme shit, and that was funny, but like what's GameStop doing recently?
Closing down a large portion of their stores and switching to selling retro games and consoles.
Yeah, we'll see how good that works out.
Randy, where did you get the new Zelda game?
I bought it from GameStop. Yep, I did. I try and support them, but I understand that they are going down the toilet.
All right. So as we are currently nearly an hour and 40 minutes, and we're still in opening discussions. Let's just finish this. In a major coup for the artificial intelligence company Stability AI.
This is why we're an hour.
In a major coup for the artificial intelligence company, Stability AI says that Avatar, Terminator, and Titanic. Okay, that makes more sense. Will join its board of directors. Stability AI is the firm that developed the Stable Diffusion text-to-image generative AI model, an image and video-focused model that is among those being closely watched by many in Hollywood, particularly in the visual effects industry. Yep, that's me, 100%. In fact, Stability AI CEO Prem Akkaraju is no stranger to the business, having previously served as CEO of visual effects firm Weta Digital. Sean Parker, the former president of Facebook and founder of Napster, also recently joined the AI firm as executive chairman. As a director, Cameron has long been eager to push the boundaries of what is technologically possible in filmmaking. Anyone who has seen the Terminator franchise knows that he is also familiar with the pitfalls of technology run amok. He was among the earliest directors to embrace the potential of computer-generated visual effects, and he continued to use his films, most recently Avatar: The Way of Water, to move the entire field forward. I spent my career seeking out emerging technologies that push the very boundaries of what's possible, all in the service of telling incredible stories. I was at the forefront of CGI over 3 decades ago, and I've stayed on the cutting edge since. Now, the intersection of generative AI and CGI image creation is the next wave. The convergence of these two totally different engines of creation will unlock new ways for artists to tell stories in ways we could have never imagined. Stability AI is poised to lead this transformation. I'm delighted to collaborate with Sean, Prem, and the Stability AI team as they shape the future of all visual media. In a statement of his own, Akuraju framed the role as a transformative one for the company, which is among a number of firms attempting to harness the power of generative AI for use in creative fields. Quote, James Cameron lives in the future and waits for the rest of us to catch up. Stability AI's mission is to transform visual media for the next century by giving creators a full stack AI pipeline to bring their ideas to life. We have an unmatched advantage to achieve this goal with a technological and creative visionary like James at the highest levels of our company. This is not only a monumental statement for Stability AI, but the AI industry overall. Stability AI raised $80 million earlier this year in conjunction with the appointment of Akuraju as CEO and the addition of Parker as executive chairman. Quote, James Cameron is a legend, both for his artistic vision as a filmmaker and his role as a pioneering technologist. Having an artist of his caliber with a seat at the table marks the start of a new chapter for Stability AI. We're incredibly excited by the limitless potential for creative collaboration between generative media platforms and the artistic community. Hollywood has a love-hate relationship with AI technology. On the one hand, companies are embracing the tech, with Lionsgate inking a deal this month, Runway, blah, blah, blah. NBC used AI tools to create an AI-generated Al Michaels during this year's Paris Olympics. Oh, okay. Don't know about that or care or know who that is. On the other hand, many creatives and Hollywood firms have either sued or threatened to sue some AI companies over fears that they train their models on the content without permission. Ooh, boo-hoo. Okay. So I've got something else to look at here. Kotu T had previously said, will they fund adult films? Those are what make or break new tech. Let's talk about adult films. Man arrested for creating child porn using AI. He's facing 20 counts of obscenity. Florida man, of course. A Florida man is facing 20 counts of obscenity for allegedly creating and distributing AI-generated child pornography, highlighting the danger and ubiquity of generative AI being used for nefarious reasons. Philip Michael McCorkle was arrested last week while he was working at a movie theater in Vero Beach, Florida. A crew from the TV station, of course I should have read that, according to TV station CBS 12 News. A crew from the TV station captured the arrest, which made for dramatic video footage due to law enforcement leading away the uniform-wearing McCorkle from the theater in handcuffs. The investigation kicked off after Indian River County Sheriff's Office received tips that McCorkle was prompting an AI image generator to make child sexual imagery and distributing it via the social media app Kik. McCorkle's arrest was part of a county operation taking down people possessing child pornography. But the generative AI wrinkle in this particular arrest shows how technology is generating new avenues for crime and child abuse. It's not child abuse if a child is not abused. So I think
I don't know if Random 11 said it ages ago, but isn't it like because of what it's based off of or something? I don't know.
So okay.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well,
you train the model on something, right?
So no. He previously, before you joined the call, and like before the show started, we were discussing. I don't know if it's this same guy or if it's a separate case where this happened, but there was a guy who was making real people's kids into generative AI porn, right? Like that was the thing that he was doing, was taking the likeness of an actual living, breathing child, right?
And sexualizing
I don't believe that this guy is particularly doing this. And look, not to defend, pedophilia or anything of the sort. Like it should be condemned whole cloth. There is a significant problem with banning freedom of speech because you have a knee-jerk reaction of associating the freedom of speech with something that should be condemned, right? And this is just a problem that I see, all the time where, for example, when you there's much speculation that the reason porn was banned on Tumblr is because Tumblr actually had a huge child porn problem. But the problem is, and obviously the solution isn't to let it run rampant. I'm not suggesting that at all. But the problem is that when you ban porn on Tumblr, the people on Tumblr just find a new place to live. So all of a sudden, porn gets banned on Tumblr, and then a community calling themselves Maps shows up on Twitter, right? And the problem is that you don't solve problems by sweeping things under the rug so that you no longer see them, right? As I've advocated many times, right? I don't want to have child sex dolls existing, but I can at least recognize that just because people don't like the idea that they exist and they associate it with pedophilia doesn't mean that it's actually a good thing to ban those things, for the reason I've expressed many times, in that if a person is attracted to children, it's better for them to have an outlet that does not harm a child than to withhold that outlet to the point where they do then harm a child, right? So in this particular situation, while we can agree that it's disgusting, the fact that a child is not being harmed means that if you were to try to thought police people on the grounds of preventing generative AI from being used to create things that you may associate with child porn, you then create a vacuum that is filled by people actually kidnapping kids, trafficking them, filming them, and putting them in harm's way, right? Now, look, I understand that there is an aspect of this where by having a zero tolerance policy, the thought process behind it is that if generative AI depictions of children in sexual activity creates, what would you even call it? Creates future pedophiles, let's say, like a person is exposed
demand.
to it. Yeah, I guess you could argue it that way. Like you could phrase it that way. There is an argument to be made that the reason it should be banned is due to the fact that it could create people who the quantity of pedophiles grows, and therefore the risk to children grows. Would probably be the simplest way to put it, right? So I do fully understand that, but the problem is that when people haven't committed a crime and when things are not actually victimizing people, it is dangerous to then punish people for not committing crimes, right? Because it is a slippery slope that ends with totalitarianism, right? So anyway, we'll read the rest of this, and I'm sure that this will go to trial, and that'll be interesting to see how it turns out, right? Because being arrested, right? Arrested is one thing. Getting locked up forever is another thing, right? Or even just serving time for it, right? It'll be interesting to see how the actual court has to argue, that these generative images are somehow abuse of a child, which is what the article went on to basically say, right?
Well,
it shows how the technology is generating new avenues for crime and child abuse. Right.
The thing that you got to remember is most likely, I mean, whether or not he takes a plea deal or whether or not he gets convicted, those are two separate things. Although I would argue that in any case like this, it's probably a lot easier to get convicted by a jury or whatever. So he probably will go for a trial. But if he does get convicted and they want to challenge it to the Supreme Court, which in First Amendment issues, it should probably get challenged. We'll find out the answer in 10 years, right?
Yeah.
And in that meantime, the guy will probably be in jail.
Oh yeah, 100%. And again, obviously.
Well, actually, who the fuck knows? They're like, I don't know about in the States, but in the UK, they're fucking convicting pedophiles over there and sentencing them to like 2 months in jail. So
2 months, yeah.
Maybe he won't be in jail.
As we discussed a couple of podcasts ago, it literally lands you more jail time to say it's okay to be white in the UK than to have molested children.
Jeez.
Like the justice system in the UK is so fucking backwards. And again, this is part of the reason that I am, cautious about this particular topic is that because again, what is saying it's okay to be white, if not a First Amendment issue, right? Like how is this not recognized as being something where your right to say something that has not harmed anyone and in itself is not even a controversial statement. You're not arguing that it's white supremacy. You're not arguing that being white is the greatest thing in the world. You're not arguing anything like that. You are simply advocating that it is not a sin or problem to be white. And if you can't even make that argument, you can't even utter that statement, we have serious fucking problems, right?
Yeah.
So similarly, the new technology is generating new avenues for crime and child abuse. Like, fucking cut that shit off right now. That is not true.
Well, was it generative AI? Like, obviously, like, it shouldn't just outright be banned, but it's like anything else, like, say, the internet, it's a wide open forum and it can do evil, but just do it on the case-by-case basis of, like, when you catch someone misusing it in the the inappropriate way, then by all means, like,
yeah. Well, I think one of the issues with generative AI in this sense is that a prompt can be written in 10 seconds, right? And an image can be generated in 1 minute. You know what I mean? Depending on how good your computer is, maybe even 2 seconds. You know what I mean?
On your way into prison.
Well, but I'm just saying that you could produce significant amounts of things that the danger here, I think, is that first of all, nobody really wants to see this stuff, right? Other than the people generating it, right? If you give people I do not think that any laws should stop you from typing a prompt in, no matter what the prompt is. Even if it's like Hitler raping a giraffe while doing the limbo underneath Satan's ball sack or whatever, right?
Like Twitter grok now and see what happens.
There should not be a limitation on that, right? Because just hands down, an image being generated is not hurting anyone. Unless, and this is where the other story we were talking about becomes a problem, we already have laws against revenge porn. So if you create porn, using generative AI of real people, yeah, that becomes a problem because it diminishes your reputation, right? It affects how people view you. Because not everybody who sees this, especially how good AI has gotten in recent years, right? In recent weeks even,
And there's someone that can be victimized by it, right?
Yeah, and people. I mean, we've all seen like the TikTok of the granny watching somebody playing Grand Theft Auto and believing that the news report in Grand Theft Auto is actually real because the graphics are decent enough that a person, an old grandma whose eyes aren't quite what they used to be, could see it and believe that it's actually happening, that a car is running down a bunch of people or whatever. You know what I mean?
So I generally think that, the whole revenge porn thing should probably be illegal. But then you start getting into like, well, what about people who do parody porn videos like that Sarah Palin video?
So I would
does
say
that count as revenge porn?
I would say
it looked like the person looks pretty close to Sarah Palin, and some people might actually think that Sarah Palin was in a porn video.
I think Lisa Ann doesn't look quite like.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll put it this way.
Well, especially if you don't really know what Sarah Palin looks like, you kind of like see her occasionally, and then you see the porn video. And
I think a good example of this is the concept that people believed Sarah Palin said, "I can see Russia from my house." Right? Tina Fey said that on Saturday Night Live, dressed as Sarah Palin, making fun of her. What she actually said was, in her home state of Alaska, you can see parts of Russia from Alaska, which is true. The Bering Strait is only like 5 miles wide, and from parts of Alaska, you can actually see the land that is Russia. It's not a very interesting part of Russia, but it's honestly true, right? And when Sarah Palin said that, she was trying to bring it home that like Russia's a lot closer than you think of, because when you look at a map and they put America on the left and Russia all the way on the right, you don't realize that when that's on a globe, they're fucking basically touching, right?
Damn.
And Alaska is all the way up in the corner away from the continental United States.
So that's where they put all the missile silos, right?
So the point is that in that situation, a lot of people believe that's a quote from Sarah Palin, and they mock her and act like she's an idiot. And I don't know, I'm not arguing one way or the other that she's smart or not, but this is an example of a parody that is overtaking reality, right? Now, when it comes to revenge porn, the way I look at it is like this. If you take a naked picture of yourself and you send it to someone, or you allow somebody else,
open letter to the internet,
or you allow somebody else to take a photo of you in a provocative or sexual manner, right? You have provided consent to that person. You have not provided consent to anybody else. So when you break up and that person then puts your compromising image on the internet, that's where you can see the breach of consent, right? That you've consented for them to see it. Oh, that's interesting. But you've consented for them to see it, but not for others, right? Now, when it comes to what the parody thing, that's completely different, because there always be complete fucking morons in the world who believe things are real. I mean, fucking goddamn. My father-in-law watched a documentary on mermaids with some of the worst fucking what do you call it? First-hand eye reenactment.
It was on the History Channel.
Yeah.
Or
and
Discovery. It was on like a channel you would not expect.
The CGI was fucking terrible and obviously fake, but they did it in like a found footage style. And I mean, he was hook, line, and sinker convinced mermaids existed.
Dude, I used to think those dinosaur documentaries were like footage from the real, like, real dinosaurs. Because the BBC had such good CG back in the day. Like,
okay, well, that's different. But no, I don't feel bad. That, although if he stayed around for one of the commercial breaks, it would have been a clear. But because they did run disclaimers.
Welcome back to our CG adventure.
Unfortunately, those did not dissuade his opinion. But the point is that there's always going to be people who will believe whatever they see or whatever, right? There's plenty of flat earthers and whatnot on the internet.
So the thing is, like, okay, so if I paint a picture of my girlfriend or whatever in the nude,
Freddy has a girlfriend.
She's painted just as imaginary as my girlfriend. And does that count as revenge porn?
Is your girlfriend by chance named Hatsune Miku?
Yeah.
Is your girlfriend in your room with you right now?
So I think
no. But so if I paint a picture, like, does that count as revenge porn?
Yeah, well, this is the
thing. If I paint it extremely deep, like if I go insanely realistic and share like a low quality picture so you can't see the mistakes and that would tell that it's a painting, like the difference between a photograph and a painting is just a skill issue.
AI generating a nude body from
this is what I'm getting at, right? Where is the line between, well, I did a stick figure doodle of a girl and I named it, Alanis Morissette, versus a highly detailed painting versus an AI generation, right? Where's the line in what is good and what is not good, right? Certainly the stick figure of Alanis Morissette with stick figure boobs is not going to get me in trouble. At some point, does it get me in trouble, or are all of these fine because they're not real? Right? I don't know.
All right, let me so I think and this is one of the things is that it's so difficult to actually
and then the question becomes, what age is my stick figure and what age is the painting and what age is the AI render, right? If we're saying that AI generations can be classed as child porn, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if I generate an image that, while she's 18, right? Okay. My stick figure is 18. My painting is of her when she's 18. My AI render is of her when she's 18. We can't, maybe according to you, it looks like, well, she looks younger than 18 in that picture. Okay, well, we can't ID her. Right? This isn't a real photo of her. Mm. This isn't a real drawing of her. So it's not like, well, we know that this picture was taken on this date and therefore we know she was this age. Like, we can't do that. So how are we going to then say that this is going to be not okay? That is a question. I legitimately don't know. Obviously there's a line, right? Obviously if we get too young, it's like, whoa, okay, this is problematic. This shouldn't exist. Now, whether or not you want it to be the same crime as, like, maybe we stuck out a new crime, right? A lesser crime than actual, like, owning and creating child porn. Yeah. I don't think generating an AI picture should be the same as taking a kid from their parent and forcing them to have sex with people on camera. I don't think
100% agree.
Should be equivalent.
So let me address.
Both of them are creating child porn, though, right?
Yes. Well, let me address some of the arguments you made here. So first of all, obviously, when you say if I painted a nude photo of my girlfriend, right? The question is your art
AC needs to watch out for the mistress.
Is your art skill finger paint worthy, or are you painting works that are so hyper realistic that many people actually think they are photographs because they're that fucking detailed?
Yeah.
Right? Like, if you're painting a picture, especially a sexually provocative picture, and you used detail to this degree, to the point where it actually ceases, I mean, fucking look at the line work on this thing.
Well, and then also, like, you share an image of this, like, resolution down a JPEG on Twitter. Mm-hmm. Are you going to be able to tell that that's a painting?
Precisely, right? I mean, if you lower this enough, maybe. But yeah, so I 100% agree. I think that if somebody sends you an unsolicited nude, I think it's different than if you take the photo of them with their consent. When it comes to a painting, I personally don't think a painting should fit into this category of revenge porn.
Also, we have tons of Renaissance paintings of naked children.
Mm-hmm.
Are those all illegal?
I mean, you've got tons of National Geographic issues that have photos of tribes with naked children all over them. There's a famous photo of a naked Japanese girl running away from the atomic blast, right? Like she got out of a bathtub and ran away, kind of thing. You know, there's plenty of, like, children being naked is nothing new. You know what I mean? The concept here, there's a distinct difference between there's a distinct difference between a nude image of a child and child pornography.
Yes, I suppose.
Right? Just so we're
There's
clear.
also a difference between Goku penis and hentai penis.
Yes, a hentai penis is attached to a food. Right?
Well, it's also blurred, right?
That's what I mean. Like, Goku's dick is like, that's fine to be completely uncensored.
Well, I don't know. I never watched Dragon Ball in Japan. Maybe he's got mosaic penis.
And the mosaic's like 7 inches long.
Jesus Christ.
All right. So real quick, let me just finish this article here. So what safeguards? The increasing tide of generative AI child sexual abuse imagery has prompted federal, state, and local lawmakers to push legislation to make this type of porn illegal.
This is also the scary thing, right? Like, obviously this topic is not a good topic, right? No one likes this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so when you start getting the first couple instances of this shit happening and people start freaking out, especially when it has to do with real people.
Yes.
If it's like completely like this person doesn't exist, maybe that's not the case that'll have it happen. But like when you start getting like, well, he took the image that I posted of my kid and AI generated a nude body, you know, then we're gonna start seeing all these reactionary laws where it's like, we need to shut this down. So we're gonna put the most like not obtuse, I don't know, umbrella, you know, law out there, most locked down law. Like, no, you cannot do this. Really harsh penalties. Fuck free speech, right?
And so the argument being made here is we're at the beginning of this sort of development, right? And so what can happen, as I was talking about before, is the knee-jerk reaction. I associate this with predators, therefore ban it, right? So what that's going to result in, at bare minimum, right, is either you lose generative AI altogether, which, you know, thank God for Stable Diffusion, because it is not like, you've got it installed, you've got it forever. It's not going to go anywhere, whatever. But the dangerous area is where, in order to ensure you're not committing any wrongthink, now your generative AI must be connected to the internet, and everything that it outputs is going to be filtered through the NSA or some entity like that, in order to ensure you're not producing anything that goes against, you know, social decency or whatever. But the problem with this is that I can't tell you how many times I have asked Stable Diffusion to generate something for me that is completely tame, and it gives me some weird amorphous blob of a person with tits and ass hanging out everywhere, right? And so if you ask for something completely safe, I mean, look at how many times you would see, like, you'll upload an image that isn't explicit at all. Like, the entire context is you're not even looking at a human, but Facebook is like, whoa, you can't post porn here. It's like, what porn? Like, oh, on the corner of it, there's something that kind of, if you squint a little bit, looks like a boob, right? Banned. You know what I mean? So I definitely feel that is a potential problem, right? And here's the thing. At the end of the day, even if you could control the generative AI aspect of this, there is a fuck all that is going to be able to stop a person from taking a pencil and drawing the thing that they previously were using generative AI to make. There is no stopping that. It is a fool's errand to attempt to control people to such a degree, especially, and this is the most important thing, especially when those people are not harming real, living, breathing children. There is absolutely no reason to waste your energy trying to come after people for doing things that you associate with negative things, but don't have the same negative repercussions of the thing you're knee-jerk reacting to. And I think that that's the important part to keep in mind here is, once again, that children are not being harmed in this, and therefore, like, this should not be an issue at all. If it's happening, and I guarantee you this is happening in a lot of places, right? In your home, by yourself, it's as good as not existing as far as I'm concerned. I don't care. I don't want to know. I don't want to stop you, because if I did stop you, then the alternative for you is to find a child, right? That's the big problem here. So I just think that, like, obviously we have absolutely zero control over this. None whatsoever. But from my perspective, banning or attempting to, restrict or regulate any of this stuff is a step in the wrong direction, and it will only inevitably make all the problems worse. It'll make the problem worse in terms of artistic expression, freedom of speech, and once again, the most important thing in this case, actual children will get harmed. That can never be overstated. That attempting to control a tool like this because you think you're going to save non-existent children puts real children in harm's way. Anyway, let's see. They say the increasing tide of generative AI child sexual abuse imagery has prompted federal, state, and local lawmakers to push legislation to make this type of porn illegal, but it's not clear how effectively it can be stopped. Last year, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received 4,700 reports of generative AI child porn, with some criminals even using generative AI to make deep fakes of real children to extort them. See, so this would be a situation where if you were to get photos off of a kid's Facebook, for example, like let's say a junior high girl, right? And you were to use generative AI to take that person and make them doing something sexually explicit or even just an illegal activity, and you tried to slide into their DMs and send it to them and say, I'm going to release this to everybody you know in your friends list, which you stupidly left public, unless you send me real photos or something. There are situations where, because children who shouldn't be online without supervision to begin with are susceptible to being extorted in that way. That is an example of where you could use this to create harm on real children, right? And I'm not discounting that whatsoever. But the solution to that problem is already illegal. Mm-hmm. The solution to that problem is a zero tolerance policy and throwing that guy in jail. Problem solved. Right? That's the solution. And it's just one more thing about, like, oh, well, we can't let this happen, therefore ban, right? It's just not actually going to solve problems. And you can already Photoshop. Generative AI isn't required in order to do this extortion to begin with.
Yeah. That's the other thing. Like, you can take any porn video on the internet and Photoshop someone's face onto that body, right? Now, there might even be midget porn out there where if you want to target a kid, like, people will find a way if they're motivated enough.
Yeah. And the solution, of course, is to come after the individuals who are active, who have breached the barrier from fake non-existent humans to real humans. That's obviously, there's the line, you've crossed it. Now let's come down hard on you. All right. So anyway, a 2023 study from Stanford University also revealed that hundreds of child sex abuse images were found in widely used generative AI image data sets. See, but again, this is the thing that drives me nuts about this. You use the term child sex abuse images to refer to actual child porn and then also lolicon and stuff like that. So when you say, oh my God, can you believe hundreds of child sex abuse images were found in their data sets, it's like, oh, and it was like, for example, we didn't really discuss the Mr. Beast fallout when it came to Chris Tyson grooming kids or whatever. An aspect of that controversy was a commissioned artwork from somebody who did like Shota lollies type.
His name's Shadman, and he had two instances of drawing depictions of underage real people. One was Keemstar's daughter, and that's kind of where I think it crosses the line where there's an actual child that you could be like incentivizing people to. Setting
that aside, when it came to the Mr. Beast thing, there was a big scandal that artwork from this person was featured
on the wall.
Like it was on the wall, just like how any of the crap I have in my backdrop, right? Somebody like after the fallout or whatever started to happen, they noticed it and recognized it, and it became a big controversy. The actual artwork was not even egregious, right? Like the actual thing, I think it was like one of those femboy Hooters or something images, and it's like there was no nudity. There was no like overtly sexual thing. It's like as far as stuff goes, like you can talk like, oh my God, this guy draws child porn, and it was in the video. It's like, oh, that sounds horrible. That's it though. Was it a different image that was in the video? Because that's not what you described it as. You know,
I think they just he's the boogeyman, so anything associated with him is like, oh, this is pure evil. When it's like he had like two instances where you could really tag him on, but otherwise it's so funny that like all these videos that we're talking about, the whole Chris Tyson thing, the biggest sticking point was just his association with Shadman in general. It's like, really? You're not going to talk about like the other, they did talk about the other things, but you're not like, the other things aren't damning for you? Okay, buddy.
Well, I mean, the big problem, of course, was that supposedly in their private Discord, they were grooming kids by sharing hentai and porn in the Discord and exposing children to it. Like that alone should be grounds for arrest, right? Like that is grossly illegal, right? But beyond that, there were other things about like actual like full on, attempts to meet with people and possibly even abuse. I don't know. We didn't cover it. It just the story became bigger than I wanted to tackle, and we had too much other news going on for me to
probably for the best.
Yeah. I mean, we still have too much to go through even tonight, but let's see, where was I on this though? 100, yeah. So they're using the generative AI data sets. So anyway, sorry, just to wrap up that point. So my point there is that if the thing that they accused Chris Tyson of owning and having that be considered like child pornography or whatever terminology they used, if the tame stuff, something where nothing explicit is happening, is considered by some people to be child pornography, then your data set could be trained on still frames of Kana from fucking Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, and you've determined, oh, that's a child, it's sickening. You drew a kid. It's like, but the kid's not doing anything sexual. What are you getting your panties in a bunch over, right? Stuff like that, right? It's just, I don't trust these terms because people are disingenuous with how they describe things when they refer to generative AI images as child abuse, when a child is not being abused, precisely like that. So to put it all together, and you've got a seemingly uncontrollable problem. Quote, the content that we've seen, we believe is actually being generated using open source software, Stable Diffusion, which has been downloaded and run locally on people's computers and then modified. Internet Watch Foundation Chief Technology Officer Dan Sexton, great name, told The Guardian last year, and that is a much harder problem to fix. It's not a problem. It is not a fucking problem. The problem is that you see a problem where there is not one. If a person has not harmed a child, stay the fuck out of their life, right? You don't even need to worry about the fact that people might be doing this because now you're fixated on solving a thought crime. And that is always a recipe for totalitarianism. Anyway.
Also, I think that Kick, like, in terms of content policy on platforms, I think that it would be reasonable for Kick to say you're banned for sharing that kind of shit. But we can separate banning someone for doing something like that. And there can be different rules for banning someone from a platform and, you know, getting charged with a crime as well.
I feel personally attacked right now. Kutu G says this is in reference to Rhys games and not playing them. This is an anime collection podcast, not the anime watching podcast. Look at all the watch clubs where the hosts have not watched.
I think the strongest case they might be able to make is that, like, he was distributing it, right, or whatever. So how did he find people that were interested? Maybe he was on the dark net or whatever it is, and like by virtue of being on those spaces or whatever it might be, maybe that would get him involved in, like, I don't know, the traffic of the site, right? And that's
actual legitimate
issue.
As a thought experiment, I am okay with the idea that if a person, look, if you're generating this stuff, I do not agree that you should be allowed to share it, right? Just on the, generally speaking, on the open internet, right? Because there are places for which you do not consent to seeing this sort of material, right? Like for me personally, every once in a while you're scrolling through Twitter in a public place and then boom, full-on penetration crosses your thing. You're like, what the fuck? Like, why is the algorithm even recommending this to me? Who the fuck is this? You know? So I definitely can understand, like, there is a certain degree of, and this goes back to the fact that a prompt can take 10 seconds and the generation could take even less, right? So if it's that easy to produce, then you could theoretically experience, a world where it's being flooded onto the internet and you can't escape it. Like I totally understand that aspect of things, to where that would create an unfavorable future for the internet as a whole, right? Yeah, I totally lost my train of thought. What were you saying before, Funam?
The potential, like, I guess the steel man argument of whatever this case might be, like the most guilty potential he could have, being on the network or whatever.
So to a degree, like, for a thought experiment, I would be fine with the idea of if this guy produced it and shared it to a let's say not a private place, but a place where, like, getting into the environment is less
restrictive.
Like there's, you opted in to get in there. Like, for example, if you shared it into Discord, where the people who signed up to join that Discord knew what they were getting into. For example,
well, I mean, if it's porn, it's already supposed to be restricted to webs, like age gated to 18 plus anyway, right?
Sure. So let's just say that you are sharing this to a place where that is, like, you're following that general guideline, right? I would argue that I would be okay with a person who is using generative AI to create that stuff simply being on, let's say, a watch list, right? As a thought experiment, right? I would be okay with the idea that if a person is doing things that you associate with pedophilia, they should get a magnifying glass on them just to ensure that they're not actually harming children as well, that there have never been, complaints or allegations against, you know what I mean? Like, so for example, if you have a map, and let's just say you had an perfect map of the, let's say, the United States, and there's a dot for every person that has used the prompt. And this isn't how it works, but let's just say that you had this God tier tools, and you had a dot for every time a person had used generative AI to generate this kind of thing. And then you overlaid that with a map of sex predators, right? People on the sex offender registry, right? In some cases, you're going to find, in probably most cases, you will find overlap, right? And there might be people for which you need to take like a strong look at, because those are the people who would potentially use it for the extortion and stuff we described, right? However, the problem is you can't fucking trust the government for goddamn anything. And
because next thing you know, they're going to put you on a list for watching Dragon Maid.
Creating lists
exactly
is a bad thing.
Yeah. So
if they're sharing stuff, then you don't put them on the list. Just
put them in jail.
Maybe investigate them and.
So I would argue
making sure they're not like on the what do you call it? Scouts, like Boy Scouts, like
like that would be a good example, right? Like of this person is generating stuff that we associate with pedophilia, and they also happen to be a substitute teacher at the or whatever, like they're the coach at the specific like age range of the kids they're generating just happens to be exactly the age range of the kids that they have direct access to, stuff like that. Like, I mean, I can definitely
personally I wouldn't care. Well, I do care, but like I wouldn't want the line to be just generating. I would want the line to be sharing, only because in order to get to the point where you're like caring about someone's generation, then like in order to snoop in on everyone's generations, we're talking about Big Brother in everyone's fucking house, looking at everyone's shoulder.
And as we talked about,
there, it's like no. But once you share it, then it's like, okay, well, you've opened yourself up now. You've put the thing out on the curb basically, and you've let us all look at your garbage. And if you're putting this in for the view of everyone else, now we can use it as evidence to maybe do just a simple background check, nothing like crazy. I don't think that it should even not be allowed to be used as evidence for a warrant to come and search my computer. Like I wouldn't want that. But like you could maybe use it as a way to look into other public aspect, other things that are on the curb to maybe start forming a potential image of this person to see if they're breaking a law. But it's definitely a slippery slope as to, well, this guy has a bullet, therefore, he has a bullet casing, therefore he's killed someone. It's
and
like,
as we described last,
we need to do some more work to connect those two dots, right?
We looked at an article that said the son of the would-be assassin on Trump's golf course was found to have been in possession of child porn. But in the article, it said that they seized the BlackBerry or whatever, and then once we got a warrant, God, that SD card had a bunch of child porn on it, and it's like there is a long history of the FBI planting contraband, especially child porn, when they're trying to character assassinate people, in order to do that very thing. Like for example, they claimed that Alex Jones had sent child porn or something during, like, to the victims of the families of the victims of Sandy Hook or whatever. But in actuality, what it was is that child porn had been sent to him in an email that never got opened, and the intention behind it was a framing, right? And this is why I brought up last podcast when it came to the supposed
to close
son.
that loop a little bit. The issue was he then turned over all his emails in the Discovery.
Right. That's what it was. So he turned over his emails in Discovery, and they're like, "Yes, Alex Jones gave us child porn." It's like, well, he actually gave you all of his emails, which included emails that were unopened, that were sent to him unsolicited. And one of them happened to have child porn. And who would have sent that to him but people who wanted to destroy him, or government agencies who wanted to destroy him?
and they can use that to get warrants to do more thorough, investigations into your hard drives and everything else.
Part of your entire life.
Yeah.
And this is again what I was bringing up last podcast. God damn it, my boss is texting me so fucking much. But I'm gonna putting it on sleep focus.
I have a question.
Well, real quick, this is just what I was saying.
Legality?
Well, this was just what I was saying about last podcast when it came to the supposed assassin's son, right? And I think that the problem that we're looking at and the potentiality of if that was a frame job is that the assassin was taken alive and Ron DeSantis refused to give him to the feds because they were attempting to only charge him with a weapons charge instead of attempted assassination of a former president and current frontrunner, right? And so because Ron DeSantis was taking and holding somebody that they probably needed dead, like the FBI has got their fingerprints on fucking so many goddamn mass shootings and stuff. Oh, known to the FBI, right? They either swoop in at the last minute to stop a terror plot that they started from the ground up, or they fuck up and mess up, and it happens, and then you get to hear that they were known. They were a known threat to the FBI, right? So in a situation like that, if you need to silence people, right? Like for example, when it came to the supposed shooter at Sandy Hook, after the shooting, somebody produced images that appeared on 4chan that the shooter had talked to people before the shooting about being approached by a government agency to do something, right? So the idea is that if you need to shut people up because they could come out and cause a mess for you that would be hard to clean up, and if they were to expose things, then one of the ways to do that is to frame them and lock them up, get them away from media, pull these different levers in order to stop them. So that's why I bring up when it comes to that, to the son of the would-be assassin, that I think there is a decent chance that they would plant the child porn onto the BlackBerry device by literally just taking a fucking memory card and shoving that shit in there, because it only matters long enough that the story dies down and people lose interest before you then be like, oh, it was a mistake and he's free to go and everything. But by that point, nobody cares anymore and the election is over and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like that's where I see this as like that's a potential thing. So taking all that back to this and just saying, this is why the whole concept of the watch list and all that stuff is not a good idea. I'm saying I can understand the thought process behind it, but I don't agree with it because I think that it is a danger to the liberty of the nation for people to be able to be put onto a watch list, or depending on the purview of what it means to be on the watch list and what the control is. Like for example, there's the no-fly list that stops you from being able to travel when it comes to flying in an airport or in an airplane, I guess, and that's basically an aspect of a terror watch list, right? Now, would this put you in a position similar, and could you be put unfairly onto the list? That would be the problem, and that's why, just generally speaking, it's not a good idea to have that be an avenue of this, right? Anyway, so Footnum, you were going to say something?
I have a pressing legal question. What would happen if you generated nude photos of Rhys? What is the legality there?
I don't know. Let's find out. Rhys calendar merch win.
Wow.
Oh God.
I think this is probably, I think it's already an issue, right? Not so much with maybe Rhys, but like with the VTuber thing.
I don't think anybody would mistake me for a child at this point.
No,
you're not even human. You're just an eyeball.
That's okay. So I wasn't going with the child because if people don't know, Rhys has some growth issue, but I was considering it as an avatar, like just your avatar, but so people are going to start claiming revenge porn on. Well, you made a VTuber revenge porn by drawing some VTuber in some porn.
So like
situation.
rule 34 of your avatar is that revenge porn. That's an interesting idea.
You want to see how long the neck gets?
But
so veiny too.
That's why I brought up the midget thing earlier in the conversation too, was for the other reason that you brought up, Rhys. There's that one dwarf girl that is like, there's two types of midget dwarves, whatever, where the one is like you have short arms and short legs, but your torso is like of normal size. That's like classic definition. And then there's the other one where like everything is small and you are like proportionally small. And they're a lot rarer. And they had that one reality TV show where some random guy started to try to date this 20-year-old person who looked like she was 6 years old, but she's 20. Like, what happens there, right? Like,
this is the thing that drives me up the wall too. Imagine you're that guy, right? So people will come out and say it's disgusting. She looks like a child. It's like, yeah, but she's not. And so are you saying that because she looks like a child, even though she just has a genetic disorder or whatever, that therefore she is not allowed to have a relationship with another person? And B, you could say like, it's disgusting, you only like her because she looks like a child, then you're a gross pedophile. It's like, would you not prefer that a pedophile married a woman who was of age but looked like a child than pursuing children? Like, this is the fucking mental step of like, take your thought all the way to the end, please. Don't just stop here at it's icky and I'm now mad, right? Go all the way through with it and realize what you're advocating for when you get up in arms about stuff like that.
I do think that there was an issue. Sorry?
I said, I just thought of a scenario. What if she dates like a high schooler, and the moment the high schooler turns 18, they arrest him?
Well, I mean, if she dated a high schooler, that would be an issue, right? If she was of age.
No, that would be.
The irony would be that it would be an issue for her.
She's the predator.
Because she's the one who's over 18.
But then when he becomes 18, it's like, arrest that man. He's dating a child.
They have what's known as Romeo and Juliet laws, right? And the idea is that if you start a relationship with someone that is sexual and you're 17 and that other person is maybe 15, right? Somebody just joined the call. Do we have Mr. Greenland? You've come in at an awkward time.
I know. It was fantastic. I overheard some of the previous conversation.
Maybe sit out this until the conversation.
No, I'm throwing myself right in the middle of that shit.
You back the hell
up. Just to finish what I was gonna say, if I can remember what I was gonna say. No, actually, it's gone. Never mind.
Okay, so real quick, the concept of Romeo and Juliet laws is that if you started dating somebody when you're 17 and they're 15, and you have a sexually active relationship, and then you have a birthday and you become 18 and they're still 15 and a half or whatever, right? The concept of Romeo and Juliet laws is that a relationship that is started when you're close in age already, you're not going to be thrown in jail on the technicality of, well, you're over 18, it's statutory rape now. Right.
I feel like that would be like you would have to prove it though. Like,
yeah, but the argument we're making here is actually a very interesting one, because this is the argument Footam's making, is that the 17-year-old is dating somebody who looks like a child but is actually older than them, and then therefore the person who looks like a child is statutory raping the 17-year-old, because even though the person looks like they're about 11, they're actually like 24 or whatever.
I did. Now that I've remembered, the thing that I was going to say was just that I did think that there was an issue with that specific case of that guy like going halfway across the world to find her specifically. Like, even if you don't think that it would be an issue in terms of like, well, he's a pedo, I mean, I do kind of think it does kind of look that way, but even ignoring that issue, it's an issue that he's specifically trying to go find her, going halfway across the world. It seems like that's a red flag for this relationship. Seems like it's based off of a gimmick, and once the flair of the well, I've done that now, wears off, that gimmick will not be able to maintain a long-lasting relationship. So the relation, and sure enough, for whatever reason, whether it was the public pressure or not, they did end up breaking up, right?
Yeah. So give me an arbitrary number. Give me an arbitrary number on how long that relationship may have lasted. If not broken up by public pressure because it was a TV show or whatever, right? And everybody knew about it, kind of thing. Give me a time frame, an arbitrary time frame.
I'd say under 6 months.
Under 6 months. That, let's just say 6 months, for sake of argument. That's 6 months where a child did not get harmed by this individual because they were in a relationship with an adult.
Yeah, but she got harmed.
How did she get harmed?
By having a guy go after her for in a scenario like if she's going for him, that's different, right? But he's coming to her, and in a scenario
I didn't watch the show, but it sounds to me like you're talking about like a dating program.
It wasn't a dating thing. It was
what if she was down?
I didn't really watch the show. Just to clarify, I didn't really watch the show. My only experience of the show is a couple clips on TikTok.
Okay,
but from my understanding,
but do you understand what I'm suggesting? Is that nobody forced this woman to get into a relationship with this guy?
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
So I don't see how she's harmed if she, as an adult, makes the decision to have a relationship with a person. Nobody's holding a gun to their head. Nobody's forcing her to do this.
Maybe
right?
she was exhilarated at the thought that, hey, someone likes me or something. I don't know. Maybe it's super rare for.
And you don't know. She could have a kink that he fulfills by wanting to not be stuck with another child-looking short king.
Well, I mean, I think we're going like far off the track
definitely.
here.
If I hypothetically went after this woman, what would be the outcry there?
My like the issue with the
Rhys is okay getting
look, man, you either have it or you don't.
Shorter than me, damn it.
I think that while it may not be as bad as a child getting hurt, right? I think when you if a guy is coming to specifically just like have a relationship. Just have a relationship for a gimmick. I think that's bad. I think that makes you a bad person.
But but you can agree that. Well, I mean, I can agree with you that.
And I don't think that it's worth. Well, I mean, to play like that train game where you're like, okay, flip the switch. Are you going to kill 5 people or one person? Right? Yeah, the trolley. It's like okay, I don't want to play the trolley game where it's like, okay, do I let this woman who probably has issues with relationships because of her physical disability go into a relationship that I know is going to end in her not being happy because he's going to leave in 6 months? Or do I save a potential child? Like, I don't want to play that trolley game. Okay. So I would prefer both not happening.
Okay. But I have seen in my lifetime plenty of relationships that I can spot from a mile away are going to result in
I'm also not saying that like the guy should be arrested for, like, I'm just saying it was like, I'm just saying he's not a good guy in this scenario. Like, he, even regardless if he's a pedophile, he's definitely a shitbag. Okay.
How many guys that women pick up at the bar and have a one night
there's tons of shitbags,
right? Like, you can't protect people from their own decisions.
I'm not saying you should protect her. I'm saying he was a shitbag.
Yeah. But we can agree that somebody's a shitbag and not.
My whole thing was, I don't think that you should throw her under the bus, not to protect her, but I don't think you should throw her under the bus to save a child. Like, that's weird. That's a trolley problem weird thing.
How is somebody? Again, you are arguing from the perspective that a person is holding a gun to her head, saying, "Well, time to suck that D." Right? That's not happening. This woman made a choice to be with the guy.
That.
No,
you said by her going and dating this person, she's saving a child.
I'm saying that even if you are arguing in the hypothetical scenario that the guy in this scenario is a pedophile who chose to use sex tourism to go halfway around the world to this exotic woman who looks like a child but is fully an adult, and then she chooses to be in a relationship with him, and there's a mutual consent occurring, that even if this guy is a pedophile and sleeps with this woman until she starts to develop wrinkles and then the immersion is broken and then he leaves her, that is still 6 months minimum that he has spent with a person that is not a child. Like, I am not arguing in any way, shape, or form that this woman took a bullet for a child. I'm arguing that she actively agreed to the relationship, and as an added bonus, a child didn't get raped for 6 months.
We can move on now.
This guy was a pedophile.
Who's the retard now?
I don't think that makes me a retard at all.
So in general, we're just saying discriminating by height is bad.
Yes. The true short king has spoken.
As all the women who aren't only men 6 feet and up are bad.
Yes. They're the.
I feel personally attacked.
Fuck you then.
All right, let's get caught. We are almost 3 hours into a show that was only supposed to be 3 hours long. All right, the problem is that nobody wants to pay for the AI, and AI can't charge more than the artist because it's an inferior product at the moment. Sorry, I should have read this one first. I thought Elon and others gave them funds. Okay, Elon launched OpenAI. OpenAI and Stability AI are not the same thing. OpenAI went on to make ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a paid product. There's a free version of it, but that has a business model that results in them getting funding in order to make the product better. Stability AI is open source, meaning that they made a product that they released, and now the community is improving it. I don't know if I would argue that each AI that exists has pros and cons. Claude is significantly better at writing emails than ChatGPT. It's not even close, right? But ChatGPT you can upload an image to it, and it can decipher what the image is and make recommendations based on your prompt, suggesting things specifically about the image, right? So they got pros and cons. The sentence that sentence makes no sense. Did he father the children or generate them?
I think that's just a rhetorical question.
In these cases, you need a specific named victim, but this is U.S. law only. I 100% agree. That is an easy line to draw in the sand. Did an actual living, breathing human being get harmed in the generation of this image? If the answer is no, then get the fuck out of my courtroom, right?
I think it would be hilarious if at one of these court cases, the lawyer's like, may the victim take the stand for questioning. Right?
And then just put a piece of paper on the chair.
Oh, right. But that would be stupid. Like, it's not real. Oh, it's not what now? What?
In Australia, they banned a couple of actresses, or banned A-cup actresses. I think that's what you meant to say.
Yeah.
They're offended by the aesthetic of CSAM.
I think what he's trying to say is they banned cup sizes.
Yeah.
No, actually, when Simply G was on the podcast, we had a discussion about this. She was referring to in Australia, they banned, I think, anything below C cup in porn because it could be seen as a child.
Is that not what I just said? That's what I meant.
You said they banned cup sizes.
What I meant is
what you meant was they banned
small cup sizes.
They banned small cup sizes in porn. Yeah.
Yes.
They probably just actually did that so they could get some hot Aussie porn that doesn't have the non-preferred cup sizes. That's probably what the government guys wanted.
Yeah.
I'm tired of these small-titted actresses. Ban
Now we'll only have quality. We got the hottest porn in our country because we don't have any with the skull size.
If you
Big
give a
tits.
16-year-old,
That's like Australia. Big tits only. Right?
if you give a 16-year-old a boob job, does that now make it better? Like, it's a weird arbitrary rule. I don't know.
I hope I'm not too tired by the time we get to the final article tonight. It's going to come full circle so hard. Can any amount of homosexual material turn the host homosexual? Can heterosexual material turn you heterosexual? So is this an argument again about the whole like grooming the children with the stuff they're putting in the Discord? I don't know.
I think it was if you see CSAM material, does that create more pedophiles?
What is CSAM? Child sexual abuse material? Is that what that means? Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. It depends on how the images were obtained. In my opinion, the revenge porn law turns it into a digital license. You only own the license of the image, not the image. Huh. You can say as the painter that
You have
it's
to
not
renew your
hers
license with me after we break up.
Luigi in Luigi's Mansion. If you look closely, you can tell it's a photograph. It's a picture, but I wouldn't call it art. Okay. That was some fine stitch detailing in that painting. Thank you. A paintbrush is a tool. AI is a machine. Big difference. Are you a fucking moron?
Did you paint that painting?
Is a screwdriver a tool, or is it a machine?
Oh man,
Is a electric screwdriver a tool or a machine or both? Come on.
I had this conversation with someone in Discord. This exact conversation. That
gun
they were
is
saying
a tool.
they were saying AI
Not
is
a
machine.
killing
It's not a
machine.
tool. And I'm like, what's
a
a
gun
tool?
is an art brush, right?
I was like, what's a tool? I can't remember the
Define
exact thing I
tool.
did. Yeah, I was like, what's a tool? And I was like,
And-
would you call a backhoe a tool? And they're like, no, that's a machine. And then I Googled, is a backhoe a tool? And Google's like, yes, it is, right? And then I'm like, okay.
Technically,
and
it's
then
a
I
machine,
Googled,
but yes, it is a tool.
yeah, and then I Googled, is
Oh.
it a machine? And Google's like, yeah, it's a machine. I'm like, these things mean the same thing. Like, you're drawing a distinction where there is none.
Yeah, it's like saying like Photoshop. Well, that's not a tool. That's just software. That's a machine.
Like,
It's
like
that
technically, a machine is something that is
It still needs a
implies
user.
Yes.
implies a bit more of
Precisely.
automation, but
Yeah.
like it's still a tool.
Right. So, like, okay. Damn, I almost had an opportune moment to get up and take a leak, but you stopped.
Okay, did you paint that painting? I'm asking you a question. You can't leave. You gotta answer it.
Okay.
Did I paint? What painting?
The painting that you showed with the stitching.
No, I didn't.
Then why'd you say thank you to this question and said it was good?
Oh. Yeah, for acknowledging how good it was.
She said thank you.
Try to appropriate some random artist's work.
Fucking artist was in the goddamn photo.
I don't know who's in the photo. You got a photo of random people. I don't know.
The artist is named Lang Jun. Okay, if you're interested.
Why did you say thank you?
Jesus Christ. Hi,
Also,
you people.
Also, I just quickly want to point out that the Bering Strait is 50 miles wide, not
Whatever.
5.
Yeah, go ahead and point it out some more while I leave and take a leak.
All right. And there are 2 little islands that are closer together. They're only 2.5 miles apart. So technically, the border is between those 2 islands. The one island is America, and one island is Russia, and there's 2.5 miles there. But most people aren't living on those little islands. So the mainland is 50 miles apart, not 5 miles apart. And 50 miles is pretty far. I don't know if you could see 50 miles. I think it's 24 kilometers. I don't know what that is. What's that in miles? 24 kilometers, miles. That's 14 miles. I think the limit on site is 24 kilometers. That's off memory. I don't know. Don't take me on that. There is also the pissing statues on fountains. Yeah, that goes into like the whole, is it sexual? And is it pornographic? Right. I don't think pissing angels is pornographic. So they have a technicality there. Anime is able to suspend disbelief. No human would have tall and round eyes together.
I can't.
I mean,
skip.
Anime eyes definitely would not look right on a person.
The Square manga app censored every line because it might possibly be cleavage. Yes. See, this is the problem. If we're going to be afraid of boobs, then the solution is so egregious that it's worse than the disease, right? When they ran DNR to clean up the film of Dragon Ball for the Orange Brick sets, yeah, we got a couple of hairs, squiggly lines that showed up. But when a character closed their mouth, yeah, it erased those too, because they looked a little bit like a speck on the film.
Well, I mean, it's with anything, right? Like, same with COVID, right? COVID was like, oh no, it's so bad, we got to stop COVID, and it's like, okay, so we all got to lock down. Well, there was all these exceptions, and it's like, well, no, if you really want to stop COVID, we all basically have to go to jail for 2 or 3 weeks at least in our own homes.
Ironically, I advocated for that at the beginning. I'm like, look, if you're going to do this, do it hardcore for 2 weeks and then it's gone. And then we don't have to worry about it anymore.
And while voluntarily that would have been something.
Yeah.
Forcing
and we're still waiting for that 2 weeks to be up, aren't we?
Yeah.
Forcing that is another thing, right? Like, the government should not be forcing everyone.
852 weeks to slow the spread.
Like, if you want to stop all crime, lock everyone up in their homes.
Yeah.
Right? We'll stop crime. But like, the solution cannot be worse than the problem here.
What about domestic violence in the home?
Lock everyone in an individually
just
padded
kill
cell.
all of the spouses, so then there is no victim, right?
Yeah, lock them in the Matrix. Where they grow people, like just everybody exists as a part of the neural net. Shaman was popular back then. It's surprising. Oh, Shadman was probably how many people followed him. So Kotaji also mentioned even a shoplifting image could be extortion. That's true. Like, you could extort a child with all sorts of different things and you could get this is the scary thing. You could get the shoplifting image with Photoshop, with their generative AI, because if you're not asking it to do something lewd or whatever, then it is not going to have a problem generating.
Well, it did refuse to make handcuffs that one time I tried to put you in handcuffs.
You just take a picture of someone shoplifting something and then put their head on it and use generative AI to fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, but I'm just saying, like, even if you didn't have the skill to do that, but you at least had enough skill to draw the marching ants around the head and then invert the selection and hit shoplifting, caught shoplifting, hiding, concealing item in their purse, or you could easily do that. Does the SD card count as digital, and is it a good thing that modern phones lack SD card slots? They had to go back to a BlackBerry. I mean, do we believe he was watching on a BlackBerry? So that's the thing, like
BlackBerry's got a really fucking small screen.
Well, but it's like I just
they had larger screen BlackBerries, like full screen, no
regardless
keyboard.
At this stage, my first thought is I trust the government so little that I actually think the person that they are, putting up, like somebody who's related to someone who tried to kill fucking Trump, right? That I legitimately believe there is a good enough likelihood that this is a frame job that I am skeptical over the whole thing. Just simply because they have proven themselves time and time again to use these sorts of tactics in order to control people who sow dissent among the masses, right? Because the ultimate goal of any of these agencies is continuity of government. 100%. There is nothing else on their purview except that.
Even Michael, like, if you want a direct example, just look at Michael Flynn, right? They had him on an issue where he was lying, but he wasn't actually lying. He just didn't remember something, and they had contradicting evidence that showed that he was wrong. So they said that he was lying, and they basically said, if you don't accept this plea deal to admit that you're lying and all this problems or whatever, then we're going to go after your son, right? And it wasn't until after that came out that they were withholding a bunch of evidence that he was like, actually, no, okay, I'm gonna not plead guilty.
They did the same thing with Jenna Ellis over the January 6th, over her representing Trump as a lawyer. Right? Like, and it's like when you have done such bold-faced, egregious intimidation and extortion, right? It absolutely just decimates the legal system. It's the reason why in the UK you go to jail for more time for saying it's okay to be white than for molesting children. Like,
just to clarify, his son was apparently in the same business as he was, so like he was also tangentially like culpable to the same crime.
Michael Flynn or
Michael Flynn.
Okay.
So their argument was, well, if we don't get you on this crime, then we'll go after your son and say your son did all this shit, right? That they were claiming or whatever the fuck. So as part of the interview and negotiations, that was brought up, and it's on tape. Like, it's not a like, well, maybe they have the tapes. They show the thing that they say. Like,
I really look forward to Trump becoming president again, because a lot of heads are going to roll. Right, a lot of this behavior that's been tolerated and the mafiosos tactics is gonna.
I have less hope on that, but
I don't know.
See.
I think it's gonna shake shit up enough. We'll see. JG Vega says this whole thing you're talking about is like tomorrow's stories on YouTube. I don't know what that is. Randy, are people who date blondes for the gimmick just as bad? Should gold digging be outlawed? Randy wants to make it illegal to date Rhys.
No, hold on. So you misunderstood what I was saying.
Dare you?
People who date blondes for a one-night stand to say, yeah, I got a blonde on my belt. Yeah, that's a piece of shit move, I think. I don't think that should be outlawed. Gold digging, yeah, that's a piece of shit move. I don't like that. I don't think anything should be stopped. My whole point in bringing that up was just because I thought that he was a shitbag. I don't necessarily know if he's a pedophile or whatever, but I do think he's a shitbag.
I need to make a shirt that says, I didn't choose the single life. It's just illegal to date me.
What the fuck?
Jails go poor, so the government decided to make stupid laws to steal tax dollars. It does happen. I mean, jails are private institutions that they lease out the prisoners to, and they get labor done through it. I don't know if you got that quite right. Off topic, but if you guys get a chance on Discord, I highly recommend checking out a video that shows the similarities between the new PS5 exclusive Astrobot to Super Mario Galaxy / Sunshine. I put on an interesting video.
Oh yeah, no, we didn't cover it, but it is eerily similar. Like, they copped a lot of inspiration between the movement mechanic being a lot like Sunshine, where he gets the double thrusters to move around. Some of the boss battles look like they're copped right out of Odyssey.
Wow.
Like, it is heavily inspired. Now, it does appear to be a good game, and I did buy it. I'll take more Mario Odyssey, but they did there is ample evidence that they were heavily influenced by Mario games.
Yeah. All right. So Quilty says 50 miles with a scope. What about people that want to date Rhys?
People that didn't see that, I saw your at in Discord. Like, I know Aspen Gold he's gonna make everything like oh wow, this is a big issue, but like, it was, if you watched, no, I don't know, maybe this was a thing, because I didn't know anything about the game before it launched, right? I found out about the game when it launched with reviews at like 94%, and they were like the top 5 3D platforming game ever on Metacritic, up there with all the Mario games. And then I was like, oh shit, I like platformers, maybe I'll buy this, right? But I didn't see anything. I didn't even know what the game was. Like, I've heard of it. I heard it was coming out, but I was like, oh, well, they have that like Astro's Playroom thing. I don't know. I guess it's something related to that. I don't know. They didn't do really much marketing for this.
I
and then
assume
once
they
I s-
literally just took the character and they're like, well, let's make it its own standalone thing. Or,
I didn't even
guess
play the
already.
Astro's Playroom thing, to be honest, but it just looked like like a weird tech demo thing. So I was like, okay, whatever. So when they came out with the game, I'm like, okay, more of that. And then when I started seeing what some of the gameplay from the finished game, I'm like, this is a Mario clone. Like, it's apparent. So I don't know why people are acting shocked. If you looked into the game at all, it's apparent that it's a Mario clone.
All right. JT Vega says, I just want to watch anime. Sorry, buddy. Best I can do is a documentary on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
So what you're saying is Game Freak in Nintendo Land will go after Pal World, but they're not going to have Nintendo go after Astrobot for the free.
Well, if they win against Power World, maybe they'll dig up the patents for the stuff from Mario and sue.
Pressing
Sony
the
whatever.
A button to jump. Actually, Your Honor, it's an X button on our controller. Oh,
cross. Actually, it's a cross button, not an X button.
And actually, in Japan, the cross and the circle are swapped.
They're not
Circle is confirm, and cross is no.
Yes. Okay. Anyway, yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Evolution, Mutation, and Reboot. That's a thing. 14 days left. Also, Forge of the Fae, 24 days to go. I didn't check if there's. I doubt it, obviously, but I didn't check in case they're like, "Hey, we're gonna do a physical release." It doesn't look like.
Yeah. Looks like Mirage Leonardo confirmed that.
Wow, you bought the 211 tier, got the Turtle Kickstarter tonight. Digital copy, digital extras, physical copy, physical extras, and the coffee table book. Yeah, but that's for the Ninja Turtles one.
Oh.
X is Xbox, Cross is Sony. Seemed like the best deal in my opinion. Huh? It's pretty expensive. Anyway, move past
that's
this.
why there was no lawsuits between Xbox and Sony for the patent of X.
Yep, that's why.
Yeah, because
Okay.
Xbox is the letters AVXY.
Catching up, because just pointing out, God damn it, real quick. Catching up real quick. Makoto
It was a
Shinkai's
wrong day to add so many links to the doc.
apparently. Makoto Shinkai's 5 centimeters per second is going to get a live action film adaptation in fall 2025. That's the news.
Can it be any better than the actual anime?
No.
Impossible. Also, a Girl and Her Guard Dog live action film.
He doesn't look like a guard dog.
Why you touch me?
Yeah. Have you read this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it.
On Pie Day? My creamy pie.
I guess she is into dogs, right?
They went.
her pose
right
is-
up her
Yeah, I was going to say.
He'll lick anything.
They went to
Oh
such
my God,
effort.
he's a Yakuza. Oh my God.
They went to such effort to recreate the cover, but couldn't quite get her legs up.
Your panties would show.
No, they didn't.
Oh,
show
you got the
here.
skirt bit coming through.
Yeah, but physics exists in real life, Randy.
That's what generative AI is for.
Yeah, we got CG for that.
All right, let's.
So I take it you're covering that thing we got cucked on Kickstarter wise
Yep,
in
that's coming
later.
up. Yep.
Okay.
Opening it right.
Elon Musk missed out on the X gonna give it to you tagline for X, which used to be Twitter.
He couldn't because DMX is dead. May the good Reverend rest in peace.
Call of Duty already ripped off Super Mario 64.
64.
Not sure how. Getting weapons to go to the next level is like you need 1 star to open this door, and you need 3 stars to open this door.
Fuck, man.
Bruh, that's a
He's
stretch
right.
and a half.
Deep
Progression systems are
analytical-
inherently Mario.
Yeah, deep analytical observation there, Louis.
Look, EXP is like a billionth of what a star is worth, okay? The
I've
star
opened
is the biggest.
every tab so that anytime you decide to talk randomly, you will look up there and go, oh, fuck, I should shut the hell up for a minute.
You were the one that was talking the most.
All right. Moving that aside. Okay, so you guys remember we talked about the Adi Shankar Devil May Cry, and we had talked about the Johnny Young Bosch is voicing Dante, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Moving on.
According to Johnny Young Bosch, who voices Nero, Reuben Langdon, who normally voices Dante, quit acting altogether. The party is over.
No, the hero we needed.
Since all of you maybe want me to confirm if said news is true, yes, he commented it in his Instagram. I'm aware of it. Hey, Johnny, are you able to tell what happened to Reuben? It's nothing bad. Even I was unaware he quit acting. He's more focused on producing his documentaries, which I'm sure we'll see more of soon. But that's not necessarily why I'm playing Dante. I'm playing Dante because the series creator, Adi Shankar, wrote the part with me in mind to play him.
Because they gave me a fat wad of cash.
I'm so curious why Reuben isn't the voice. It's so jarring hearing Nero's voice come out of Dante. Imagine how I felt. Good.
I was gonna point that out. I was like, doesn't Johnny Young Bosch play like some other guy in? Nero. Okay, yeah.
Imagine how I felt when Adi Shankar told me he wrote the role for me to play Dante. Reuben did quit acting, but I'm determined to drag him back at some point.
Oh yeah, good old Johnny.
Well, you did.
So Anime Outsider says, reminder that Johnny Young Bosch is a real one. I pray Reuben will still be Dante for Devil May Cry 6 next time, but I'm excited to see you as Dante in this one. If we get Devil May Cry 6, he'd definitely be Dante. I'd find him myself and drag his butt back.
Oh yeah, right. Johnny.
Now, from Reuben himself, we are all actors in the play called Life. Okay. The party ends when you're dead, and as far as I can tell, I'm still very much alive. Huh? This is a response to the post. It's actually a response to a post asking him and quote tweeting the post that said he quit acting. Okay, so he says this: Reuben Langdon hasn't quit acting. He took a break to avoid COVID vaccine mandates.
COVID.
Smart.
Iconic actor and game voice actor Reuben Langdon hasn't quit acting despite claims and rumors he ended that career to focus on other projects. Not long ago, the new Netflix Devil May Cry animated series got a new trailer and a premiere for early 2025. The same trailer confirmed Langdon would not be reprising his role as the famous demon hunter Dante. The new trailer confirmed Dante will be voiced by Johnny Young Bosch, who voiced his partner character Nero from the original Devil May Cry game series. This reveal led to lots of speculation that Langdon had quit acting, and Bosch himself even said he quit acting. Quote, imagine how I felt when Adi Shankar, all the stuff we just read, right? Not long after this, a fan posted a tribute to Langdon and tagged him with it, which surprisingly prompted a reply from the original Dante voice actor, which is the thing I just read. Can you tell that I found this article after I had already found all the other tweets? Thanks, but I'm still acting, he said in the post. Just took a break during the Biden COVID jab mandates as I didn't want to subject myself to the experimental bioweapon. Langdon is talking, of course, of the historic 2021 mandates enacted by the Joe Biden administration, which forced tens of millions of Americans to get a vaccine in order to keep their jobs, RIP Green Line. The entertainment industry, which Langdon is part of, naturally followed these mandates. Quote, we've been patient, Biden said at the time, but our patience is wearing thin, and your refusal has cost all of us. The unvaccinated minority can cause a lot of damage, and they are. Damn it, Reuben, how dare you? Before and after the COVID vaccine mandates, endless data has been published showing at the very least that the COVID-19 vaccines had their efficacy called into question, with critics citing seasonal spikes and resurgences as evidence against them. Langdon has been a vocal critic of the mandates and the vaccines since. After numerous other countries banned the use of certain COVID-19 vaccines and others became more vocal about the constitutionality of the mandates, the Biden admin dropped the mandates in 2023, which led to government bodies and private employers dropping the mandates for workers. As with any notable public figure, Langdon was previously been asked to comment on a number of socio-political issues, though he has fallen victim to corporate media publishing hit pieces on him, taking things out of context. So it's good to see that he's not quitting acting. Hope he comes back, and hope he does well. And I'm interested on his documentaries because the dude is based. All right. We're going to cover it. I'm not skipping it again. A toothpaste commercial has been pulled for sounding like the Japanese missile alert siren. Share that with audio.
Honestly, like there are commercials that I like when you're listening to the radio sometimes. Like sirens
Radio? Yes, fucking yes. I don't listen to the radio in the car for that exact reason. I fucking hate that shit. They have like a car crash noise for like an insurance commercial, or as you said, like a siren. It's like, no, we don't need this. It's the end of gingivitis as we know it, and I feel fine. Over the years in Japan, we've seen commercials get suddenly canceled for a variety of reasons, from unintentional racism to unintentional advocacy of seriously injuring trumpet players. However, this might be the first time one is taken off the air because it might make people think they're on the brink of Armageddon. On the 1st of September, household goods manufacturer Lion started airing a new commercial for their Systema Gum Plus premium brand of toothpaste. Make sure the sound is turned on when watching the clip.
ねえ、忘れてない？年齢に合わせたお口のエイジングケア。
Wow. That didn't sound like a siren. That sounded like a balloon inflating.
Compared to other commercials that Japan is known for, this seems like pretty milquetoast stuff. But on a more subliminal level, the sound effect at the very beginning, when the question mark bubble inflates over the woman's head, sounds eerily similar to this.
I don't think so.
Close enough.
No, it's close.
The sound heard in the above video is J Alert, the nationwide emergency warning system that goes off in the event and general location of a major threat to public safety. This system started in 2007 as a way for the government to send warnings about natural disasters or military attacks via TV, radio, email, mobile phone, email, huh? Hold on, I gotta check my email from the government. Like mobile phone networks and even loudspeakers set up in neighborhoods. Different sounds are used for different types of threats, and the alarm above is designated for a missile attack. Thankfully, it's not a sound we have to hear too much in our daily lives, but it got a bit of a workout in 2017 when Kim Jong-un was flinging so many missiles in front of and over northern Japan, it led to then U.S. President Donald Trump calling him Rocket Man, and the lead singer of Echo and Bunnymen canceling shows. While in Japan, you're far more likely to hear this surprisingly soothing alarm that precedes major earthquakes.
Sounds like I'm in Legend of Zelda or something.
I was gonna say it sounds like you've unlocked the new pathway. When the ground starts opening in front of you during the earthquake, it's like, yes, the item for my quest is in this chamber.
We found the secret entrance to the cave. Bring.
Dude, the people that play Zelda in Japan must be like traumatized.
Yeah. And even far more likely to hear the one for heavy rain, which sounds like the morning announcements at school.
They have an alarm for heavy rain?
Boy, I bet they're hearing that a lot in the southeast of the U.S. right now.
Oh, damn.
The last thing a toothpaste producer wants to do is send people into a panic. So Lion swiftly had the commercial pulled on the 2nd of September, both from TV and their YouTube channel. Well, good thing it's still on their Twitter. They issued a statement saying, quote, "We take your criticism seriously and will stop airing the commercial in question," adding that they will bring it back after adjusting it so it doesn't sound like we're all going to die. Readers of the news online appreciate the quickness of Lyon's response and agreed that the original version of the commercial was quite disconcerting. Quote, "It's good that they could respond quickly. Yeah, everyone would be startled hearing that. Hearing that all the time could be bad for the heart. Age-appropriate oral care is an urgent matter. As long as they correct it, then no problem. It kind of sounds like the noise an NES racing game makes." Kind of, yeah. Like if you added like a at the end of it, it would sound like Duck Hunt or whatever, like one of those early NES games like that. I've noticed that more and more commercials play sound similar to smartphone noises. That's the sound when the ball hits the ground on NES golf and baseball games, right?
Yeah, it sounds like the ball going up.
It kind of sounds like in Top Gun, the plane landing noise. Right? They don't even need to change it, just distort the sound a bit and they'll be fine. It is fortunate that this requires a relatively simple editing fix, and isn't one of those Japanese commercials that require flying Bruno Mars back to the country or rehiring Mr. Sato's look-alike to do it do over. Oh. All right, take me off screen real quick, just because I want to find out what those other articles were without. Oh.
You guys underestimate the amount of game mechanics that can be patented. There's a lot of game mechanics that are patented that are not valid as well. You can patent stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a valid patent.
All right, I'm closing one of those because the video that it linked to has been taken down. But Japanese airline ANA causes controversy by airing racist commercial. I think we looked at this previously, and the idea is that the guy is meant to be an American, and that's why he's got like the long nose or whatever.
God, I remember this now. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I think we looked at this.
Yeah.
And then there's a reason.
Maybe he's Jewish.
There's a reason that Karen uses a American sounding name and not a Japanese sounding name, because if you're a foreigner and have planned to come to Japan, do not choose an openly racist airline like ANA.
Right. Oh, don't be a Karen, and maybe they won't make any more commercials.
Maybe you should just leave Japan, Karen.
Yeah.
All right. China makeup brand faces backlash for vulgar ad with penis-shaped lip gloss stick.
It does look rather phallic, doesn't it?
It looks like the kind of phallic that a dog applying his lipstick.
Why did you have to make me picture a red rocket, man?
We can move on from this article. We do not need to read it.
Yeah.
Save us the time. Save us the brain image.
A Chinese cosmetics brand latest advertisement has been criticized as vulgar for featuring a female model provocatively kneeling next to an image of lip gloss shaped like a penis. Provocative?
Yeah, we get it. We don't need to see more
pictures.
Now we got to Photoshop the lip gloss in her hand.
The furore began on September 2nd when a blogger, the Furore? Or a blogger with about 5 million followers known as Bunny Class criticized Florte's latest promotional design and tactics on Weibo, saying they were excessively teasing. Established in January 29, who cares about that? The controversy centers on a promotional poster from their official... Okay, is this the one? Because that one still doesn't look like... I don't know how you're seeing that. Operated by Alibaba, owner of the South China Morning Post, which is where the article is written. The poster shows a female model in lace gloves kneeling provocatively. In another photo, the product's applicator, designed to be heart-shaped, appears to resemble male genitalia. The poster due to the lighting and camera angles. I mean, I guess if you're uncut, right? Like, or if I should say.
Stop going back to look at it.
Honestly, I missed it.
The advertisement has drawn significant criticism for disrespecting women. You're disrespecting intelligence by trying to make this into something it's not. Anyway, all right. I'm choosing to stop here. You guys are right.
Thank you. That was not even worth opening.
All right. Box office analyst predicts Transformers 1 a likely flop.
This does not look good.
Believe it or not, I don't have to be an analyst. My eyes work just fine. This is a fucking
Optimus
flop.
Prime should not have a face ever.
Floptimus Prime.
He had a face for, technically it was Optimus Prime.
Well, he had a face in the Bay movies, but not something like
No.
that.
No, he looks like this in the
He
Bay
concealed
movies.
it though.
No, he still had a face with lips in the Bay movies. That shield went over his face when he was in combat.
Okay, he needs a shield over his mouth.
That's actually not Optimus Prime either. That's
Optimus,
Orion Pax.
Incel?
No, that's Orion Pax.
Okay, whatever. Anyway, Studio
Studio
Trigger rolls out special Transformers 1 film poster. Okay. Look, that thing you wish you got instead of the trash.
They rolled out a poster for Transformers or 1.
Commercial.
Yeah, so isn't it funny how you can get people to go see a terrible American animated Transformers movie by having the character designer for Gridman just draw a poster of it so it looks cool, and then you show up and you sit down and watch like, fuck, why do they have pronouns? Right?
Use AI to make the movie look like that.
Yeah. I'd be down. Let's do it. Give me $1 million, Runway. All right. Nintama Rantaro theatrical anime film showcases new character and latest visual. I love the expression on this guy's face, and I hope he sounds fully baked in every dub. He needs to sound high as a kite and like he just got back from surfing. God, it looks rude. Rantaro Kirimaru and Shinbei are far from being excellent ninjas. As they embark on their training at the ninja school, they are joined by their tongue-in-cheek friends, ninja masters, and idle senior ninja trainees. All the unbelievable mistakes and confusion over the course of their training sets the base for loads of fun and entertainment. Okay. Is it going to air on 4/20? Because that'd be extra funny. No, December. All right. Senpai and Otokonoko anime film announced for February 2025. So yeah, the Senpai and Otokonoko is getting a movie, and I couldn't help but notice it says here, this is him.
Budnum, are you going to watch this?
Him? What? No.
That's not him.
That's her.
That's not.
That's her. That's the girl. That's him.
Ew.
I'm just pointing out the fact that apparently his pronoun is he, him. And you better not fucking localize it differently, Crunchyroll. All right.
He's showing up day one.
That time I got Reincarnated as a Slime anime gets a 4th season and a 2nd film.
Woohoo!
That's the news. Frieren Beyond Journey's End anime season 2 confirmed to the surprise of absolutely no one.
Yeah.
Well, it is a surprise to a lot of people.
It's going to be awkwardly
the lack of elite.
No, it's still not. It's Madhouse doing the sequel.
Woohoo! Who did the first
What do you
one?
mean, woohoo? They've been like
Madhouse.
downhill ever since 2011.
Frieren looks fucking awesome. Okay,
Yeah.
fuck you.
What, did they do the first season?
Yes.
Okay.
You said it like they didn't.
Why was it a surprise then that they were doing season 2?
Well, because they have a history of ditching by season 2, I think is what
Yeah.
it means.
Isn't that wit?
Like One Punch Man.
One Punch Man was a.
It's
different
almost
story.
like One Punch Man was a super unique special unicorn product that had like 69 directors or whatever, and that's why it looked so damn good, and that's why doing a 2nd season at the same caliber is like unreasonable somehow, I guess. with the Japanese.
JC staff handled it just fine. Okay, moving on. All right, the Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity manga gets a TV anime in 2025. All right, so these are the characters. Chidori High is a boys' school that takes in the dregs of society with the lowest grades. Right next door stands Kikyo Girls High, where the wealthy, high-class families send their precious daughters.
Who thought that was a good idea? Who
City
built the
planning at
school?
its finest. Chidori's second year.
Get these delinquent boys in line.
Right there.
Look, man, but what if one of the delinquents dates the princess, wealthy girl, high-class family girls, right?
You know, Rhys, I think I've
Is
seen
that
this
unethical,
somewhere
Randy?
in an OVA.
It's only unethical if it's a short-term fling.
It's unethical if the girl is short. Chidori's second year, Rantaro, who has a fierce face but a gentle heart, is helping at his family's patisserie. Julie, how do you pronounce patisserie? How do you pronounce patisserie?
Patisserie?
Oh, I'm pronouncing it correctly? Okay, never mind. At his family's patisserie, when he meets a girl named
Pronounced some other way. I just
Kaoruko, the two hit it off right away, but this blissful peace is quickly disturbed when Rentaro discovers that Kaoruko is actually a student at Kikyo. Worse, she doesn't seem to realize what a huge problem this really is. Will these two be able to forge a path for themselves and sidestep the traps, metaphorical and literal, laid by their classmates? Wait a minute. Traps, metaphorical and literal.
There's definitely a girl delinquent that's dressed up as a boy in the school that likes the main character and is going to be like a.
But I'm just saying, it feels like they're
three-way
directly addressing my point that traps are figuratively straight and are literally gay, but figuratively not. Right. All right. Demon Lord Retry R TV anime debuts on October 5th.
How many freaking anime have a second season or something that's just R as like the letter that defines?
How many
the new
anime
season?
have Demon Lord in the title? Jesus Christ.
That too.
All right. Romelia Senki anime adaptation revealed. All right. I want you to look at this girl. She wears red. Got light colored hair. All right.
Pink hair is better.
Okay. The story follows Romelia, whose prince fiance breaks off their engagement after the defeat of the Demon King. Romelia's homeland remains infested with the Demon King's forces, so now it's up to her to return, raise an army, and march into battle with her unique power of luck at her side. Wow. Oh, what's this? A light-haired girl wearing red. Let's see what this one is about. In the middle of a ball, Scarlett's fiance Kyle suddenly calls off their engagement. Huh, that's a little familiar. She's falsely accused of being a bully, and people unfairly call her a villainess. The aristocrats and noble families all denounce her. For years, she's had to put up with this abuse, with his abuse and idiocy, but she can't take any more of it. At her wit's end, she asks for one last favor, to give him a good fist in the face. So begins Scarlett's story of revenge against Kyle and his cronies, a fantasy about an elegant yet rebellious fighter who doesn't let anyone take advantage of her.
Is that the title?
Yes, that's the whole title.
Rising from a villainous hero.
Right.
That sounds like it was written by like a elementary school.
Yeah,
person.
I'm just gonna move this one here. With vengeance, sincerely, your broken Saintess manga gets light anime adaptation. All right, let's read what this is about. Lua is a Saintess candidate who possesses the power of healing, but her ability had one flaw. She could only heal others by transferring their wounds onto herself. Wait a minute, where have I heard that before? Because of this, others bullied her, calling her the fallen Saintess. But it didn't bother Lua because her best friend Ariane always stood up for her. One day.
So if someone gets a transition surgery, she'll be unfazed because they'll be carving out something that isn't there on her. See, she's the trans hero, the D-trans hero.
So if you heal, yeah. So he's saying that if a man gets his dick cut off and turned inside out to become a neo vagina, right? Then she heals him. She takes on his wound, right? And he grows a new dick, right? And in doing so, would her vagina turn inside out and become a food organ? is that that would work?
I was just saying that she'd have no downside because there would be nothing to injure, but I mean, you could look at that.
But what if it was a woman turning into a man? She'd lose her tits.
Well, that's why it has to be a man who got his dick cut off.
Just make sure it's not a woman pretending to be a man who turned into a woman. Now we have to cover that. One day, Lua's crush, Commander Garrett, was on the brink of death from a beast attack. Lua healed him, which left her on the verge of death. When she woke up, she learned that all the credit was given to Ariane, and she finally saw her best friend's true color. Devastated, Lua is lost and helpless when the second prince appears in front of her with a tempting offer. What would happen to Lua as she begins her new life as a villainess? All right. Grisaia Phantom Trigger TV anime new trailer announced January 2025 premiere. So we were talking about this in the Discord. Is this or is this not the thing that you and I backed on Kickstarter to make it exist that we still haven't gotten our physical release tier from, right?
Well, the idea I got from it is that it's saying it originally aired as an OVA series, which I'm pretty sure, like they said they were like movies, but I assume, I don't know, they're just back-to-back OVAs that kind of felt like two movies.
I think they're talking about Grisaia in general.
No. Grisaia is like a 24-episode series. This is talking about a 6-episode OVA.
Okay.
It said the series was previously released as a 6-episode OVA, the thing we supposedly are going to get on Blu-ray on our Kickstarter. Mm-hmm. And this is the reverse Gundam compilation film, where they're taking the compilation film and turning it into TV series episodes, is my guess. So we're getting cucked, question mark? And it's going to be exactly like the Island Kickstarter, where they were like, oh, if you get whatever tier, you get the Blu-ray, which I don't even think that's released. And we already got a dubbed Blu-ray from
and that thing was
Funimation.
like mondo expensive, like $300 for the tier that had the Blu-ray, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now this one, I don't know. They do have a chance to ship it out. It's been at 99% completion for the last, I don't know, year and a half, 2 years. So
God, can you imagine if this got released before Dirty Pair?
Oh,
after all this time.
Jeez.
Or fucking
Yeah.
what's the other one? The manga one, Kodomo no Jikan and all that, Kibugori Orange Road and all them. What's that project?
Digital manga?
Yeah, Digital Manga Inc. Oh my god, if they actually got off their asses and released something.
Oh boy.
All they need to do is have another 10 Kickstarters to fund the previous ones.
It's funny that I made a comment on the original Kickstarter saying you guys should add a tier for a dub as a stretch goal or whatever, because I assumed that the Sentai ones were dubbed. We did reach our stretch goal. It got a dub, and then I realized that Sentai's didn't have a dub. So I'm like, oh, well, I guess I was being unreasonable, but hey, we got it. So they don't have to dub it, I assume, unless it's like there's going to be 7 seconds of extra footage, so you're gonna have to redub the whole thing with a new cast. But yeah, so I'm curious as to if we'll get it before the Kickstarter, because goddamn. They did say though, the last update, that they are waiting on, there was something specific that it made it sound like basically we're edging it, we're at the edge of it. So, I don't know. We could get it any day now.
All right. So, Murder Mystery of the Dead anime announced for November 2024 release. Looks CGI to me. This doesn't, but that doesn't mean anything. In the year 20XX, civilization has collapsed under a rampant zombie virus. 2020? Is that what we're in? Okay. A man in a white coat appears in a survivor community and announces, quote, "We've discovered an antibody that will prevent zombification." He is then found murdered, attacked by zombie believers. COVIDiots? Wait, what? Are on the rise all over the place. Rumors of a mysterious, crazed strangler. Survivors disappear one after another, and a strange singing voice can be heard from the underground every night. Whatever the fuck that means, that's the thing. Moving past that. Okay. Also, Batman Ninja versus Yakuza League anime film shares new character clip and cast list. So, hype. Ready for it. Love the first one. This one's going to have Wonder Woman, Flash, Aquaman, and Green Lantern as a woman now. Okay.
There are multiple Green Lantern.
Yep. What's funny is, do you guys remember what Robin looked like in the last one?
Nope.
With
was
the
Robin in the last one?
he had like the top knot with the bald head, right?
Oh right. Yeah.
They make a reference to it in the thing in this clip, and he's like, "What are you talking about? My hair grew back overnight." Like, what? Yeah, I guess they ditched that look. Anyway, moving past this, Ushio and Tora's Kazuhiro Fujita is working on a new manga. He did not reveal any other details regarding the new manga. Great. All right. Glad.
Well, I'm looking forward to it either way.
All right, before we cover this, let's catch up on some chats. Leonardo says, "Oh, AC, I need to talk about Devil May Cry because originally when I spoke to Johnny at Pensacon 2 years ago, before this anime was released, Johnny mentioned that he was part of a new Devil May Cry project. Originally, he said he heard rumors of a Nero anime spinoff, and also mentioned, if I'm not in the new Devil May Cry anime, I hope we see Nero in an upcoming Devil May Cry anime soon." Huh. That was back in 2022. I think this anime may take after the events of Devil May Cry 3, just judging by Dante's design. Could be wrong. Also, we should do a watch party of the 2008 anime series. I still haven't watched other pilot episode. Don't. It sucks. Dante is the only one that they actually made look good. And that's a problem.
As someone who never played the games at the time I watched it, I enjoyed the Devil May Cry anime.
Fuck. Lady and Trish are ugly as sin in it, though.
Probably. I don't know.
But she says, I just thought of a theory. Maybe the reason games suck and we see the all-female development teams is that the men refuse the jab. Maybe. And although it's weird to see Johnny as Dante instead of Nero, I think he'll do a solid job. Yeah, he always does. Yeah. You forgot the baby to censor the dick-shaped lip gloss. I
don't think
That's only
there's
for
something in the
boobs.
guideline that says if a penis is on screen, there better be a baby nearby.
You know, it'd be funny when a penis is on screen, you have to use a baby with Goku penis. It's a distraction. We definitely need to do a tier list of weird news articles for New Year's Eve. I think the man beating the snake to death with the toilet brushes. That was honestly, that was one of the best articles we have covered. I couldn't believe how wild that got.
New Year's Eve is on a Tuesday.
He has lips in the Transformers Prime anime series, but that series is phenomenal. Oh. Studio Trigger also rolled out.
It's a Royan Pax. It's not Optimus.
Studio Trigger also rolled out Rebecca and saved Cyberpunk.
Transformers roll out to Rebecca.
Transformers then, one shall stand, one shall fall. Transformers now. Did someone say Transformers? Gasp, how dare you assume my all-spark? Oh. Still haven't watched Frieren. The first episode was boring. Oh, man. Fighting words.
It's a slow roll.
When does that show get a physical release? Because I am going to single-handedly force the Cool 3G to watch it. Demon Lord Retry was good. Was waiting for season 2. Sadly, I read the web novel. Oh. We definitely need an anime series of Gunsmith Cats. Yes, with the manga version of Rally that doesn't have the blonde hair, please. Still waiting for my dirty pair. Yeah, we all are. All right, so let's catch up here. Marvel and DC have lost the superhero trademark. A recent court ruling has decided to cancel the joint ownership Marvel and DC share over the trademarked phrase superhero. The ruling was the result of an objection by independent comic creator S.J. Richard and the company Super Babies Limited. Terrible fucking name. Recently, the Super Babies comic faced opposition from DC Comics for their use of the word superhero, prompting a review of the phrase's status as a trademark.
How this has lasted so long is insane to me. I don't even understand how they
the fact that DC is threatened by a company called Super Babies, I think, is the real egregious thing here. Thanks to the work of law firm Reichman, Jorgensen, Lehman, and Feldberg, the courts decided to remove the trademark, especially since Marvel and DC spared no resources to defend their ownership.
Yeah, I don't think they were enforcing this trademark.
No. Reichhold's argument was that the term superhero has become genre defining, and the ownership of Marvel. What gender do you identify as? Superhero. And the ownership of Marvel and DC has allegedly been used to stifle independent creators and shut down competition.
Is there an example of them using this? Like, if they use this trademark to shut down competition, don't you think they would have at least tried to defend it?
Yeah. While the superhero genre has gotten by just fine skirting around the trademark, this will ideally open up creators to freely use the term without fearing consequences from DC or Disney. So you can read the whole ruling if you want to check it out.
It's so obvious that it's genericized. When the whole point of a trademark is to denote a brand, a source identifier of a product.
Yeah.
Right? When you use the word superhero,
like
no one thinks of, oh, well, that's exclusively Marvel and DC. No one. There are superheroes that come from all over the place in all sorts of media.
If you think about it, though,
no one thinks that they have that denotes that. Therefore, this is coming from either Marvel or DC.
Yeah.
If you think about it, that they even shared the trademark is stupid.
Right.
Like, if anything, DC would own the trademark and block Marvel. Why don't they block Marvel? If they would have the right to the trademark over Marvel, they invented the superhero, right, as we know it.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the fact that they share it, like, the whole situation is stupid. Like,
what I want to know is who owns the trademark to super villain. Because it's definitely light novel created in Japan. All right,
Demon Lord. That's the one they've trademarked that, and they're getting their use of it.
So Nihon Falcom leading AI translation with Eiyu Densetsu Kai no Kiseki. It's set to become Nihon Falcom's testbed for the new AI translation tool named Ella, which will hopefully eliminate long translation times from large swaths of text and the increasing insertion of politics that localizers can't help but add. While Ella is not ready for full-scale use yet, Falcom and AI developer Digital Hearts say that it specializes in translating video games. Supposedly, it uses AI translations and digital clone creation technology in order to contextualize and create an auto-translation that is rich and colorful, that reflects the characters' actual personalities. In an upcoming showcase event for Ella, being used on Falcom's latest game in the series, the tool will be used to translate dialogue from Japanese to English, simplified Chinese, and traditional Chinese, hopefully presenting a better result than that of the mobile game's English translation. Anyway,
that's actually something that could be interesting, right? Where you have like an AI. We've talked about AI translation before, and how if if you use Google Translate, it doesn't have context on what things are. But with AI Translate, you can give it the context of like, if you're translating One Piece or whatever, you could explain what a devil fruit is and like how, all the things that would require it to make decisions on how to translate things differently. For video games, because of the way they are created, they would have the script for one character. Like you could pull up the script of one character, all of their lines, right? And then have it primed with, this is this character. Like run through and translate all of these lines.
Theoretically,
this personality.
Yeah, theoretically, you could provide the production Bible, right, as part of the prompt, right? Consult this and produce responses based on this. Look at the terminology being used in Japanese. Look at how they pronounce things in the traditional samurai sense, or what I mean, like whatever it would be, and make your translations based on this, source or whatever, right? Yeah, I definitely think that, and again, individualist collectivist is like, which one of you can't compete in this world and therefore need to stop something else, and this is the funny thing is, like, you guys know the story of John Henry, who beat the machine?
Nope.
So there's an old story of, I don't know if it's real or not or whatever, but it's like you see it every once in a while. It's the concept of a man whose job was to drive the spikes into railroad tracks, right? And a machine got built that would do it faster than a human, right? And John Henry competed against the machine and won. Like, he actually did it faster. And I can't remember if it was because he was stronger or because the machine had to be moved to the next spike and he was able to move quicker, right? But he defeated the machine, and so it's kind of like the tale of like man beating automation or whatever, right? But in the case of localization, you either produce a product at the level of the AI, which at this moment might be inferior to what a human could do, but the inferior product of a machine that isn't inserting politics and Zoomer lingo and stuff is far superior than the best product of a localizer who can't help but do that, right? And the idea is obviously, going back to the collectivism, is trying to ban this stuff or poison the well against it is an effort to save your own ass because you can't compete.
Well, I mean, with all automation, like, it is only going to happen if it's financially worth it, right? And when you start saying, well, I want a raise, and you start creating an end product that has issues that need to get corrected later with expensive recall or reissues of books, because you have to change the pronoun on something because some translator made some weird political decision, that all adds to the cost of hiring a translator versus just automating it, right? And so as you raise that bar, eventually you're going to pass the line where it's just cheaper to automate it. And yeah, there's going to be issues with automation, but you've passed the pro and con barrier, and then they just go with the automation. So, and if humans decide to change their procedures so that they get under the cost of automation, unfortunately, with automation, generally the large amount of the pro-con thing is the investment into creating it. And once it's created, then that bar gets dropped even further. So then they have to actually come down even further to beat what the new automation would be after it's created, right? So it would be difficult for them to get back. But I mean, there will be cons to the automation there could be room for that to happen. But
yeah, there's
they're
definitely
going to have to stop doing what they're doing.
Things are definitely not going to be perfect, but the problem with it is that it's advancing at such a rate that it doesn't matter if it's not perfect, because by next week it will be. It's not going to be an issue for long if it is. All right, moving past this for time. Overwatch 2 and My Hero Academia had a collaboration. Pretty
Are
sure
going to have a collaboration.
okay,
I don't think
I'm
it's
pretty
out
sure Deku's a woman. It's
I'm cringing already.
Yeah, it's pretty cursed.
So who gets the invisible chick skin? Is Deku Tracer?
That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah, based on
So
that.
is
that's Tracer.
Is this Diva?
Kind of looks like it.
And who the fuck is this? That's not Mercy, right?
They've got the
No,
shinobi
I think
pose with
it's-
their hand.
Yeah, I think it's the girl, the newer girl that they introduced in to. I think her name starts with a K. She's like a Japanese girl.
I just want to point out, even though Overwatch has gone full woke and all that stuff, this still would mop the floor with Concord, right? Alright, moving past this. Sonic X Shadow Generations game adds Keanu Reeves in movie pack. So they redubbed the game? No. How did this work? This was originally Sonic Generations, but now it's Sonic X Shadow Generations?
Yeah,
And
so like 10 years ago, they made a game called Sonic Generations, which was like a brand new game, but they took elements of older games, like different level aesthetics and stuff, and they had like a 2D, a classic Sonic and a modern Sonic in the game, and the whole idea was like multiversal thing, and like some levels would be 2D inspired and some would be inspired by the 3D games, and it was kind of an amalgamation of different levels from across the Sonic universe. And so now they're remaking that game and re-releasing it under on the new systems, but then also adding an expansion to the game where Shadow is added, because Shadow was not in the original game. And so now Shadow will be added along with a bunch of different Shadow specific levels. And so they're then also adding voice lines from Keanu to the Shadow parts, because and so it's not like they're redubbing it, because Shadow was never part of the original.
So do you think the entire purpose of this is like
to make Keanu Reeves
promote the
canon?
movie? Because I did not like the idea of like Idris Elba, for example, showing up to voice Knuckles in the games going forward. You know what I mean? Like,
so I don't know if they're doing that. I think this is just for Keanu.
Yeah, but it's just to promote
I believe
the
it's
movie, right?
Well, I mean, sure. I believe it's an like an optional thing. I don't think that he will be voicing.
It does
the
say
character.
movie pack, so I assume that's not like.
Yeah.
The real question is, how many lines could he possibly have that they were actually willing to do this?
Damn,
assume it'll be
not
like a
here,
toggle.
Maria.
Like you can
They
turn
literally
on
just took him from the trailer.
the Keanu voice if you want. I think it's cool. Like, why not?
Yeah. My
I
question
think-
is for the Sonic expert here. Does this replace because they delisted the other one from Steam, right, or whatever? So, is this does this actually replace it successfully fully, or is there stuff from the old game that you still want that they're ripping out of your hands?
We don't know.
It's still the original game, but they added Shadow and
Well, we don't know is
Allegedly,
the
they say
correct
that about
answer.
every remake.
Yes.
Rhys.
The correct answer is we don't know. The game's not out yet. But in theory, it is supposed to be 100% of the original game plus. So kind of like how Mario 3D World was released for the Wii U, and then when they ported it to the Switch, they released it as Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, and added a whole
Bowser's Fury.
Well, you're a cat in the game, so
yeah, but it's Fury. It's not furry. But anyway, so they added that whole other section to the game. So it's kind of my understanding is it's kind of going to be like that, where they've added a completely separate thing that'll be just like Shadow's.
Well, I hope it is, because I hate the idea of let's delist this game, because like what is it? If the Star Wars Battlefront thing, if they delisted the old games, that would have been awful.
If you bought the game in California, it would tell you that at any moment you might lose the game and have it replaced with one that has a dark, brooding protagonist instead.
Okay.
You weren't here for the beginning of the podcast, were you? Never mind.
No.
He doesn't get that joke.
Just quickly, gender swap Deku. In universe, they're all wearing cosplay, so
so crossplay.
They're saving the world, and
Sure.
they're like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna cosplay."
And the character who I couldn't think of was Kiriko. That's the newer female person from Overwatch 2.
All right, cool. Moving past this, Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater reveals second official trailer. So real quick, we're not going to watch this trailer. Thank you, Mirage, for sharing that other thing. I enjoyed it. But I do want to showcase this clip here. Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater Remake looks amazing, says IGN. There is a distinct problem with it. The color grading has been completely removed.
This is my one problem with remasters. Is
that
there's
the
always
vibe
like
has changed?
Yeah, there's always something that they change that's like annoyingly. Why'd you change that?
Yeah,
Like
this
with,
is specifically why I'm choosing to play Silent Hill 2 on the PS2 right before the Bloober Team remake comes out.
with Wind Waker. They created Wind Waker HD, but they weirdly added this lighting engine to it that made the cell
It
shading
ruins the cell shading. Like,
yeah, it doesn't look cell shaded anymore. Well, it does, but like there's now like this weird like shadow gradient and all the cell shading, and like the light, it seems like it's all overblown. It was like, why'd you do that? Could have just left it alone. I don't know why you did that.
I gotta say, something about this though that like completely blows my mind is it seems like they are literally using the original animation
Like motion
data.
capture.
Yeah, the original motion capture and the original like camera setup. I mean, these things are exactly the same in some of these shots.
Yeah.
Like, and they're exactly the same in scenes. Like this even is so close. If you ask me to mimic this camera move,
It'd take a lot of effort.
It would take so much effort that and even with 2 or 3 or 4 times the amount of time that reasonably a person should spend on this, it would still not look this good. Like, this is so incredible.
So what is it? Regarding the originals,
Mhm.
I saw that like they're on sale on Steam. I didn't even know they were on Steam yet. I thought that like remaster collection was only on consoles. So
Yeah,
then I looked
they
at it.
buried it. It's like hidden. The volume 1 of the collection.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Like
I
I tried
literally
looking
saw
for
it
it,
earlier this
and
week.
well, maybe it's not buried anymore, but when I tried looking for it, I couldn't find it anywhere. And then someone had to link it to me.
The lightning
It's
effects
like-
are different.
Well, what I'm getting at is that when I looked at the reviews, everyone's just saying it's like a garbage, lazy port that
Mhm.
has performance issues and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, I knew there was a catch when this released because it wasn't like the GTA fiasco, but it's still just like at that point, just play the
I mean, this
originals
game
or
is
wait
separate
for-
from the collection.
I'm not talking about the remaster. I'm just saying if I want to opt out of this And to play the original, that stupid collection thing is also just, not a great option. It sounds like you might as well just play the original, or wait for this if you want to play Snake Eater. The other thing is that it comes with like visual novels and some other bonus content, and you have to like track it down yourself or whatever. They don't just give it to you as a download or whatever, from what I could tell from the reviews. So anyway, buyer beware.
So like this part right here, for example, is not the same motion capture data, or at least they tweaked it, right? The fingers are a little bit more curled, a little bit more dynamic looking, but because the camera move and everything is so perfectly the same. Oh, this is a little different actually. I think they just didn't line those up.
The fisting
properly.
scene is slightly different.
I think they just didn't line them up properly. So one major, like in addition, so we were just talking about like there's always that one thing like why'd you change that or whatever, and like one of those things for me is the rain effect, right? Like it looks, see the rain on the lower side. It's like that's supposed to be the rain hitting, and like bouncing off in like harsh rain. I mean, I hardly even see rain at the top. I mean, you can kind of see like streaking down, but it doesn't feel like people are wet and it's like pouring rain. You know what I mean?
Well, a lot of rain is audio too, right? So
yeah. I don't know. I pre-ordered the game. I can't wait to play it. It looks amazing. This part,
maybe they'll add a green tint filter.
I
this
feel like
part
that's
right
something
here
that you could probably mod in.
Yeah.
What you think that would be easy enough?
In the original one, you can barely see the bandana compared to the new one. So I kind
Now
of
pause there. Yeah. So this is kind of one of those instances, specifically with a remake, where it's like, oh yeah, it's more photoreal and has all these things on it, but look how busy that is.
Yeah, the background
compared to like something else that's like less photorealistic in nature, like a platformer or something, where they usually just upres the textures, but then it kind of loses the charm of it.
So the issue here, like what's nice about the old one is that it gets muddy and kind of almost like foggy, right? Where as the camera gets past a certain point, you basically can't make out what you're looking at, right? Which I mean that's the same for here too, but it's different, right? And I also wonder. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say I also wonder how much of what we're looking at here are specifically the scenes that are 1-to-1 copies. You know what I mean? Versus like maybe the rest of it's not.
Yeah,
I haven't amazed at that.
I haven't seen like too much info about this. I've just seen a few like trailers and stuff.
Update the Master Collection Volume 1. It's like you just click on any one of the 3 games and then it's like a bundle package.
Yeah,
so you click.
That's what I was saying. It's buried though. Like if you search in Steam, it doesn't come up as like a collection. You have to like go to like Metal Gear Solid 2 and scroll down and see this game appears in a bundle, and then click on the bundle, and then it's
just like a Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah, it's silly that they do it like that. But anyway, what I was saying was, well, actually, now I forgot what I was saying. I think I was saying, I forgot what I was saying, but I'll say this if it's not the same thing that I was saying. I like remasters that like the Halo 1 and Halo 2 remasters have the engine, like they're using the same core engine, but then they've what they did in Halo, the remaster Halos for 1 and 2 is they stripped down the engine to just like the physics, and then they created 2 pipelines on top of it, one for the original graphics, so it basically recreated the game perfectly, and then one for the new graphics, so you could press a button while you're playing the game and originally it was actually a little bit of a lag between, but later on they updated it, so it was almost instantaneously. You could hit this button and flip between the old graphics and the new graphics. Yeah, essentially. And so
yeah, the old graphics and the new graphics. I love that about the remake or remaster. The only issue with that is that any animation and physics issues it had before are maintained, or geometry even for that matter. And if you think about it, because it's 343 we're talking about, technically it in some ways it's kind of the lazier way to go about it, because they didn't have to actually like
I don't care.
rebuild stuff from the ground. I know.
For me personally,
I do like it.
I like, unless, especially for newer game, like if it's, if they were to do Ocarina of Time, they kind of already did this with the Grezzo remake for the DS. It was a similar thing where they basically just repurposed the engine and put a new pipeline on for the graphics. Now they did update some of the models like hard in the game, but like most of it was just a skin on top of the original game. Although you couldn't switch between the two graphics, it was like wholly new. And they did change some stuff, like you were saying how if they do it that way, they wouldn't be able to change stuff. Anyway. But in that case, there is enough like jank in the original N64 games that I would want a ground up remake of the game. But when you start getting to like Twilight Princess, those games were not like the fidelity was enough there that I'm okay with just the visual change. And I think with Snake Eater, although I haven't played it, but just from this cinematic, it looks like it is one of those games that you could get away with just reusing the thing. And I would prefer the game playing exactly the same and just looking a way better than them trying to change it and then causing the change, whatever they change, for me not to like. Right? Like, oh, well, we changed this, and so now it's like we've remade it.
It's definitely significantly more work to remake a game completely from the ground up and make sure that any changes are an improvement. And it's easier to do that I would say, like with Resident Evil 2 remake, for example. Like, it's hard to fuck that up when you're redoing a game that old into a new game with the modern ability, running and shooting and all that kind of stuff.
Also, if there were like significant bugs or something that they found out later on, like, oh yeah, there's this like one section, if you stand here, you get totally fucked, and like, oh, game breaking bug.
Or
I'm sure they can
jiggle as much.
I'm sure they could fix that. And make the boobs jiggle more, obviously. But yeah, I think they could still do that while keeping the switch between the old graphics and the new graphics. Like, I don't think that's well, if you do this, you can't have that.
Yeah.
Type of situation.
Cool. All right. Well, Kuta T says Metal Gear Solid Original is on sale for good old games, and they'll be picking it up this week. So have fun.
No, buyer beware. Buyer beware. You're gonna get cocked.
I already bought the collection 2 weeks ago. Why didn't you tell me it was shit?
Why don't you read the reviews, bitch? Well, I don't know.
I saw other people.
I saw it 1 week ago on sale, so it would have been too late anyway. Rip.
49 tabs. Okay, cool. Capcom Fighting Collection 2 censors gender bending super move.
Now it goes from male to male? Question mark.
Male to superhero. The new gender. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, that was. All right.
We're not laughing to speed it up. That's why.
Yeah, I'm just
don't take it personally.
I'm looking for the clip. Here it is. Okay. So The newly announced Capcom Fighting Collection 2 brings back fan-favorite fighting games like Capcom vs. SNK 2 and the Power Stone series, but Capcom continues to pander to people outside of its target audience by censoring certain elements of the game. Some of the games feature Dimitri, a vampire who's ostensibly the main character of the Darkstalkers franchise, but overshadowed by Morrigan, who has a super move that transforms all characters, including men, into women before he drains them of their blood. Given the context, people might think that the bloodlust of Twitter warriors might be sated, but Capcom went above and beyond for them. According to the game's website, some of the characters' appearances after being transformed by Dimitri's Midnight Bliss were altered or cut. Here's a look at the original the original transformations.
Let's play.
It gets wild. Almost over. Shit, man, can you imagine being the person who put that entire compilation together? So I hadn't actually watched
a mix of like some of the censored ones and then
those are all of the uncensored ones. I hadn't watched it all the way through. I just needed to see.
Why were half of them like cutting to black screens and the other half were what is it? Girls turning into girls again?
Well, because all of like the joke, I guess, is that Dimitri only sucks the blood of women. So in order to do so, he has to turn men into women first, right? And so I don't know. Like I said, I hadn't actually watched it all the way through, but I just need to see if there's anything even crazier than the T-Rex right here. So the actual changes made will need to be checked when the full port collection releases, but some possible changes are the sexy and lolly-esque ones, despite this being only a transformed form that appears for a few brief seconds. Even more telling is that Dimitri was also featured in the SNK developed SVC Chaos, which was released on modern consoles with no changes, showing the difference in priorities of the two companies. Anyway, Capcom is censoring Capcom Fighting Collection 2 and will alter some stage visuals and certain visuals during the story. In keeping on with their ongoing deference to modern audiences, Capcom has confirmed that nearly every title set to be included in their newly announced Capcom Fighting Collection 2 will be subject to some form of visual censorship. Revealed to the public on the morning of August 28th by way of the day's Nintendo Partner Showcase, the second entry in the Capcom Fighting Collection series is set to bring 8 of the titular best fighters to modern hardware. Unfortunately, while the collection looks to be retaining every bit of each title's signature gameplay, the same cannot be said of their art directions. Taking care to avoid revealing the collection's censorship during the aforementioned partner showcase, Capcom instead hid the news on the game's official website, burying the details at the bottom of each affected title's individual profile page. According to said pages, as a result of these changes, Capcom vs. SNK Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper will have some stage visuals altered, with Plasma Sword likewise seeing changes to the appearance of certain stages. Power Stone and Project Justice and Plasma Sword will see edits made to certain visuals during each game's story. Capcom Fighting Evolution will drop, quote, some character transformations from Dimitri's Midnight Bliss. As of writing, Capcom has not provided any specific details as to which exact visuals they will be altering, nor why they have chosen to do so. However, given what topics modern audiences currently consider taboo, speculation suggests that the offending content includes Capcom vs. SNK, the admittedly hardest one to place. Most of the stage visuals in this crossover fighter are genuinely harmless. However, if one had to chance a guess, it may be the female cocktail waitress who continually strides across the game's Pow Pow Cafe in Southtown stage of that drew Capcom's ire. Okay, so I guess the waitress here. Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper has 3 women seen sitting poolside in Ken's Hotel Masters USA stage, and the 2 dancers seen in Balrog / Mike Bison. You mean M. Bison? Is M. Bison stand for Mike Bison? Las Vegas USA stage. Anyway, I know that M. Bison is meant to be a reference to Mike Tyson, and that's why Balrog and M. Bison got switched with their names in the US release. Power Stone, Rogue's risque appearance is seen through various character stories. Project Justice say goodbye to buxom appearance of the American-born Tiffany Lords. Anyway, I don't think we need to read the rest of it. I think you get the point. Or are these the female? Oh, these are all the female options for the thing we were looking at. Oh. Right. If they only get rid of this one, do you think it'll be okay? Most of them don't even look that bad, you know? Like Felicia actually has more clothes in this version.
I don't understand why they'd have an issue with literally any of
them, right?
Like they're not having
I would have
sex.
expected them to remove the female characters from the game because, that's violence against women.
Yeah. I guess this one maybe is the most like salacious because it's like a flat-chested open shirt, exposing cleavage.
It's not even bare skin.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
That's
got an undershirt.
No.
It's pink.
No. Zoom and enhance. That's clearly a belly button, and it's the same skin color.
Maybe. Yeah.
And the character,
I think the one holding the crotch diaper is maybe the worst one.
But the character that is topless and just wears the fundoshi.
I'm just saying that's probably the worst one in my opinion. But like, none of these are bad. Like, that's so silly.
This one I think is from Pocket Fighter. It's just her Pocket Fighter form, and that's the funny thing is that it changes women into other versions of the same woman.
The American bikini cleavage is probably actually the worst one.
That's what I was pointing out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's so stupid, especially like later when we get to the if we get to it, the cap, not the Square Enix shit, where they're like talking about how it's so evil that they have to censor stuff, but then they censor it anyway. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
So we aren't going to talk about that tonight, but yes,
okay.
I know what you're talking about.
I'll just say one of their things was, well, we have to censor for age ratings, like because if we put the old designs in the game, we'll get a worse age rating. No, you won't. And if you did, that's stupid. Take it and run with it. Like you say, these people are bitches for making it teen instead of E10 or whatever. But you said that the old versions of the move were left in the SNK version of the game, so it's like this isn't going to get you a different rating. Like, so stupid.
Kotu T says that Spyro had the same version swap as Halo, but only for the devs. They didn't release it for customers. Boo!
Yeah, that's a shame.
Not that I would have played it, but for Metal Gear Solid, it's just the original, not remake. It should be identical to the original. Oh. If censorship has no gameplay effect, why have it at all? Yeah, come on. Come on. When Luigi starts making sense, the devs are in trouble. All right, Marvel vs. Capcom added panty shots for Roll, allegedly at Keiji Inafune's request. So with Marvel vs.
How did they? This is the same fucking company.
This is the same. Okay, I think this is for when they originally made the game, not for the remake, not for the compilation game that we were just talking about.
So you're telling me the compilation is not going to have this, or
I don't know. We'll find out later. So with Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection, fans are once again enjoying the crossover fighting games. A fan noticed the game kept panty shots from character Roll, to which its original planner alleged came from Mega Man creator Keiji Inafune.
What the fuck? It's the same company.
Mm-hmm. The game's original planner, Atsushi Tomita, responded to a fan pointing out Roll's numerous panty shots were still in the game, alleging that the frequent glimpses of underwear came at original creator Keiji Inafune's request. Roll was a character, just throw right under the bus, huh? Roll was a character from another.
You know what I'm afraid of? I'm afraid they're gonna fucking update the game. Like the physical version doesn't come out until November.
Exactly.
So they have time to change this shit.
Yeah.
Don't bring this up until later.
Well, I mean, bring it up and celebrate it tremendously so that they think, wait a minute, maybe we should have not censored that other stuff.
Fuck's sakes, man.
Roll was a character from another department at Capcom, and in the beginning, she was made to be reserved and never show her panties, Tomita said. Inafune, the head of Mega Man's division,
and now she's a whore.
Came to see us and said, no panties? Tomita added, after the suggestion, Ino, the character artist working on the game, redid the character pixel art so that every movement from then on would show pants. Roll was designed by Keiji Inafune as the original Mega Man was his first major project after joining Capcom in the 1980s. Keiji developed all of the character art and some of the designs in the game, but his mentor, Akira Kitamura, designed the original static pixel art for Mega Man. It's all right. I just wasn't sure if you were spilling or not.
My hair clip.
Oh, your hair clip? Oh, did it break? You just took it off.
I took it off.
Okay. The revelation brought concerns from longtime fans of the fighting game in the Mega Man series. Despite the original Marvel vs. Capcom game releasing over 25 years ago, Roll is canonically the younger sister of Mega Man and is depicted as an underage girl. So the demand for panty shots has raised questions. I raise answers.
It's a robot.
Yeah. Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. We already know that's just stuff that just lost. Okay, you know what's sad though? Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection for Switch confirmed as code in box for the European release.
Oh, thank God.
Ew.
Yeah. And it's only for the Switch version. If you want the PS4
I bought the Switch version.
Okay. Oh, God damn it. What have I done? Fuck. No, what have I done? All right, well, anyway.
What I hate about the code in box thing is, like, once you open it, you can't return it. So it's like, you have to know ahead of time, like, this is code in box.
Yeah, you can't even secondary market sell it after it's like 5 years old and you don't want to play it anymore, right?
Yeah. It's like a physical, it's like the digital edition is wearing the physical edition's dead body.
Oh. Fuck. God, that was loud. Oh shit. I about had a heart attack. So it's playing a bunch of games that I don't think are coming in the other game thing we were looking at. They're saying Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection for Switch. So this isn't the same game as the last thing we were looking at.
Yeah. this is not Marvel vs. Capcom.
This is Capcom versus SNK.
No,
right?
Well, no, it's just Capcom Fighting Collection.
Capcom Fighting Collection, which contains Capcom versus SNK, but not Marvel versus Capcom.
Various different.
Yeah. So the point is, as we were talking about previously, where the SNK released game contained all of the Dimitri stuff, right? And it's showing the differences and priorities between Capcom and SNK. Similarly, Marvel versus Capcom's release is uncensored
But that's different because so Capcom versus SNK is one game in the Capcom Fighting Collection game. Okay. SNK is a game developer, and they released a version of, I guess, Capcom versus SNK.
Well, no, no. Dimitri is a character from Darkstalkers. Darkstalkers is a franchise run by SNK.
Whatever.
No, Capcom. Capcom,
yeah,
right?
I don't care. That's not whatever it was. We can get into the weeds. The point is, when SNK was in charge of the development, they chose to keep his moveset in.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Now Capcom is releasing this version of the game where they have control and they're censoring it. Okay. They are also releasing the Marvel vs. Capcom collection. It's the same fucking developer, and in that one, they're okay with Ro or whatever her name is.
Roll's panties.
Roll's panty shots. Which is like, why? Why are you being censorious in one and not in the other one? That's weird. I'll take the roll thing. Like, don't fuck with that. Okay, leave it alone, especially for the physical edition that isn't out yet, and we don't know if you're gonna fuck with it before that. But why'd you do it for the other one? And they also released Capcom Fighting Collection 1. That was previous as well. It's also kind of weird because all of the covers look very similar, so it's easy to like get confused on what game is what. But yeah, there are 3 different Capcom Fighting Collection games. 2 of them are just generic Fighting Collection, and then one of them is the Marvel specific.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find examples of this roll thing before we fully close off. I can't even find one. Like, oh, there's. It's pretty shameless. All right. Oh my gosh. All right. Oh boy. All right. So my favorite is the the crouching punch. Woo!
I mean, when you have a really short skirt, it's gonna happen. You're fighting. Like, it's gonna happen.
It's immersive.
Yeah, it's just realistic. All right, there you go.
I want to see the sprites where they tried to cover it up. Like,
yeah, right.
You know.
Okay, moving past this. Okay, you guys remember that the Saudi princes bought majority stake in SNK?
No, I didn't remember that, but now
No, I don't. I didn't remember that either.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm worried that the puritanical, like, Islamic religious people, like, that they're going to censor it because my Shiranui is far too sexy, right? Yeah. Instead, they put their favorite soccer player in the new Fatal Fury. New Fatal Fury game shocks fans with Cristiano Ronaldo teaser. While cross-promotion with real-life athletes has become somewhat more common in recent years, Fatal Fury City of the Wolves teaser of a collaboration with soccer player Cristiano Ronaldo turned quite a few heads in both shock and puzzlement. Suddenly revealed on September 22nd, just a week before Tokyo Game Show, the teaser flashes a legendary player joins a legendary game, meaning it's entirely possible for Ronaldo to be a playable character on the roster. considering that SNK is now owned by Saudi Arabia's crown prince, while Ronaldo is contracted to the Saudi Arabian club Al Nassr. It's not entirely out of the ballpark for this collaboration to happen. Perhaps Ronaldo will be the first real-life person to feel the mighty kicks from Mai Shiranui's thick thighs.
This is only a possibility, though. The way they're wording that doesn't sound like it's actually going to happen. They're just doing a collab.
A legendary player joins a legendary game. Number 7. CR7 Cristiano Ronaldo. I hope he exclusively kicks and headbutts.
Whoa. City of Wolves. No wonder it's called Fatal Fury.
He's got to have a flop move. Try and draw the red card.
Yeah, I was good.
Drop on the floor. Oh, red card.
Fatal Fury City of Wolves returns the favor with Ken and Chun-Li crossovers as well. But now the article I've been dying to get to. Hold on. Let me move this double duck. Why don't busty Fatal Fury Ninja Girl Mai's clothes ever tear? We asked the developers. We sit down with the City of Wolves producers to see if Seiji's boyhood dream will ever be fulfilled. The Tokyo Game Show is going on right now, and developer SNK is pulling out all the stops to promote Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, the long-awaited sequel to legendary fighting game Garo, Mark of the Wolves, that fans have been waiting more than 25 years for. In addition to massive character art displays, SNK has a whole team of City of the Wolves cosplayers, plus a new playable demo of the game featuring the return of Ninja Girl Mai Shiranui.
My Corona.
Mai made her first appearance in Fatal Fury 2, which was released in 1992, and quickly became a fan favorite thanks to her fast-paced playstyle, flashy special moves, and undeniably her physique and costume design. All of those left a deep impression on our Japanese language reporter Seiji Nakazawa, who was a big Fatal Fury fan growing up. Seiji, of course, also played King of Fighters, SNK's crossover anthology series, which included characters from Fatal Fury, such as Mai and other SNK series. During the fighting game craze of the late 90s and early 2000s, a new King of Fighters game came out every year, and while Seiji enjoyed them all, he also felt an annual disappointment. Why? Because Mai's costume never got torn. Now, this wasn't entirely a case of wishful thinking by teenage boy Seiji. See, in the King of Fighters, characters fight in teams of 3, and Mai's 2 most frequent official teammates are karate practitioner Yuri Sakazaki and Muay Thai bartender King. Both had outfits which got torn when they got defeated by an opponent's special attack. For Mai, though, this never happened, despite the fact that her slinky kunoichi outfit doesn't appear to be made of any sturdier fabric than Yuri's karate gi or King's tuxedo shirt. So when Seiji secured an interview with City of Wolves chief producer Yasuyuki Oda, who joined SNK in 1993, and producer Joshua Weatherford, who joined in 2016, at Tokyo Game Show, he was determined to get an explanation from them for this discrepancy that had been filling him with frustration for more than half of his life. Still, Seiji couldn't just jump right into the question without also asking a little bit about City of Wolves. Seiji, so to start off, how did it come about that Fatal Fury series is getting a revival after being dormant for 26 years? Oda, well, the previous game, Garo, Mark of the Wolves, ended with such a central story unresolved. But after that, SNK went bankrupt. So there was always the feeling that we had unfinished business for the series. When SNK was revived and I came back to the company, the first series I said I wanted to bring back was the King of Fighters. And that's where we started from. Then, next we brought back Samurai Showdown, and now it's Fatal Fury's turn. I'm hoping that while continuing to develop the King of Fighters franchise, we can bring back various SNK IPs. Seiji, so would you say you had to wait for the right time? Oda, maybe. Actually, I wanted to do it sooner. And now it was time for Seiji to start maneuvering towards the topic he'd come here to discuss. Seiji, speaking of the King of Fighters, I remember as a kid, it really amazed me how when Yuri Sakazaki and King get hit by a special move that ends the round, their clothes burst. That really felt like a game changer for me. But I've always wanted to ask, why don't Mai's clothes burst? Oda. So King's first appearance is in the first game in the Art of Fighting series. When she first shows up, she's dressed like a man. And we wanted it to be a surprise reveal that she's a woman when her shirt gets torn. So she's the only one whose clothing gets torn. Seiji, so it was a storytelling mechanism. Oda, then when we did the sequel, Art of Fighting 2, we made the decision that all the characters, both men and women, would have their shirts get torn if they got knocked out with a special move. The only exception was the character Takuma, because he doesn't wear a shirt, so his chest bleeds instead. Then, when we made the first King of Fighters game, and we're including King and Yuri, we carried over the mechanic of their shirt getting torn, since it had become a memorable tradition. Seiji, but if King's shirt got torn for storytelling purposes in Art of Fighting 1, why did everyone's get torn in Art of Fighting 2? Oda, there wasn't any particularly strong reason. We just thought it might seem kind of strange if only the female character's shirts get torn, so we decided to apply that evenly across the entire cast. Seiji, but Mr. Oda, with all due respect, you just said there wasn't a particularly strong reason for everyone's shirt to get torn, correct? So then, shouldn't it stand to reason that there doesn't need to be a particularly strong reason for Mai's clothing to get torn too? Oda, King of Fighters is essentially an all-star game that pulls from many different series, so I think we wanted the characters from Art of Fighting to retain some of that series' special characteristics, since they form a part of their identities. So it was basically a matter of Art of Fighting characters continuing to have their clothing torn as they had before. Weatherford, looking relieved that Seiji's weird questions were all related to decisions made before his time at the company, allowing him to sit this part of the interview out. Seiji, I understand. In that case, I would like to make a request here and now. I think it'd be fine for everyone in City of Wolves to have their clothing tear. So can you please make Mai's clothing tear just a little bit? Oda, it won't tear. Seiji, this is something that I've been looking forward to every year since long ago. Doesn't it pain you to leave that childhood dream unfulfilled? Oda, I think it will continue to go unfulfilled forever and ever. Seiji, so in City of Wolves, the cast features Rock Howard, the son of former antagonist Geese Howard, and Preacha, the young disciple of hero Joe Higashi. There's a sense of one generation ending and another beginning. So could you say that this is an ideal opportunity for Mai's costume to... No, one couldn't. Will you be seeing any other character from previous Fatal Fury games joining the cast as DLC characters? I think that's a definite possibility. In Mark of the Wolves, Geese was said to be dead, but he'd already died once before in the Fatal Fury series and then been brought back. And he's also appeared in other games as a nightmare/ghost. Is there any chance he'll show up in City of Wolves as a DLC character? Within the City of Wolves story, Geese is dead. Seiji, so there's no chance of adding him in. I can't say for certain. If more and more people ask for him, we'll probably start to feel like maybe we should put him in the game. Seiji, so along those same lines, if enough people ask for Mai's clothes to be torn, that and only that will not happen. Is this the same photo? Yeah. Seiji, it won't. It will not. Seiji came away from this conversation with Oda with an understanding that while Mai's original ninja outfit might not look all that durable, and even her new City of Wolves attire doesn't seem like it should be able to stand up to all the energy waves and burning fists that get tossed around in the Fatal Fury fights. Her outfit is protected by something stronger than silk or leather, Oda's iron will. Though it didn't come up in the conversation, it's also worth pointing out that a key difference between King and Yuri's costumes and Mai's, which is that the first two of them wear bras, which are exposed when their shirts and karate gear top are torn, while Mai, at least in her original costume, quite clearly has no upper body undergarments on, while a glimpse of lingerie wasn't beyond what was permissible at the time. Full-on toplessness was beyond what a developer could get away with in the arcade. But hey, if Mai has been able to keep her shirt on and keep her fan base for a quarter century, that's unlikely to change in City of Wolves. And if we can get serious for a moment, Seiji, like all of Mai's fans, is just happy to have her back. I don't know. I thought that was somewhat funny. Where did my StreamYard window? Okay, any more? Is Ronaldo the guy with the lookalike? I don't think it was. That was Lionel Messi who had the lookalike. What appear to be panties makes sense by design since the joints would have to be put on like for legs. That explains why Rockman would have armor looking like brief underpants. Huh?
How come
Makes
Luigi
sense to
always
me.
has a comment when it comes to the panties or underwear?
I think he made perfect sense. Blue Exodus says, "Oh, hello, Blue Exodus. How you doing?" Not realistic, but logically, even the shirt can be blown.
Is
Okay.
Blue Exodus the sequel to Blue Exorcist?
Yes. Ed Sheeran, why? The clothes getting torn is a great gameplay effect because it shows the character is defeated by a special move rather than a standard move. If City of Wolves is on PC, I suspect Seiji will get his childhood games. Yeah. I'm sure he's already played the Mugen version. All right. So, Picross, Records of Shield Tier announced. Do you guys know what Picross is?
No. Tell.
No.
I don't even know how.
It is a puzzle game.
It is a picture crossword puzzle game where you follow a hint number to complete a picture. And it is, wow, the dumbest thing ever.
Basically, each column and row have like a pattern of numbers, and you have to fill in pixels based on those patterns and numbers. But you don't know
basically
where.
Sudoku to put the pixel color in?
That's what I said, but he said no.
Kind of. No, I didn't say that. It is kind of like Sudoku, but I said it's not a math puzzle game. It has nothing to do with math. Basically, it's like, wow, if there was one pixel in a vertical column, the column would have one above it.
I just want to point out how that looks nothing like Naofumi. Okay, now I see it.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Generally,
What?
these games
Oh,
have
now
been
I see
created
it.
for like sprite-based games like Mario, and so it's very apparent what you're creating.
Right. Which this is not.
Like, yeah, not
even if I
close.
squint, I'm like, what? And then it only gets worse from here.
So, like, hold on, pause it. Oh, here. Pause it. Okay, so in that bottom row, it's got the row says 4-1, right? So that means that there are going to be somewhere in the row there will be a group of 4 black pixels, and then a space at least of 1, and then 1, and then at some point again another 1 black pixel. And so you have to.
It's Minesweeper,
yeah,
with Whack-A-Mole.
Yeah, and you look at the top one, how it says 111, as in it's going to be 1 with a space of at least 1. And
so
then
you gotta line up the columns with the rows and figure out what works for both the columns and the rows.
And you're timed
to place each block.
Yeah, and it looks. Oh my God! What is that? Philo? Wait, what's this one? What am I looking at here? I don't even know what that is. Two-headed black dog. All right. What is this thing? God, what could this one be? Oh, wow. A monosword. Yeah, so they just keep getting worse. Like, more and more egregiously can't tell what they are.
Oh, so it goes to a bigger picture. This...
I mean, At no point does this game have anything to do with the picture that's made.
Yeah.
It's generally not like you need it to make us a coherent picture. So the fact that these pictures, quote unquote, look like garbled messes, isn't really going to take away from your enjoyment of the puzzle aspect of the game. But it is weird when it is an aspect to the game that they chose like Shield Hero, something we can't really easily make pixel art for.
Oh my god, what a weird thing to do. Anyway, now that we've had a nice little break from all the reading, Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot claims company's goal, quote, is not to push any specific agenda, despite company's website saying the exact opposite. So we're not going to read this. You're very welcome. I just want to show you, in more bad news for Ubisoft, company's sudden decision to end remote work options draws threats of employee strike from French labor union. Financial analyst describes Ubisoft's sales collapse and delaying of Assassin's Creed Shadows as a total meltdown as stock price collapses. An Ubisoft developer reportedly reveals company brushes off legitimate criticism as toxic gamer talk, and DEI policies have led to brain drain. Okay,
So a lot of these quotes are coming from interviews with various YouTubers from quote unquote inside sources.
Inside sources, yeah.
So just take it with a grain of salt.
Take it with a grain.
I don't know. I don't know how
gonna...
people are vetting their sources.
I don't know. I'm not going to read it. This video popped up in my feed, and I watched it. I don't think the articles beyond the headline. We don't need to read it, but just to reiterate here. Toxic positivity, the exact problem that Concord fostered, Ubisoft is doing, according to the interview. And DEI policies have led to brain drain. No duh. When you hire people who aren't qualified, just simply because you have to throw a bone to groups of whatever ethnicity or whatever, you're going to replace people who were qualified with people who aren't qualified, and therefore you're going to reduce the overall talent in the agency. Right.
Well, also just the general philosophy of DEI practices means that you're going to make the workplace hostile to the original or legacy people who are quote unquote probably male and white, right? So they're not going to
especially in Ubisoft, which is a French company.
Yeah. And then the people under them are going to get promoted, and whenever they say something bad, they're going to get called the problem.
Yeah,
you know,
for sure. So, moving past here, Assassin's Creed Shadows delayed, just as Ghost of Tsushima's sequel announced. Ubisoft's done. A sequel to Ghost of Tsushima called Ghost of Yote might just put Assassin's Creed Shadows on permanent life support, especially as Ubisoft announced that the latter game is being delayed to be polished.
I mean, Ghost of Yote is not going to be out anytime soon.
No. I think it's coming out in 2025, though, is it not?
Well, I'd be surprised. It might be.
So they say the full apology was posted on Twitter. Unsurprisingly, the Japanese version contains doublespeak yet again, with the Japanese version revealing that there are no plans to refund pre-orders like in the West, and also omitting the part about, quote, those of you who've been patiently waiting for an Assassin's Creed game set in feudal Japan from the Japanese version.
Honestly, the fact that they're refunding pre-orders for a 3-month delay is a weird
absurd, right? Why on earth would you do that? And the funny thing about it is that there are undoubtedly lots of people for which now that you've refunded them and canceled their pre-order, they are now not going to bother to pre-order again. Right?
Yeah.
Like there are people.
Also,
good.
Oh, well, I was going to say, oh no, fucking gone.
Well, if it comes back to you, interrupt me.
Oh, the context of again
tonight.
Well, I get interrupted. the concept of again, where you said the word again, because doublespeak again. They previously released a note to Japanese fans saying that they know there's
contention
criticism
on the about Yasuke
and
being samurai or whatever.
and that there was differences between the English and Japanese version of that release as well. Also, I don't know if you're including it. This all seems like Ghost of Tsushima and not the other one, but I'll mention it. There was a clip from the investors meeting from Ubisoft about Assassin's Creed Shadows, where they said it was going to cost them $20 million for the 3-month delay. $20 million worth of development time and presumably marketing for that 3-month delay. That's fucking insane. Like, what are you spending money on?
Off the chart.
Honestly,
so, think about it for a second.
Now they are giving people, at least for, I think they're giving people extra DLC for the fact
20
that
million
it. So
divided
maybe
by
that's included in the cost. I don't know.
20,000 employees.
Or maybe maybe I'm thinking of the Star Wars Outlaws thing. I'm not positive.
Divided by 3 months equals. That can't be right. They definitely aren't paying each of these employees.
That's roughly $6 million a month, right?
Yeah, but okay. So let's do this times 20,000 to get back to that. So they're doing 6,666,666.6 repeating per month. But when you divide that by the 20,000 employees they have, it's only $333 per employee per month.
I don't think all 20, whatever. I don't think literally everyone in their company is working on this project. But like $20 million for 3 months of dev time is insane for a single game.
I mean, if I were them, I would put $20 million per month to make sure you actually produce something that would salvage the train wreck that this is. Because quite frankly, you're going to spend a lot of money just to have this game flop. Now, it is thus not surprising that Japanese fans have instead begun clamoring for Ghost of Yotei, which will also feature a female protagonist. The female Ronin Atsu is set to lead an apparently more narrative-driven story with more choices in story direction. The big difference between this and Assassin's Creed Shadows is the fact that the Ghost series doesn't sell itself on historical fiction, but rather the romanticized image of samurai movies. So there's a couple of, you can watch the video, but we can just kind of look quickly at these images here. So Yotei is a mountain in Japan, in Hokkaido. One of the things that really made Ghost of Tsushima quite incredible is the render distance and the views and the skylines and stuff that you get to see. I mean, that's fucking breathtaking, right? Imagine how massive that model is in game 2, right?
It's probably just a PNG.
I bet you can get to it. You might not be able to climb it all the way, but I bet you can get at least to the base of it. Judging by how Ghost of Tsushima played. So
It's kind of like the Halo ring where it's like you can see the top of the Halo ring, but you can't exactly go all the way there.
Anyway, so moving past this, just a little bit more stuff here. Ghost of Tsushima Fallout, Ghost of Yotei announced, right? And I'm just going to read this part. So Atsu's journey takes place in 1603, more than 300 years after the events of Ghost of Tsushima. Our story is set in the land surrounding Mount Yotei, a towering peak in the heart of Ezo, in an area of Japan that is now known as Hokkaido. In 1603, this area was outside the rule of Japan and filled with sprawling grasslands, snowy tundras, and unexpected dangers. It is a far cry from the organized samurai clans who lived in Tsushima, and its it's the setting of an original story we can't wait to tell. Okay, so that's what they had to say about it. Sucker Punch announces Ghost of Tsushima sequel Ghost of Yotei. Fans divided over decision to swap Jin Sakai for a female protagonist. So I just want to say real quick, the second I heard the title, Ghost of Yotei, right? I immediately, like, it clicked for me exactly what they're doing, and I'm totally on board with it, right? Japan, people don't realize how long the history of Japan is, because it looks relatively the same for so much of their history. Because they closed themselves off from the outside world, technological advancement it moved very slowly in Japan for a long time. They perfected things pretty early on in terms of like weaponry and whatnot. So the only way that new advancements would be developed in that realm is if they were invaded by the Mongols, and let's say the Mongols brought guns or something, then you're like, okay, there's how you would get your technology advancement or whatever, right? Is you learn from the people who are coming to Japan, right? And so a problem that Japan has to a degree is that when people look at, let's say, a samurai, setting, they don't realize that the time period for which samurai existed is hundreds and hundreds of years, right? And so in Ghost of Tsushima, for example, they actually use weaponry and stuff that didn't even exist yet in the time period of Ghost of Tsushima, right? They did that. They like disclosed that, like, we know this is meant to be entertainment, right? But just the same, as soon as I read the title and I'm like, Ghost of Yotei, yeah, it makes sense. You're not doing Tsushima anymore. And the concept of Ghost of Tsushima is that Jin Sakai is like basically the lone survival of the battle, right? And he gets revenge on the army that he narrowly, escaped death at the hands of, right? And so in the process of enacting that revenge, he does lots of little things that build up the legend of him greater and greater, so that as the story progresses, you get to experience your legend growing and people know who you are, and you're like, there's a really amazing advancement in your skill tree and all this. Like, it really effectively grounds the concept of what they're trying to do. So as soon as I saw Ghost of Yotei, I'm like, oh, that's fucking brilliant, right? You tell a story in a completely different part of Japan, and you get to do it in a different time era, right? The gameplay is going to be almost the same because Japan has so many years worth, but you get to tell stories that take place in different areas with different key players. And it actually enriches the full experience because you get to do these different dives. You don't need to stick with one character throughout the whole thing, right? And what's really cool is that because Ghost of Yotei takes place hundreds of years after Ghost of Tsushima, you actually will get to see how far Jin Sakai's legend, has gone. Like the stories that are told about him in this new time period, 300 plus years later, are going to be even more interesting, and even like it's gonna actually be a nice way to put a cap on the end of his series, right? Now, with that said, I personally have not finished Ghost of Tsushima, so I presume it's going to have a satisfying ending, but I don't know that it will. And so reading this, keep that in mind. So Sony's recent State of Play had a surprise ending. Sucker Punch, the developer behind Ghost of Tsushima, Sucker Punched fans with a teaser for a sequel that isn't a direct continuation of Jin Sakai's story. In a bold move, the visually stunning trailer revealed a new hero with the iconic ghost mask, announcing Ghost of Yotei, which definitely does not roll off the tongue as well as Ghost of Tsushima. The game doesn't have a release date, though Sucker Punch teased a 2025 platform exclusive release. There you go, Randy.
We'll
However,
keep that.
However, the biggest surprise was the revelation of a new protagonist, a female samurai named Atsu. The change has already sparked widespread controversy, as fans were blindsided by the decision to move away from Jin Sakai's story. Many fans of the original game hoped for a direct continuation of the original story. However, Sucker Punch explained their new take with a statement that reads, quote, "We also wanted to continue to innovate, to create something fresh but familiar. We looked beyond Jin Sakai's story and the island of Tsushima and shifted our focus to the idea of the ghost instead. At Sucker Punch, we love origin stories, and we wanted to explore what it could mean to have a new hero wearing a ghost mask and uncovering a new legend. This led us to Ghost of Yotei, a new protagonist, a new story to unfold, and a new region of Japan to explore." I'm totally on board with all of that. All of that sounds great to me. Adding further to the controversy is the actress behind the voice of Atsu in Ghost of Yotei, Erika Ishii. Ishii openly identifies as queer and gender fluid. Ishii has a history of supporting LGBTQ plus causes, including the Trevor Project. Now,
is that what they meant by the fresh but familiar thing? It's like, yeah, we're gonna put a genderqueer, non-binary or whatever in ancient Japan. That's our take.
I mean, we'll see, but just so we're clear, the Trevor Project, as far as I know, is a suicide hotline for members of the LGBT community. There is a concern lingering that the new Ghost may push a diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda, similar to the character Rook in Dragon Age: The Veilguard, or the fact that Valkyrie is the first confirmed lesbian character in Apex Legends. Now, they bring that up because she voices Valkyrie, and she also voices Rook in the Dragon Age: The Veilguard. Nevertheless, no further details are available on the hero and the game overall, which leaves plenty of room for speculation. And moving past this, That Park Place wrote, Ghost of Tsushima sequel receives mixed reactions from gamers as game features female protagonists. Now, the last article hinted that there was like a controversy surrounding the fact that fans didn't want to say goodbye to Jin Sakai, right? Well, I don't know that I agree with That Park Place's arguments here that it's like mixed reactions, because they're all pretty much one direction. There's like one or two that are, potentially fitting that narrative. So one seemingly lamented the fact that Sucker Punch was discarding Ghost of Tsushima's protagonist Jin Sakai. Quote, imagine hearing about Jin as a legendary folktale quest. Imagine hearing about Jin as a legendary folktale quest. That doesn't sound negative to me. Like I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to hearing about the legend he left behind, 300 years later, and how much it's grown and what people say about him and all that.
Granted, I haven't played Ghost of Tsushima, but this isn't like Mario in terms of like iconography. People aren't like Jin, whatever his name is, like, oh, he's such a legend in real life too, or is he? Is he a fictional character or non-fictional? Okay, because if it's like, oh, we get to see Mario in Yoshi's Quest, it's like, oh, that mustached plumber hero man, him, where you want to play as Mario. I get that maybe, but
I look at it personally. I think about it like playing Onimusha. In the first Onimusha series, you play as Samanosuke, and in the second one, you play as Jubei Yagyu, right? Who's based on a real person. And in the third game, you return to playing as Samanosuke, and then in the fourth game, you play as a made-up like half Western character with blonde hair, right? Named Soki. And I just sort of think about it from the perspective of like, it's not uncommon to change characters and then change back or whatever. I mean, Silent Hill goes from Harry Mason's story to James Sunderland's story, and it's a completely different sort of almost a rendition of Silent Hill. Then it goes back to the Harry Mason storyline with Heather Mason. And it's like, it's just kind of all over the place, but that's like, I sort of expect that, almost,
That's what I mean. Like, there isn't anything that, I mean, granted, once again, I haven't played it, that there's nothing that screams to me that, like, oh my God, it's not Ghost of series without Jin Sakai.
I mean, that's like saying, the Assassin's Creed sequel that takes place in a completely different area doesn't have Ezio, right? Yeah. So another person wrote, Ghost of was the best idea to stick with. This way, they can tell loads of different stories from different eras showing pretty cool characters. Oh man, they're so mad. Like that's positive, right? So this is set in 1600, Turner Sengoku Jidai period to Edo, 400 years after Jin Sakai. Just so we're clear, it's actually 356 years. Okay, so it is more than 300. It's less than 400. Just so we're clear. 1603 is the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, and Yotei is a major mountain in Hokkaido, northernmost island of Japan, which leads me to believe we'll be able to explore Hokkaido. Exciting stuff, lots to explore. Sounds hyped. Jin is literally a ghost now, Rip. Okay. It's like, okay, we're not going to play as Jin. That doesn't even seem that, like, sad about it, right? One person pilloried the game by comparing it to Assassin's Creed Shadows. Sucker Punch saw Assassin's Creed Shadows and went, I hold my sake. Okay. And then this one, that's interesting. My highlights got shoved down. This next one here is the same comment, almost like the exact same. Hold my sake for a second time. Almost the exact same one. So these two people are saying, like, oh, we're expecting this to be shit. Hopefully Jin is still going to be mentioned in the game, probably as a legend about how an 8-foot-tall demon called the Ghost beat the Mongols out of Japan. I never expected them to make this IP into an anthology series of different time periods and places in Japan. I think they made the right choice. Like, what is this? Oh, mixed reactions. Like, nearly all of these are positive. Another shared, I knew the native people of Ezo/Hokkaido called Mount Yotei with Makarini Puri, or female mountain. And someone mentioned the mountain is believed to have the power to strengthen women's energy. What a way to choose a scene and protagonist. This is what we call artists actually doing their research. Once again, near universally positive. On Twitter, YouTuber Heel vs. Babyface wrote, quote, Ghost of Tsushima was an excellent game, beautifully presented with wonderful characters and a strong driving narrative. Some of those stories involve people that think or act differently from ourselves, but when told well and in good faith, these stories can work well. Ghost of Tsushima was very well received by gamers in the country of Japan, who were so impressed with the respect shown that the Western developers were honored as ambassadors of the island itself. High praise indeed. I expect Ghost of Yotei to be no different. Sucker Punch have set themselves a high bar in terms of quality and expectation. I trust they want wholeheartedly to follow through on that. Gamers don't hate female protagonists nor female characters. They hate badly written characters and stories in general. They hate insincerity and forced ideologies where they shouldn't fit or belong. I, for one, am looking forward to this sequel, and I expect it to be at the very least of the same quality as its incredible predecessor. Couldn't agree more. Now, the only person I saw this tweet like on my timeline, the only person I saw who made a stink about the character being female is Endymion here. Ghost of Tsushima, the Ghost of Tsushima sequel stars a Japanese woman samurai warrior because of course it does. They can't help themselves until every franchise that was built on masculinity is replaced by women. So just heads up, in Japan, there were what were called Ona Bugeisha, I believe is what it was called. They were the female samurai, right? And yeah, it's the same term as geisha, as in like what you would think of when you think of a geisha. Ona meaning female, Bu meaning like the part of Bushido, right? And geisha means like art or craft practitioner, right? Ghost of Yotei is hopefully a smaller spin-off game, But if this is the true sequel and this is the new main character over Jin Sakai, fuck that. So sick of forced girl boss narrative, man. YouTuber 8-Bit Eric also wrote, quote, Ghost of Yote is set to crush Assassin's Creed Shadows. I'm super excited for it. Some claim that grifters are upset it has a female protagonist, but that's completely off the mark. It's an original story that respects Japanese culture, unlike the forced Yasuke narrative. Vera Dark wrote, Ghost of Yote looks great. Don't forget the developers of Ghost of Tsushima became ambassadors for the island because of the amazing job they did. I have faith in them to deliver another massive W. Hope we see more soon. What is that? A grand total of Endymion and the two messages about Hold My Sake. Wow. People sure hate it. I saw this though. Men enjoyed this too much. Time to add girl power.
Well, the only thing that could risk them screwing this up is if the voice actor somehow wants to twist the narrative.
But so far as I have seen, I have not seen anything come up about her specifically like ruining the roles she's been given with her ideology, right? So like, for example, I think she's being cast in these roles because of her, you know, being LGBT or whatever. But I don't think that she is making the roles LGBT. I think that they're doing that thing where like only gay people can play gay people kind of thing. You know, that
from another stream, I did hear that she apparently claimed credit for putting some political joke in some game.
Do you remember what
maybe
game?
It was an animation, but no, I don't remember.
What's with these idiots and being like so proud that they're basically citing the sources for us of here's how I tried to ruin this thing.
So I love these comments here. Will we get to see her naked ass as she enters the hot springs as we did with Jin? Will she have her own topless Fundoshi armor? I want equality.
So if they had that in the original, I guess that's a fair question.
Mm-hmm. And not even a hot one. Okay, I will say this. This character is so much better looking than any of the females in Ghost of Tsushima. They look horrendous in that game.
Damn. The bar's that low, eh?
Yeah, I mean, Jin Sakai looks great. You know, like they did a really good job. They really worked on his, you know, overall look. And I'm guessing that's because he's the main character, right? All the females in the game that you talk to are just like the literal most plain looking. And that is, I'm guessing, meant to be historically accurate, right? Because like these women are not, you know, they're farmers and shit. They're not actually like, you know, dolling themselves up with makeup and everything. It works in the environment, right? And also there's just like low effort put into NPC character, right? Like I get that. This character looks far better than any of those other ones. So I take it as a win, having played Ghost of Tsushima. All right. And she could have looked like this. So let's count our blessings. All right. Pump the fucking brakes. Ghost of Yote protagonist is voiced by radical activist Erika Ishii, who thinks the police are white supremacists and supports transgender ideology. She's a radical activist who claims in her Twitter bio that she uses all pronouns. Furthermore, Ishii is an activist that supports body mutilation. In June, she encouraged her followers on Twitter to support For the Girls that targets Black individuals to encourage them to butcher themselves. These are the words of that Park Place. She wrote on Twitter, quote, non-Black folks looking to observe Juneteenth, Black nonprofits often receive aid in boom or bust cycles. This year, consider making a monthly pledge. Whether you donate, volunteer, or commit to learning, please join me in my quest to be intentional and sustainable. I'm supporting For the Girls, a Black trans collective that helps pay for rent and gender-affirming surgery in the Black LGBTQ community.
The Black specifically?
Yeah. I wonder how hard it is to convince them that you're a member of this community to get them to pay your fucking rent.
Right. No, it catches me off guard, though.
If I submit a request in blackface, you think I can
like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you're Asian. I'm pretty sure you're of the yellow variety. So, like, why are you trying to get in with the black?
Well, it kind of sounds to me like she's Asian savioring them. Right? It's just like it does seem a little pandering, like I must take care of the blacks because I am of the mighty Asian. Anyway, so she previously promoted the organization in 2023 as well. In February 2023, ahead of the Hogwarts Legacy release, she appeared to support the failed boycott of the game. None of these things are deal breakers. Like, I don't give a shit, right? Like, this is like, if I gave a shit about this, I would have to really rethink watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure or Lupin the Third in English, because Richard Epcar is fully Trump derangement syndrome, all that kind of stuff, you know, out of his mind. But in the case of Richard Epcar, I have yet to see him insert something into the show. You know what I mean? That misdirected its original intention, you know? So I'm not convinced yet that this is going to taint the game. Although, and this is the problem with hiring a controversial person like this, every single line in the game, every single aspect of the game is going to be under a magnifying glass because you specifically chose to pick a person with controversy, right? And I guess it makes sense to me now, you know, after everything that we've looked at with voice actors in the last like 5 or 6 years, that it makes sense to me now why Japan would remove Pierre Taki from Judgment because he was arrested for cocaine or whatever. I don't agree with it, but I understand why they would do it, right? And I can understand some of the most insufferable among the voice acting if they stopped getting work because of how insufferable they are to the audience. I would understand that, you know. The problem with the Pierre Taki thing is I didn't see evidence that the Japanese consumers actually gave a shit, right? But anyway, in the subsequent post, Ishii added, quote, muting, but wanted to reiterate transracial human rights. Actually, this is supposed to be highlighted to remove. She also claims police are white supremacists. I just don't want to bother reading all this. She also said to YouTube, I hope you understand that you have a responsibility not to give hatred a voice. This is in reference to the New Zealand shooting. Islamophobia and white supremacy do not deserve a platform. The site allows people to disseminate good messages and create loving communities. Protect those. Don't give power to messages of hate. So anyway, these are like pretty lukewarm takes, all of them. Incredibly excited to announce that today is the first day at Sucker Punch. Oh, this is the so Sucker Punch also hired former Insomniac Games community manager and Sweet Baby Inc. defender Thomas Hart to be the company's community manager. Big fucking deal. Like, so little of this matters. Obviously we're going to be keeping an eye on it. We'll continue to talk about things as they go along, but so far I'm not convinced that it's going to taint the game to a irredeemable level. But we'll see.
So a lot of people are saying like, oh, it's it's woke because there's a female lead, and it's woke because she's a gay actress. Like, none of these things are like 100% means that it's going to be woke.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know enough about the game, and we definitely have not heard enough from the developers themselves to indicate where it's going, right? So we don't know yet. And I wouldn't, especially with the context of Ghost of Tsushima being such a highly praised game,
mm-hmm.
I wouldn't jump on any bandwagon saying, oh, well, I'm going to instantly discredit this because it has a female lead. Obviously,
mm-hmm.
there have been games before with female leads without
mm-hmm.
a problem, right? So female lead does not equal bad.
Yeah, and nobody made that argument. Not one single person made that argument. Every single person in the thing that was lamenting that it was a female was not even lamenting it was a female. They were lamenting it wasn't Jin Sakai.
Yeah,
right.
Change is always not handled well from people. But I will say that while though it's not inherently bad to have a female lead, obviously, and it's not inherently bad to have an activist cast member, if they can leave whatever it is they have activism for behind and do what they're paid to do, then we're good, right? But I will say,
the director's going to force them to say the lines, or it's not getting recorded, right?
It's the director that's going to and cut the lines that they don't want in it, right? So
and honestly, quite frankly, where we're at right now, with the apocalyptic level of Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? Like what just happened with Concord. Like right now, if there are lines recorded by this woman that, I mean, they're probably have already had meetings to say, like, should we cut this? Should we remove this? Should we change this? Right? So, like, honestly, I think that by the time this game comes out, it's probably going to be fine. But we'll just have to wait and see.
I don't know about that. What I was going to say is, while it's all fine and dandy that it's not necessarily an issue, in today's climate, it is a red flag. All right, I see it as a red flag. So first red flag.
What I look at this
second, hold on. Okay. Second red flag, gay activist lead. Well, not even gay, gender fluid, even worse. Okay, that's a red flag. Now, does it mean it's going to be woke and garbage? No, but it's a red flag. Like I said, we need to see more. Third red flag, they're from Washington State. That's woke country over there. All right. So third red flag. Fourth red flag. It's less of a red flag, but more of a thing to note is that a lot of the time, especially with when a company has like a surprise hit, right? If a company's off on their own, doing their own thing, making like, oh yeah, that was an okay game, they're left alone to do their own thing. But then they have a surprise hit, and that's when the executives come in and say, oh, well, we need to make sure you have another hit, and therefore now we need our tentacles in it, so that we have more control, so that we can make sure
we need to make sure that it's empowering the women, so we get a bigger audience. Yeah, and
it's already in Washington, and we've seen it before with like Last of Us, right? The second one was way worse in terms of like all the woke shit. Spider-Man 2, way worse in the second one, right? And in that one, Sony got
the
their
issue
claws
isn't
in it.
necessarily inherently that she's a female character, as much as it is just the pattern of behavior that this technically follows. So it has the signs that it could be a disaster, but
yeah, I will not be surprised if this is woke garbage. Okay, but I will say, especially given the track record so far, although even with the track record, what happens when these execs come in and they get their tentacles in the fucking company is they start making it what we were talking about earlier, where the company is becoming a toxic environment for the quote unquote cis white guys, right? The legacy hires, and not necessarily just white people, but like the legacy hires. And then it becomes all like, well, you can't say that because that's upsetting Karen, and that's racist, and then all those guys leave, right? All the passionate guys leave, and then the company just implodes with it won't implode yet, but I'm saying like it will be filled with all this gunk of just garbage employees, and then it'll implode, right? So that could, I'm not saying that's happened, I have no clue, but all we know is Sucker Punch, right? We know a facade of a name. We don't know all the devs, who's on the team, right? So these are all things that we need to watch out for.
Yeah.
But it doesn't necessarily mean boycott. It just means beware.
Don't pre-order.
Oh, I'm not.
I mean, pre-order, fine, but like, be ready to cancel your
no.
pre-order.
That's a
I'm
general
not
rule of thumb with games in general. Just
I-
don't
I don't-
pre-order.
I don't know
because
why people
any
say
game
that.
can be a flop.
So
yeah,
Well, yeah.
like, I think if you're buying physical and you pre-order, you have at least 15 to 30 days to return it, depending on where you get it. Just don't open it, right?
Mhm.
Most places allow you to return it. If you're buying digitally, if you're buying on Steam, you have
hours of
2
gameplay.
hours of playtime and 14 days of no playtime. Like,
Bro,
within the
it took
14
me
days.
like over 2 hours just to get my freaking Final Fantasy 16 functional because it was it. And then when I waited for the update that did thankfully come, I can play it at 1080p lowest settings and still get
but I mean,
stutters.
well, okay, yeah, that's an issue, and you could probably take that up with, and they can maybe make an exception for that. But what I'm saying is, if you're worried about the quality of the game, right? You pre-order, and then when the game comes out, don't or install it or whatever, don't play it, and then wait a couple days for because by the time the game comes out, the reviews will be out, and okay, maybe you don't trust the industry reviews, so wait a couple days for the streamers to get through it. And then see what they say, right? And if they say shit, then just refund it on Steam. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. So
people are against pre-orders, but
if you pre-order though,
I'm
you're
definitely not
bolstering their
suggesting anybody
numbers and
pre-order.
giving them more excuses to what is it? Oh, we got our bag, so we don't have to try, and then it comes out as a buggy mess day
Mhm.
one or whatever, and then they don't learn from whatever.
Well, I mean, generally you're not pre-ordering months in advance. You're pre-ordering maybe a couple months, but you're not pre-ordering a significant amount of time in advance.
Starfield, that was a lot.
Well,
of people
I think what he's saying
a
is
few exceptions.
Yeah, I think what he's
Don't
saying
do
is
that
that
then.
they're not going to put it up for pre-order until they've reached that minimum viability of the product or whatever. But
Generally,
they're
pre-orders don't go up until 3 or
the
4
game
months
is almost
out.
ready to ship.
And
Yeah.
you're not making major changes on the fact that, oh, well, pre-order numbers are up, we can sit down.
Okay, so before I lose my train of thought on this,
well, no, they have no. They have no incentive to try. Okay, go ahead.
So I just want to address. I personally, my plan is to buy this at Book Off, which is what I did for the first game. I don't have any desire to pre-order it or whatever. I think the game will probably be pretty good, right? But I've taken a break from Ghost of Tsushima because it became repetitive, and even though I enjoyed playing the game, it's just I don't like the constant little quest here, little quest there, constantly over and over and over again. And it's just I just unlocked the second island or whatever, and I'm like, wow, I don't want to do this right now. So even if I do play this game, I'm going to finish Ghost of Tsushima first. So I'll have plenty of time to let people explain to me just how fucking awful it is and how much I shouldn't buy it before I make a decision. However,
something you brought up earlier was the lore of the mountain and all that stuff, and I think that's obviously that's valid as a storytelling perspective of wow, they did all the research and stuff. But kind of like Netflix, they will what is it? They'll make a series or whatever that's catering specifically to what's a historical thing that fits our narrative or whatever. So we have Cleopatra and all this crap or whatever. So it's under the veil of well, there was a super powerful woman or whatever it might be. So in this case, it's maybe that could be, one of those flags, if you will, where they're choosing a narrative so it supports their diversity, whatever. I'm not saying that's necessarily happening here, but
give me a minute. I got 2 points that I've been holding on to for 20 minutes here. Let me make some points after I address these chats. First of all, Kotachi says AC fell for it. They lowered the bar of attractiveness to increase it slightly and made the new normal.
That's what I was thinking.
OCA host Cope, we should wait and see we would the jab. You can't unpurchase the game. If people are advising caution, I'd say that's a wise discussion. And they say don't pre-order because it props up the sale numbers and create warped incentives like AC explained earlier with grants. Okay.
Okay,
So
just quickly, hold on, just quickly with that.
Clear.
You can pre-order 2 days before the game comes out. generally you get a pre-order bonus for pre-ordering, so pre-order. But like you don't have to pre-order in super advance and let them sit on like a bunch of numbers. You do you with what you want, but generally I want the pre-order bonus. So
yeah, so the only reason you would pre-order is if they incentivize it with a bonus. Absolutely, totally agree, totally understand, agree. If that's something that matters to you, right? The only games I have ever pre-ordered are actually probably in general, yeah, never pre-ordered anything else outside of this was Stellar Blade, and that was to send a message, and Silent Hill 2 Remake. And that's a game that even if it's awful, I'm going to buy it regardless because Silent Hill is kind of an important franchise to me. I think it looks great, and I think it's going to be good. I'm determined to enjoy it, but these are the only 2 games I've ever pre-ordered, right? And
not to distract you. Go ahead.
My wife had me pre-order her Dragon Age of Veilguard, which is the worst. I have been begging and trying day in, day out to try to get her to let me cancel it.
Not to
you should have
distract
at
you on
least
your point.
You should have gotten her to let you pre-order it 2 days before the release, like Random 11 said.
Yeah.
Well, she's determined to play it regardless of all the stuff I've shown her so far.
Well, I'm just saying you won't bolster their numbers for that length.
Well, the numbers supposedly are like 1,028 pre-orders, so I don't think it matters that much. Yeah. Anyway, you're making a point.
Back in the day, when Wind Waker initially came out, my parents bought that game for me on day one. And I was so excited. I'm like, ooh, cool, Wind Waker. And then I got to school the next day and found out that there was a bonus disc if you pre-ordered. And you got Ocarina of Time and Master Quest on a bonus disc. And I was like, wait a minute. I got this day one, and I didn't get and from EB Games. And I didn't get the bonus that you got when you picked it up day one from EB Games. Why not? Well, you had to pre-order. And from then on, I've pre-ordered games.
So you're saying you're traumatized into this.
Okay.
It's your trauma response.
Yes. Okay, so let me make 2 points here. So number one, original Ghost of Tsushima came out in 2020. Okay. The development on that game, bare minimum, was mostly done in 2019. Bare minimum. Probably earlier than that. Right? Now, think about the world that we had in 2019. Right? This is when Vic first got Me Too, right? Canceled and all that stuff. So the world was a very different place in 2018, 2019. Right? Now, we are looking at a series of flops coming out this year that have fallen by the wayside so dramatically that it's seemingly going to cause companies to either go out of business or file for bankruptcy. Minimum, right? Now, in the last couple of years, due to the rise of DEI and all of these things, we have seen a dramatic decrease in the value of gaming studios, and just in general, movies and all that stuff has dramatically fallen off a cliff, right? It is to be expected that when you're making this game, or just any game that's coming out this year, next year, right, that the talent pool for which you get to pull from in your studio and in the pool of actors you're going to pick has been diminished greatly because, for example, Reuben Langdon is taking a break from being a voice actor due to the fact that they're trying to force him to get vaccinated, right? So you're dealing with slim pickings when it comes to the sequel for Ghost of Tsushima to begin with, just due to the nature of what the gaming industry has been like in the last couple of years. Now, we have repeatedly covered this game studio fired this many employees, I just save them to just throw them at you at once so that we don't have to cover it every single podcast, right? And so I would argue that a lot of those people in those lists of X% of people get fired are the people who aren't woke, right? So, and that's been the downfall of the gaming industry, is that they have made it so that if you are not a radical leftist, you don't get hired, you don't maintain your job, and you don't get to work on games, right? So is there a significant chance this game is going to be a disaster? Yes, right? And as you guys have beaten to death, before you had a chance to say it, I will not be pre-ordering it. I don't see a point in pre-ordering most games. This is a game I'll buy at Book Off. Now, another point I would like to make is that one of the problems with having a female protagonist, to argue devil's advocate on that side of the argument, because there are valid reasons for which you would get a bad taste in your mouth that you went from playing as Jin Sakai to now playing as a female character. Okay. And I think what it is most of the time is the fact that men and women are different. And
she can't be a Giga Chad as well.
Well, the thing is that when you use a female protagonist and she's supposed to be the follow-up to a role that was previously held by a male protagonist in an action fighting game, like, men are built differently than women. They are going to be better at certain things than women are, right? Women have a completely different skill set in combat or in general, like more espionage typically. Now, granted, I just want to reiterate that in Japanese history, the Onabu geisha did exist. There were women who were trained in various weapons, and mainly that was to protect the farmland and whatnot. But the point is that it's not unheard of for women to have gone into battle in these sort of ways. But the idea
Yasuke also existed.
Yes. Yeah. And I've argued from the beginning that I don't have a problem with Yasuke being in Assassin's Creed Shadows. I don't even care that people call him a samurai. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think that there is no set definition in the way that you don't consider yourself a knight until you get knighted.
Well,
right?
that's the exact thing I was talking about, is that they're going to find something that fits their narrative specifically, and they'll be like, well, it's actually accurate.
And I'm not arguing against the argument you're making there, just so we're clear. But I'm just pulling devil's advocate now, taking the position of, if I were to have an issue with the female protagonist, this is what it would be, right? And so if you have a character going into like your game, and the game is going to be combat heavy, and it's going to be like fights to the death over and over and over again, it realistically, you are going to find that there would be that men are going to handle combat better, generally speaking, due to biological differences. And so putting a woman into a role that can be filled even better by a man, just because you're putting her into an action role, decreases the value of what you could have had previously with Jin Sakai, right? And so if you're going to do a female protagonist, and I would argue this would be a much, much more complicated game to produce, but the payoff of it would be astronomically huge, is if you put a female-led game where the female actually utilizes the assets women have for combat and for, there's different things. Like, women would approach the problem differently. It would be significantly slower paced, more decision focused, and more about planning how to overcome the strength differential between men and women, because most of the people that this character is going to be fighting are going to be men, right? That would be a significantly different game, but done well could be breathtakingly good if once you get immersed into it, right? And so I think that the issue here is that, like, if I'm going to argue the point about the female protagonist, is that the female protagonist in the role that we previously fulfilled with Jin Sakai is going to be a step down, just on the nature of the biological differences mean that if you had used a male protagonist, regardless of the Yote Mountain and all that stuff, you would have had a more fulfilling experience that rang more true if you use the male protagonist. Again, this isn't something I really care about in this case, but I do understand the argument or the reasoning behind why you would prefer a male protagonist in a game like this, especially when the predecessor for the game featured a male protagonist and showed you something that felt real and grounded and everything like that. So AC is describing an H game. Am I? Oh, for like the feminine wiles. I wasn't really referring specifically to that, but that would come into it, like the whole Fujiko sense of using sex appeal or whatever would definitely be a part of it, But I'm just thinking, like, I think that, like, I kind of think of the HBO series Rome. One of the interesting things about that series is that the male characters, most of them are, generals or brutish, like, soldiers, and they have lots of combat. And the female characters are conniving. And there's a lot of very subtle planning and sowing discord between groups and stuff that the female characters have, like, a more political angle to it, where they are kind of moving, fighting a much more sophisticated war than the one happening with, combat and bashing people's skulls in on the battlefield, right? And I think that if you translated that into a game, the female storyline, again, would be a lot harder to produce. A lot more thought would have to go into it. And it's not like when you play a game where you play as a male character and you're bashing people's skulls in, you can reuse the same animation over and over again, the same, skill combo, like everything is going to be reusable. Whereas if you were to do a much more sophisticated story that required lots and lots of planning and thinking, it would be, it would require a lot more effort. You know what I mean? Do you guys kind of get what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm explaining it the way
I get what you're saying.
Anyway,
the other
product and get excited for next product. Go ahead. Put up.
The other thing you'd have to consider, because the biological differences, the menstruation mechanic would bog down the whole experience.
Mm-hmm. The
once a month, you better make.
I don't think I remember ever hearing about a female character having to stop fighting to go put a tampon in.
Thank God.
This is the first historical reenactment we'll get to see. Clearly.
Yeah, so Old Man says it would be nice if they were a female protagonist, but they usually aren't. They are usually a check mark on a diversity checklist and not a real character. Meaning, if you were to, this is a good metric, I think, for this. If you were to swap this character with Jin Sakai, like 100%, just take her out of the game and swap them, and the game didn't change at all, then you didn't write a good female character. You wrote a male character that you skinned as a woman, right? That's the argument. If there's a reason, unless sex appeal is the reason, right? Putting a character in the game so that male gamers or just anybody playing the game has something less harsh to look at, right? Which is, again, Lara Croft exists. And remember, it was sexist back in the day, but now it's a feminine icon and also the most popular video game character of all time, according to that poll. But back in the day, the entire reason Lara Croft was invented was because they were making an Indiana Jones game and the developers got tired of looking at his blocky ass. So they made a model that was female, that was easier on the eyes, and then it became its own game, right? In that situation,
I don't think that's this game.
Yeah, I get agreed, right? 100%. They are usually interchangeable with the male character, masculine, and displaying all the male tendencies that are labeled toxic. Yeah, but it's not toxic when women do it.
Well, you'll see. I forget what game it was, but it's like the Call of Duty whatever, where it's like they have the male animations for the female character or whatever.
Yes. Oh God, didn't like Mass Effect have something like that too, for one of the remakes, where like female Shepard had male Shepard's motion capture data or something like that?
You'd think that would be the original, but not the remaster.
I don't remember what it was. Somebody pointed out to me on the podcast at one time. All right, so former Sony exec on Ghost of Yote drama, quote, "Don't like it, don't buy it." All right, so Mighty
The
Keith,
final words of every failed project.
So just so we're clear, this is a former Sony exec. This person has nothing to do with Sucker Punch or this game other than that they are an executive at Sony. They're not actually involved in the gameplay destruction.
Doesn't even sound like they're an executive at Sony anymore.
Yeah. So Mighty Keith. Now, I just want to point something out here. I think the last 2 or 3 podcasts, I have incorrectly referred to this person as the guy who started the controversy with Cabrutus. That was Kindred, Chris Kindred. I am guilty of thinking they were the same person because their profile image was similar enough that in my head they became the same person.
I didn't think they were similar at all. I just didn't care to look up. And
I apologize. Just addressing it.
I don't think so. Okay. I'm glad you clarified.
Anyway, so he said, man, what an absolute loser for Endymion. Number one, it's a game, an entertainment, a story a team of creators believes in. They want to make this. 2, it's a game. If you don't like it, don't buy it. In fact, why not make the game you want yourself? Okay. I mean, do you think...
Look at all those flags in the tagline, though.
Yeah.
Damn.
Do you think a single person that was complaining about this was going to buy it if they didn't like it? Like, who are you preaching to here? But thanks for telling us, because we'll make sure not to. All right. In other news, Stellar Blade Nier Automata collaboration coming in 2024.
Wow.
While no further details were announced regarding Stellar Blade and Nier Automata collaboration, the new photo mode feature will come in a free update and will allow users to take photos using various poses, expressions, and filters.
Well, bless the team.
What's up?
I said not that pose.
No,
from
this pose?
From the GIF. Yeah.
You don't know. It's worth noting that the announcement trailer is titled Stellar Blade, Nier Automata DLC, and Updates. So the content featuring 2B and possibly others could be part of some paid DLC coming later this year. All right, I'm going to show this to you. I just want to say I'm excited to play Stellar Blade again. Because quite frankly, this looks... I do not like Eve's long hair, and this is a much better...
You can...
Sorry, I can shorten it. I did shorten it. But it's I still just generally don't. I don't really like Eve as a character. I like 2B as a character, and this is a happy compromise.
I guarantee you, it's just going to be like a 2B skin. Like that's
100%. And if I ever play the game again, it will be because I bought that DLC.
But you're not gonna get fucking what's her name, Kira Buckland. Like I don't think they're gonna put her in the game. Like I think it's just gonna be use a voice actor.
That's because probably just gonna be an outfit like the rest of them. So
I personally do not like Eve's character design that much. So I would prefer to play as 2B. All right, so a couple of things here. So
I know that photo already existed, or that artwork already existed. That's too funny.
Nice.
I love this. Yoko Taro remains the only honest video game developer. Speaking of crossovers, did you know that Nier fans have been trying to get Katsuhiro Harada of Bandai Namco to put 2B in Tekken? Is that something you guys... What?
Go back. What was the honest thing?
We're reading it.
Oh,
read how he's honest.
Sorry.
Yeah. Speaking of crossovers, did you know that Nier fans have been trying to get Katsuhiro Harada of Bandai Namco to put 2B in Tekken? Is that something you guys would want to do? No, this interview was conducted before 2B was announced as a Soul Calibur guest character. Right? Okay. So Yoko Taro says, for us, if we were asked, we would gladly say yes to anything for money. We're open to any kind of opportunities for anything ever, even if it's Candy Crush. If they want to use 2B, we will say yes. Please go ahead and use her.
It's abundantly clear that's the case because there's a Nikkei collab, there's some other gacha collab, and there's this collab. Like, this game's how many years old at this point? Like, holy PS4
Use it
era.
to your pleasure's extent.
Yeah. All right. Stellar Blade update improves skirt physics as well.
Nice.
I think it was the 2B guy.
Yoko Taro.
I think. I can't find the tweet right now, but there was a remember that one story we covered in the last podcast where the guy was like, you can't, please, there's gonna be a PC mod, please don't make lewd images of my characters or whatever. I think it was the 2B guy made a tweet said, if you guys make lewd images, send them my way.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's that guy.
Make sure to share them.
He encouraged it.
Yeah.
In fact.
All right. Yeah. So let's take a look at the new skirt mechanics.
I like
Does
how
it-
Randy zoomed in. He's like,
It says here, before the update, only the Mutant peony outfit was affected by strong winds, but now all of the skirts are lifted in a similar manner when around strong winds. Yep. The update essentially makes the heroine Eve's outfits react more naturally to the weather. Here's the other video.
is it bad that I'm like paying attention to Randy as much as I'm paying attention to Eve? Right now, just like
trying to catch a whiff.
Oh
right.
my gosh.
In even better news, Stellar Blade also updated the breast physics.
Randy, you should be squinting your eyes. It should be wide open as possible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Come on, man. All right. So as you can see, it now deforms with her arms.
Oh, before like blended, the model just like
Here's some comparisons. Also, want to know another reason why I'm not a big fan of 2B? I'm sorry, of Eve. Hold on. How do I make these loop?
That you're not a real
There it
fan.
is.
You can't even remember the bitch you don't like's name.
Here you go. She has a black hole for a belly button. Like a legitimate, honest to goodness, straight up black hole. Okay, that's not, you can't really tell that.
Isn't that just an extra hole that now?
It's the fourth
what's
hole,
the
man.
problem with
Come on.
that? No.
I don't know if they'll show one with their midriff exposed so you can see it, but it's pretty horrifying.
You know, I really didn't pay attention to.
There you go. Ah!
It looks like a hairy belly button. You're not looking at it right.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest.
Well,
I
PC
didn't
Master
really...
Race will get a belly button shader mod, I can guarantee you.
I really didn't pay attention with Eve with the front. Too much.
Fair. All right, we got more here. Let's skip through.
Developers
I was
here
more focused
patching
on the
this
other
stuff out.
assets.
Yeah,
Anyway.
Dead or Alive was the one who was like the forerunners when it came to breast physics. They're like 2 individual breast physics, and now Stellar Blade coming out here being like, hold my beer.
Well, I just feel fortunate that I stopped playing the game where I did, because now I get to experience this
Experience
with,
it more optimally.
with the more optimized physics engines. Also, you can still enjoy the summer event at the Oasis by turning on and off the summer event content toggle. The summer event background music, Don't Forget Me, is now available at the camp. You can mark pins on the map by pressing the square button on the map. You can use favorites feature on Eve's equipment. New item, ammo package, is now available for purchase, which allows you to stock up on all ammunitions to max at once. Purchase confirmation pop-up will be shown when spending over 15,000 golds to prevent any unintentional spend. Visual improvements of conflicts between Eve's body, meaning the things we just looked at, and other various bugs. So, huzzah, congratulations.
But no belly button fix.
Sadly. You know what the belly button fix is? Wearing the 2B outfit. PlayStation Store has a new featured Amazing Heroine section. Notice anything missing? Pages and pages of games with amazing heroines. One very major one suspiciously absent. We got Genshin, Control, Life is Strange, even Last of Us. That's right, they snubbed Stellar Blade. Gosh, who could have foreseen this? They even have Dead or Alive. Oh, and Tormented Souls. Buy this game. It's $1.99. It's so good. All right. Likewise,
even digitally.
What's your game of the year so far? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is still the IGN community's top game of 2024, with Shadow of the Erdtree, Helldivers 2, and Astrobot not far behind. Wukong vanishes. Interesting. I can imagine Jeff Keighley's VGAs will have an equally hilarious GDC Screamfest of a showcase highlighting Deathloop, Alan Wake 2, or whichever upcoming Sweet Baby Inc. games the jury is pushing. So, yeah.
I didn't realize that DLCs counted as a game that you could submit for Game of the Year.
Meaning Shadow of Erdtree?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about Tanuki, Pwn Summer. Let's have a nice little fun. Rhys, it is for Nintendo Switch.
Where's the balls?
No way.
I knew you'd be so.
Ah!
So it's basically a Tanuki-themed Death Stranding?
Yes.
I don't see
So,
that.
Rhys, are you gonna buy this and then never play the campaign and never realize that you need the game cartridge?
Huh?
Okay.
And never realize
No,
that it's
seriously,
not going
I
to be
feel like
fun
that was an
because
honest
you're going
mistake
to
on my part,
go point A
okay?
to point B for like
An
90%
honest
the
mistake
game.
of not playing the game?
That's the damn thing. I didn't want to start playing it because I hadn't finished the 2015 game. Okay.
Let's talk about it a little bit
When
more.
I
Let's keep
start
going.
run. I assumed that it had the full game capability.
Can we talk about Tanuki Pwn Summer a little bit?
Are you gonna buy this game, Rhys?
I'll
Does
buy
it
it
have
for
a
you.
Switch version?
Yes, it does.
I didn't see it on the thing.
Nintendo Switch.
If your whole gameplay loop is deliver package from point A to point B, like, I feel like that's going to get stale pretty quick.
That's a pretty chill game to me, and I fucking play the shit out of it.
When I get tired of killing demons in Doom.
Take the edge off.
Yeah.
Edge the edge off?
Right. In other news, PT Remake quietly lands on PlayStation 5, and you can play now. Despite the psychological horror title PT no longer available to download and play, one gamer has found a way to make it possible, and the results are startling. Serving as an interactive teaser for the game Silent Hills, PT was released in 2014 by Kojima Productions and was free for PlayStation 4 users.
It's 10 years old.
Right? Check out the trailer for another Konami style Silent Hill 2, blah, 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 skipping that. However, after the cancellation of Silent Hills, Konami proceeded to remove PT from the PlayStation Store, which not only made it impossible to reinstall, but meant that no new players would ever be able to experience it. Since then, fans have been desperate to see the game restored, and although their pleas have seemingly fallen on deaf ears, one player has come to the rescue by incorporating PT into another PlayStation title. As of now, an unofficial remake of PT is available via the game Dreams. Dreams is a game creation system video game where players can create games, music, paintings, animations, sculpture, movies, and more using the title's engine. By using the game's tools, players have recreated titles such as The Last of Us and Cyberpunk 2077, and now the same can be said of PT. Created by Dr. Jones 20, a full remake of PT can be found within Dreams and is available for both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 players.
Wow.
The playable title captures all the horror of the original PT, including the aesthetic and feel, but of course differs slightly with visuals, considering this is a completely different game. With a version of Norman Reedus in the game, there is no denying that this is the closest we are going to get to the psychological horror title, and with 1,869 players having downloaded it, it seems gamers agree. Not only that, but for extra scares, Dr. Jones 20 has also confirmed that the PT remake is also available for VR, so if you want a horror-filled weekend, you know where to look. That's kind of cool. I mean, I'd like to see a comparison.
Yeah, I wonder how good you can possibly make it in like a game engine on a PS4, PS5.
I was always amazed when the stuff people made in Little Big Planet and stuff. Somebody made Metal Gear, like the whole robot. Anyway, Kodansha USA has licensed Parasite Reversi manga. Is this the sequel story that takes place like in modern day or whatever?
Huh.
3 dismembered bodies were found in an abandoned basement parking garage, sliced limb from limb while they were still alive, and if the boy who discovered them is to be believed, the murders occurred in an impossibly short window of time. Nothing is adding up for veteran detective Fukami of the East Fukuyama Police Department, and his gut is telling him the boy is hiding something. In fact, he's quite certain that Tatsuki Hirokawa saw exactly what happened and who did it. But what the boy knows will go far beyond even his wildest nightmares, a riveting parallel episode to Hitoshi Iwaki's acclaimed sci-fi horror series from the author of the cult classic Teppu. Okay, so it's a completely different story that just takes place in the... It's interesting. Cool. Anyway. Right stuff. There's nothing. Yay! All right, so Deaf Crocodile has put up Tamala 2010, A Punk Cat in Space. They've got the Deluxe Limited Edition. And they've got... Okay. And they've
so this is some ancient show, right? Yeah.
Say what?
No, it's
This
from
is
2001, apparently.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay. I thought it was like
this
some
is just
ancient...
stylized.
I thought this was some ancient thing from back in like the fucking 50s.
No, it looks like it was animated in Flash.
It's from 2010. It says right there.
No, I think it was 2002.
It says it right there. 2010.
2002.
2002. So it lies, first of all.
Wait a
Randy.
minute.
Secondly, I mean, you can have all kinds of things have a number.
It says 2007 right there. It's lying in its own.
No, that's the
page.
specials. These are the short films that came out after. Anyway. All right, that's the thing. Moving on.
The
All
limited
right.
edition is like only 1,500.
You can have like something set in like I don't know, 2010. Like fucking Back to the Future was sitting. What year was that? 2000? No, 20. What was Back to the Future Part 2 set in?
2024, right?
Or was
No,
it 2015? I thought it was 2015. Yeah,
I remember.
It's 2065, 2085, and 2050.
You have a very small head.
He does.
Compared to my body, I don't think it's.
It's forced perspective, bro.
He doesn't have the haircut, okay? That's the only difference.
Yeah, put hair on me and objection. Okay.
Also, I like how what is it? That licensor I've never heard of. You see right at the top of their thing, they're like, we specialize in blah 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 and LGBTQIA plus films or whatever. And it's like, oh, is that why Justin's so buddy with them?
We truly appreciate you buying direct. It makes a big difference and helps us continue our mission of restoring and releasing independent, lost/unseen and world cinema with focus on world animation, LGBTQ films, cult horror and fantasy, and the work of neglected and underrepresented filmmakers. Oh.
Justin's Vegas, you mean, Fitnam?
That's what he said, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, he's the one who said we helped with whatever, and they did the rest.
They helped with translations.
Yeah, translation. And they're using the Criterion Blu-ray boxes.
That is an interesting take, I guess. The only thing I have like that is the Persona 5 anime.
Thought I heard.
Well, Aniplex uses those a lot, yeah.
Okay. If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, you can shop at Southweed. You can buy yourself the swimming shirt. It's very popular. Not a single person hasn't enjoyed it. If it loaded, you could look. Okay, there it is. Everybody loves swimming. Get in on that action. Also, you could buy Straight Out Chungus. Comes in amazing designs.
I should have it had a design on it, but I should have like screenshot it anyways. It was a first off wave. It was like Half Moon. I was watching Your Name and it had like a t-shirt that said like Half Moon and it had like a half of a moon.
So I will say this. There are a shit ton of designs I could do in Weathering with You, but they seem to be actual products, not
are they?
Like they're actual like companies. So I have to double check Your Name, but I noticed with when I was sitting down and watching Weathering with You for the first time that there were quite a few designs, but they were like for Adidas or for Nike or something. You know, I was like, God damn
it! They literally have actual McDonald's in this one, and that in Weathering with You
blew my mind.
Actual McDonald's, like, oh my god.
Let me show you guys.
Yes. When we didn't cover the duo thing, do we want to plug it at the end of the plugs?
Can we put that in the doc for next podcast?
I guess we can, yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna open it over here and I'm gonna put it into release news, so it's a place where I'm gonna remember to look.
You could cover it twice.
No, we're gonna wait. All right, Japanese design company creates world's most badass sewing supply box. Are you ready for this? Julie.
I'm ready.
Something I should listen
to. Yeah, well, you just need to. I mean, if you've got the headphones, yeah, but.
Too many headphones.
One moment, please.
Okay.
Japanese design company creates world's most badass sewing supply box.
Oh my god.
Right, look at this thing. Would you buy that?
What is this? Sticker?
It looks like you would put Yu-Gi-Oh cards in there.
Yeah. Yeah, watch this.
A headphone jack?
Right.
It's a bomb! Oh.
I hate it.
You hate it? Why do you hate it? It looks so bad.
It's not practical. So much wasted space.
Where's the storage for string?
You know what I really like? I like cookie tins.
What the fuck is storage? There's no string storage in it. What the hell?
Look, this is just the next Autobot, okay?
Oh my gosh.
Why does everyone use cookie tins?
I don't know. I have one right there. Behind it. It's right
It was
here.
so disappointing going to my grandmother's house and seeing
Oh my
the tin
god.
The cookie rolls.
being
thing.
like, "Oh, cookies." It's not
Nope.
cookies.
Just metal spikes.
You know what? I had that same experience with my mom's sewing thing, I think.
All right.
I don't have that.
Thieves invade. Thieves invade Osaka office and steal 10 million yen worth of trading cards. Which are the expensive ones?
I could put it in that sewing box.
Pretty much for as long as jewelry stores have been around, they've had pretty tight security. Precious stones have an extremely high value to weight ratio, and there's a huge secondhand market for them, something that's conducive to easily flipping stolen goods. All of those traits also apply to collectible trading cards, though, and in a sad but continuing trend, companies that sell those coveted pieces of paper are increasingly becoming targets of thieves. With an invasion burglary that took place in Osaka on Monday being the latest such incident, at roughly 3:30 in the morning, 2 workers at a company that sells trading cards had just wrapped up a live stream that they'd been doing from their office near Nagahoribashi Station in Osaka's Chuo Ward. 2 robbers broke into the office and threatened the workers with bladed instruments, then tied them to chairs. However, while the robber, I love the idea that this happened like while they were live streaming. I mean, I think that would be extra funny if they had like caught themselves on camera in the live stream, like tying them to the chairs and stuff. However, while the robbers knew that there were valuable cards in the office, they apparently didn't know which ones were valuable, asking the workers, "Which ones are the expensive ones, huh?" in Kansai accented Japanese. Based on the workers' answers, the robbers made off with over 100 cards with a total market value of approximately 10 million yen or $68,000 US, and also stole the 2 men's smartphones and around 250,000 yen in cash that was in the office. They left the victims tied up and with duct tape covering their mouths, but the workers were eventually able to break free some 2 hours later and call the police to report the crime. The victims described them as wearing black clothing, sunglasses, and masks, and they remain at large as of this writing. Damn, if only it stayed live stream longer. With the company being located in an office building and not a conventional retail space, it seems to be primarily focused on online sales. That in turn may mean that they don't have walk-in customers and, with no worries about shoplifting, didn't feel the need for extensive security precautions. As collectible cards are continuing to attract criminals, though, it's becoming clearer that a thorough security plan is an important part of managing a card shop or other resale business. Oh, damn. What is this card? Is that the back of the Japanese version of the cards? It's not, right? Never seen that before. I think it is the back of the cards. It's just a new generation of cards compared to the one.
No, that is the Japanese one, I think, because I got a couple of them like that.
Yeah, I have some Japanese cards as well, but I don't think that's what the back one looks like. But I could be wrong.
The original Japanese back was different. They changed it at one point.
For sure.
So that's the new one.
Okay, called it. All right. Material that cools down by glowing, developed by researchers in Chiba and Osaka. Yeah, it's cool, right? So effectively, the idea is that they disperse the heat. Oh, Predator Night. There's one great. That's not it. This is it. No, that's one of the Enders. That's not it either. Right. Okay. So the idea that it dissipates the heat energy as light or whatever. And it's just an interesting thing. Moving on.
Did you skip an article?
I did. Okay. I skipped it for time. Sorry. I should have told you. Punami in China. Sewage explodes, sending feces up in air. Pedestrians, cars drenched. Mirage, I'm so happy you shared this because I follow Don LaCour and I saw this on Twitter and I thought, oh, fuck, we got to cover that. And the fact that it's an article, even better. I don't like covering just tweets as news.
The solids is what gets me. Like, it's one thing if it's all liquid, but that's like solids. Ugh.
Yeah.
Turns on the windshield wipers. You're not getting that clean.
Yeah. So, a sewage pipe explosion in Nanning, China, resulted in human feces being shot 33 feet into the air, drenching pedestrians and vehicles. The incident occurred during a pressure test on newly installed pipes. No injuries were reported, but the force was strong enough to flip a digger. Wait, whoa.
So,
like a backhoe?
No injuries happened, but I would say mental scarring. I would say, like,
no
for
physical
the
injuries.
And the car wash.
Imagine the line at the car wash. Yeah. They must be loving it. They must be like, do this every day.
Yeah.
We can handle this.
Honestly, though, do you think the car wash would want that every day? Because imagine cleaning that out of the drains. Chinese individuals
it goes back into the sewer to blow up again tomorrow.
Yeah, it's recycling if you really think about it.
It starts to get progressively soapier, so it starts to have less and less of an effect on the car.
Now it's more fart bubbles than anything.
Why don't they just explode like a car wash pipe, and then it will actually wash the cars passively?
There you go. Chinese individuals woke up to an unwarranted poop cloud after a sewage pipe exploded in Nanning, shooting up human feces 33 feet in the air, leaving the pedestrians, cars, and bikers drenched. Quote, poop exploded everywhere, landing on the road, cars, people, and pets the moment a sewage pipe pressure test in Nanning failed. This scene of horror shows feces falling from the sky after the initial explosion in China.
Yeah.
The newly laid sewage pipes burst around 11 a.m. on September 24th in a section of the road that was under construction. What a perfect poll. Do you think Israel and Lebanon can reach a ceasefire after killing a Hezbollah chief? Yes, I'm definitely thinking about that while reading about Chinese poop explosions.
Yeah, that's about as relevant as covering a sewer pipe exploding on the anime podcast.
It's believed the rupture occurred while engineers were conducting a pressure test during the installation of the sewage pipe, the Sun reported. Authorities confirmed that there were no injuries from the explosion, but the force was so strong that it flipped the digger on site. Officials quickly arrived to oversee a massive cleanup operation in the aftermath of the blast. Quote, I'm drenched in poo. My car is splattered yellow. It's ruined. The victim complained. You're ruined.
Financially recover from this.
The video has attracted a series of reactions, with some netizens expressing concern for the affected, while others questioning the infrastructural fallacies of the area. Meanwhile, some didn't shy away from taking a political dig at the situation, as they called it a perfect representation of the Biden administration. What's that have to do with it? Another user raised public health concerns. Quote, incidents involving sewage can pose significant health risks, including exposure to harmful bacteria and pathogens. It's crucial for local... It turns out this is right before COVID, and this was actually how it started. It's crucial for local health officials to address such situations promptly. The response from local authorities and emergency services would be critical in managing the aftermath, including cleanup efforts and ensuring public safety.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that was a lame ending.
all everything you could imagine going down a toilet, every bodily fluid and everything in between just exploding in the highway.
I don't want to imagine it. Can we move on?
All right, let's move on. No more poop stuff. Oh wait, woman gets DIY poop transplant and just pills with brother's fecal matter to combat IBS symptoms.
Didn't we cover something about this?
No, we almost covered it last podcast.
No. It was
Oh, it was the mom.
It was a guy taking his mom's poop or something.
Yeah, the poop surgery. This is a real treatment. Like the gut bacteria.
But not on your own. It's not a DIY treatment.
Although it worked for the guy and his mom, right? In a new Netflix documentary, Danielle Kopke attempts to rebalance the bacteria in her gut by ingesting fecal transplant pills from her brother's stools. Surely it was a suppository, right? Like, come on.
It was a suppository. You didn't swallow that.
Danielle Kopke
as long as they were in capsules or something, it's not like
even if they're in capsules. How are you getting the shit in there without getting it on the outside of the capsule? There is no safe way to do it. Unless you put it in the capsule, and then you put that capsule in a bigger capsule, and then that capsule in a bigger capsule. That's the only way you're getting it down there. She's recounting her experience with fecal microbiota transplant, or DIY poop transplant, after struggling for years with irritable bowel syndrome. In Netflix's new documentary, Hack Your Health, The Secrets of Your Gut, Kopke said that she began experiencing indigestion, stabbing pains from trapped gas, and severe constipation during her college years. It's really hard for me to remember what it was like to eat food before it became associated with anxiety and pain and discomfort. She's a doctoral student in clinical psychology. Wow. Never miss that's it? Okay, I was going to say. After 5 years, I'm like, what? You're going to end with her saying she doesn't remember not having pain and discomfort at the end? After 5 years of doctor's appointments and antibiotics that didn't work, Kopke turned to fecal microbiota transplant. According to Johns Hopkins Medicine, this procedure involves collecting feces, also known as stool or poop. Thanks. Yahoo Live, thank you.
No.
Thanks for telling me.
Is this a new article?
He thinks there's a squirrel. So, careful.
What was that, Putnam?
I said, is this a new article?
No. The procedure involves collecting feces, also known as stool or poop, from a healthy donor and introducing them into an ill patient's gastrointestinal tract.
Well, no, I mean, like,
So it's
is
like
this the same one with the sewer pipe, or is this another one?
So it's kind of like a human centipede cures
We're
all
just talking
problems.
about different piping, that's all.
I'm just saying that
if you human centipede the entire world, eventually every one of us would be cured of IBS.
I'm seeing a theme here, like a trend.
Wait until they start popping, though. And then you get shit all over the road again.
Instead of fecal matter exploding from one pipe, it's fecal matter going into another pipe.
Do you think that anybody got cured of their IBS in China?
Good Lord.
It got in my mouth, but I'm cured.
I don't think that's how that works.
I inhaled it. God.
I really don't think that's how that works.
All right. Oh God.
Why is there a condom on my windshield?
Transferring. I imagine that's a product they make in China because it happens too much. Yep, you drive away with the tarp on your car. Transferring fecal bacteria.
Blue umbrellas. That's what they need.
Transferring fecal bacteria and other microbes from a healthy individual to someone who is ill can help restore the balance of bacteria in the intestines. With fecal microbiome transplants, there's really compelling evidence, but the science is still developing. We're still working on if it actually has benefits for wider populations and if the benefit is long-lasting. What if it turns out it's literally just placebo effect?
I imagine
it does
a lot of it
is.
For the DIY stuff, I imagine a lot of it is placebo.
While initially turned off by the suggestion, Kopke, who felt that she had exhausted all other options, proceeded with the procedure. Nice phrasing. Initially, she ingested fecal transplant pills from her brother's donated stools. Prospective donors should not have had any antibiotic exposure in the past 6 months, according to Johns Hopkins Medicine. They should not be immunocompromised or at a risk of infectious disease, and should not live with any chronic gastrointestinal disorders such as inflammatory bowel disease. After starting the procedure, Koki gained weight and suffered hormonal acne similar to her brother's. Oh. Gilbert later informed Business Insider that bacteria present in a patient's stool can influence the recipient's body. Subsequently, Koki opted to switch donors and utilize stool from her boyfriend.
That's
I need you inside of me. However, shortly after, she experienced... what's that episode of the Magic School Bus where they shrink themselves down and take shits in Timmy's tummy? However, shortly after...
Oh yeah, Arnold turns orange, and so they go into his mouth to figure out why he turns orange.
Do you remember that episode of Magic School Bus where they showed the fish squirting semen on the eggs
all over them? Yeah. However, shortly after, she experienced depression akin to her boyfriend's. Reflecting on this, she remarked, "Over time, I realized my depression was worse than it's ever been in my life." Wow.
Transferred the poop depression?
Seriously, we've figured out how to walk a mile in somebody else's shoes. You just need to eat their shit. Later, Koki went back to using her brother's stool, noting in the documentary that her depression went away within a week. Sounds like your boyfriend needs some of your brother's stool too. Wow.
Honestly, if I wouldn't eat anyone's poop, but I mean, like, if someone has depression, if someone's mentally ill, if someone has
is this how you cure gayness?
There was an episode of South Park where everyone was trying to get after Tom Brady's poo because he was like so fit and like he's like they were like, oh yeah, he's like the specimen to take the poo, and so in the episode he was like pooing into a vault so that no one could get his poo.
Oh my gosh, I am legitimately curious if you could cure homosexuality or like transgender, like gender dysmorphia by just giving somebody some healthy poo. Okay. This is going to become,
this will be the last podcast we have because we're going to.
If I get poo transplant, it has to be from a gay donor. I don't want no straight poo.
I wonder if that's ever happened. I wonder if an organ transplant has ever like changed somebody's sexuality. Oh God!
I think there was actually a case of someone getting a heart
transplant. Yeah, and turning gay.
But I got to imagine some of that's just like people pretending and being just nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I definitely feel the guy in my heart. I am the man now you will listen to. Like being the cringest fucker ever. Just like, I am the man. Like I just imagine it.
All right, man sentenced to 3 months of prison time for catching wife cheating. I'm sorry, it says caching, but I'm pretty sure they meant catching. A Taiwan court of law sentenced a man to 3 months in prison for invading his adulterous wife's privacy by installing hidden cameras around their home. Chinese media recently reported the unusual story of a Taiwanese man surnamed Fan, who managed to land himself behind bars for daring to expose his wife's cheating by installing cameras around their home. The couple had reportedly been married for several years and had 2 young children in 2022 when Mr. Fawn began suspecting that his spouse was having an affair. He installed a camera under the piano in the living room of the family home and another one next to the computer in the master bedroom. About 2 weeks later, the cameras caught Fawn's wife and a mystery man having intimate relations in the family home, footage that the husband later used as grounds for divorce. In February 2022, Fawn invited his wife and her lawyer to divorce negotiations, but they were unable to reach an agreement, so Fawn filed a civil lawsuit against his spouse for civil damages. Little did he know that his wife had an ace up her sleeve. Yeah, she was fucking a lawyer, right? The woman went to a local police station and accused her husband of invading her privacy by installing hidden cameras around their home without her consent. Fawn's wife eventually filed a lawsuit against him, and his excuse of having installed the cameras out of worry for his children, who often complained that their mother spent an unusually long time in the bathroom, didn't sit very well with the judge. At the end of last year, the Taoyuan court sentenced Mr. Fawn to 3 years. 3 years? 3 months. What? 3 years in prison for secretly filming other people's private activities without their consent, without a valid reason. The Taiwanese man appealed the decision, but the Taoyuan High Court recently rejected his appeal and upheld the original verdict. Mr. Fawn now has spent 3 months behind bars for catching his wife cheating in their family home. Holy shit!
It's literally go to prison for filming your wife's boyfriend's private activities.
How do you fucking write, man sentenced to 3 months of prison time? No, 3 years! He's only spent 3 months there so far. This strange case sparked a heated debate on Taiwanese and Chinese social media regarding the boundaries between privacy and collecting evidence of adultery, as well as the impact of modern technology on family relationships. Holy fuck. All right, and finally, perhaps the best SpongeBob we will ever cover. OnlyFans models are targeted by online LGBTQ mob after posing in underwear with fake bulges. 2 OnlyFans models have been accused of pretending to be trans women to make money on the platform. The adult content creators, who go by Silly Lily TS, went viral after they published a video on Twitter captioned, "Just 2 boys being silly," alongside a trans flag. The video promoted hundreds of responses from Twitter users who claimed the visible bulge on their model's video was actually a sex toy and accused them of mocking transgender women. All right, let me just show you. Ready to hear something completely insane? Female porn models have realized that trans porn is such an incredible cash cow that they are now pretending to be transgender. And the males who identify as women are angry at them for identifying as males who identify as women. Just 2 boys being silly. We know you're both fake. If you want to do not safe for work content, then sure, do it. Hell, I do, but don't get in our space. This is harmful as hell to trans people to bait like this. You will have to stop at some point. My breast and ween are both real, and I grew them myself. Yeah, I challenge you to go be trans in real life and then keep faking it online. We all know you couldn't hang.
I don't get it. So do these trans people that are like whining not actually show anything? Like, how do you even get away with that? Because they'd have to see your junk, right? Isn't that the whole shtick in real, like in person, in reality? It's like, why is my genitals part of your why do you need to know what's in my pants? And it's like, I mean, in this case, they will see, the truth will show itself, right?
Yeah. So get this. Part of the reason they got found out was because they were too attractive. Seeing cis girls shoving dildos in their pants and pretending to be trans for money makes me so annoyed. My gender isn't your costume. Wait, hold on.
It's literally your costume.
Yeah.
Literally.
It gets better. If these people were any less self-aware, they'd be on life support. I've lost friends, family, jobs, opportunities, money, healthcare, and basic respect from random people. Been harassed, death threats, sexually assaulted. For these bitches to masquerade as trans women for profit is disgusting. It's like the trans version of blackface. They don't deserve peace. I'm sorry. The trans version of blackface. One might say that being trans is woman face. Like,
being trans is a label, though. I can be like, if I
They can
identify
as a man and still have their private parts.
Yeah, if you identify as
That's
gender
like you can
fluid,
identify as a woman and still have your male parts.
But
so
like,
what's the big deal?
Exactly.
The whole ideology of transness is that there are an infinite amount of genders, and you can pick anyone you want to be to represent your true self, right? So if I want to pick that I identify as a trans man with he, him pronouns, how is that breaking your rules? I'm now trans. Like,
yes. Oh, let me finish reading this one. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Men pretending to be women after watching too much porn. Women pretending to be men, pretending to be women to make the porn the men watch. All of those moments will be lost in time, like shit posts in Brazil. So yeah,
oh, this is like that's what I mean by the cards are down. You'll see what they are, so they can't just fake it. And
no,
say,
but the thing is, they don't have to fake it though, because look, the thing is, you say just two boys being silly. Oh yeah, they're girls who identify as boys, right? That's your logic. That's your way of arguing, right? Like, I think it's perfectly acceptable for them to do this. You're just mad that they found a way to steal from your market share by being better looking. That's it. And arguably, they almost pass as ugly men pretending to be
honestly, the one on the right there, like, that one could be.
Like, fucking bravo to ugly women realizing they could still be porn stars by just pretending to be men, pretending to be women. Why is that fucking brilliant? The video, I think I read this. One comment read, pretending to be trans to grift while also being transphobic. It's so embarrassing. Another added, is there anything more disgusting than pretending to be a transgender than being transphobic towards trans girls? A third wrote, oh, fuck off and stop profiting off trans people. Everybody knows it's dildos in your knickers. A fourth chimed in, we know you're both fake. If you want to do not safe for work content, sure, but don't get in our space. I read that one. Despite the claims, it's unclear if the models, whose real names remain unknown, are cisgender or transgender women. Is it really hard to tell? While many took offense to the video, other Twitter users mocked the transgender commentators and accused them of being hypocritical. One comment said, you think women can't identify as trans? You transphobic bigot! Another added, it's ironic. Y'all want us to accept you for your mental illness. Who are you to say they don't have mental health issues too?
Oh.
A third Twitter user wrote, pretending to be women to grift while also being mad that women are grifting off of that grift is so hypocritical. The lack of self-awareness here is embarrassing. Women pretend to be men, pretending to be women.
Take it all in.
Lillian's OnlyFans account charges $9 a month for access to her account. She describes herself as your fave T-girl on her page. All right, who's going to take the bullet for the team to answer Fernand's question?
Not me.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that has been another rendition of the OCA podcast. I hope you enjoyed yourself. That was a real winner of an article right there. All right. How are we going to wrap this up? Does anybody want to talk about anything before I leave?
You want to go over comments?
Oh, yeah. Were there new ones?
Couple.
Oh, well, this one. Yeah.
Randy.
Well, yeah, that wasn't the one I was talking about.
Oh, you want to talk about this one? Cheap viewers? Yes. I get you for free, Woven Forecast. It's not a real sewing box if it didn't originally have cookies. A comic store in my area was robbed of $8,000 worth of magic cards. They weren't very smart and got caught almost immediately with the cards scattered in their car. Imagine if you were one of the people on a scooter when the sewage exploded, and then when you got home, you're asked how was your day.
Shitty. It was very shitty. It was a very shitty day.
Well, yeah, they had like multiple takes in those tweets, like multiple angles of the explosions in that article.
You mean the like combined? They were edited together with like it inside the car. You saw it hitting the windshield and stuff.
Yeah, and you saw like pedestrians getting rained on.
Yeah. So were there more that I didn't show, or?
Well, you didn't even play it. You just tried that one on loop, basically.
Yeah. You want
just the one from the inside the car.
You need me to play more?
At least the one I saw had multiple angles.
It's the same for all of them, from what I can tell.
Yeah. Click play on that tweet.
This is the same video. Here, let me play it with audio for you guys. Not that there's much worth hearing, but it's slightly less annoying to actually hear it.
Like you see schmoes on their motorcycle.
Look at these people who are sitting there just waiting for it to land on them. Well, they got so lucky the wind carried it that way. Oh, you can hear it! Oh no!
Kịch bản là cha phí bọn gì yêu can đâu.
Look at make him play it again.
Oh shit! Okay.
See, you didn't play that part.
You're right. Sorry, my apologies. All right. Well, I'm glad we got to cover that. Seb says he just woke up. Have a great day at work. I hope you get to enjoy our 6 and almost 7 hours worth of podcast. Yeah, it was. All right. Cool. Guys, I will catch you later. So those texts that were coming in, one of them said that I will have a flight back on Tuesday. So
you're going out tomorrow and then coming back on Tuesday?
No, I'm leaving Tuesday and then coming back on Tuesday. So I'm going to have 2 flights on Tuesday. Anyway, let us find our...
So are we going to have to do the next podcast without you, or...
No.
Skip 2 weeks. If you're going to be out of town next weekend.
No, I'm out of town. I'm leaving on Tuesday and coming back on the same Tuesday.
Oh, you're coming back the same day?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to San Francisco.
Yeah.
Technically Hayward, but I'm going to be up by Green Line. Somewhat. Anyway, let us end this show off right in honor of the breast physics. Good night, everybody.